of your body and the feet by the opposite hips. Place both your hands on top of the stacked knees. Gaze at your nose. Here we have a beautiful pranayama, very cooling pranayama, which is the Sheetkari pranayama, where you will be inhaling through your clenched teeth with your tongue pressed against behind your teeth and exhaling through your nose, creating a hissing sound. The japa will be for the next sequence of asanas, Om Nityanandoham. Visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana. Now keep your knees crossed. From the knees, bring your hands towards the respective toes on the side of the body. Clasp the big toe in Pranamudra. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana. Now in Anasuyasana 2, just bring your hands behind your back, clasped together, interlaced fingers in the Paramashivoham. Lean forward and down. Try to bring your nose to touch the ground in front of you. Just visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya and gaze at your nose. Anasuyasana 2. Raise yourself up now. Now bring one foot towards the perineum, knee resting on the ground. Raise your other foot with the foot in front of the lying down, knees pointed upwards towards your chest. Place your hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine tall, chest out. Gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, the eagle vehicle of Bhagavan Mahavishnu. Garudasana 2. From here, moving into Naradasana. Now, keep both your hands, bring both your hands behind your neck and clasp them in the Parashamudra. Interlace your fingers behind your neck. Twist outward of the raised knee. Just keep your whole body outside of the raised knee. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as Devarishi Narada in your inner space. From Naradasana, let's enter into Matsya Pithakasana. Place one foot on the top of the opposite thigh. Wrap your respective arm across the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight. Hold on to the respective toe with the index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize Matsya Avatara, the fish form of Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space in Matsya Pithakasana. From there, let's repeat the Gomukhasana and the rest of the asanas on the other side too. So slowly you can cross your knees over to the other side in Gomukhasana. Keep your hands on the top of your knees. Gaze at your nose as you visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana. Continuing into Anasuyasana on the other side, bring your hands to your toes. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya. And lean forward, bringing your hands behind your back in Anasuyasana 2. Interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra. Continue to gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as Rishika Anasuya. As you relax the Uddiyana Bandha, just clenching the Mula Bandha alone. Raise up, bring your feet together in front of you as we enter into Garudasana 2. Place your hands on the respective knees. Stay straight. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda as you gaze towards your nose. And twist your body out of the raised knee, hands clasped in the Parashamudra behind your neck. Gaze at the third eye, visualizing yourself as Devarishi Narada. And bring the foot to the opposite thigh as we enter into Matsya Pithakasana on the other side. Clasp your toe in Prana Mudra. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Matsya Avatara, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in your inner space. Now let's enter into Matsyendrasana. Remaining in the same position with one foot on the opposite thigh, place the other foot on the ground on the far side of the other thigh. Twist. Bring your elbow outside the raised knee. Keep the raised arm by your neck. Turn backwards. Gaze towards your third eye. The other hand straight out. Visualize Matsyendranatha, the great Rishi and master of Hatha Yoga in your inner space. Just switch your hands around. Straighten the hand that was originally bent and bend the other hand towards your neck. As we enter into Kubhasana, visualize yourself as a camel. Continue to gaze at your third eye. Now, straighten out both your hands straight out in the same position. Continue to gaze at your third eye, visualizing Matsyendranatha, the master of Hatha Yoga, in your inner space. Now, slowly take your foot off from the thigh. As we enter into Matsyendrasana on the other side, bring the other foot to the thigh. Place the other foot on the far side. Twist, bringing your elbows outside of the raised knee, hands on the head. The other hand stretched out back. Twist, gazing at your third eye. Visualize Matsyendranatha in your inner space. Switch the hands around as we enter into Kubhasana on the other side. Remember to visualize yourself as a camel. Now stretch both your hands out in Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. Put 2 to the opposite thigh in Padmasana. Place your palms on the respective knees. Engage all the 3 bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha, tucking your chin to your chest, sucking in your stomach and clenching your perineum. We have a new pranayama here, which is the Shitali Kumbhaka, where you will continue to inhale through the teeth without creating the hissing sound, and exhale through your nose. A new japa of Om Nityananda Mahasadashivoham starts here. Gaze at your nose in Padmasana, visualizing yourself as Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now, keeping your legs in the same position, just cross your hands over each other, clasping onto the toes with your index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Devi Parvati, the consort of Lord Paramashiva, in Padmasana 2. Now, uncross your hands. Take your hands and insert it into the gap between your thighs and your calves. Put both your hands within and pull it out on the other side. As you balance on your hands, lifting your whole body off the ground, visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukkutasana. Now relax. Take your hands out from inside your feet as we enter into Baddha Keki Asana. Place your hand onto the ground as you raise up on your knees. Place your palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the legs. Now keep your elbows together, pressed against your navel. Slowly lean forward, balancing, and extend your knees off the ground, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. In the same position, stretch your legs out behind you. In Mayurasana, visualize yourself as a peacock. Hold your balance. Relax now. Yes, relax flat onto the ground into Makarasana. Lay down completely flat. Keep your feet pointing outwards, far away from each other. Place your forehead on the mat. Interlace your fingers behind your neck in the Parishamudra. Just relax, visualizing yourself as a crocodile. As we go back to the Sahaja Kumbhaka, the simple breathing in, breathing out. Just keep the Moola Bandha alone engaged. The next asana is Shalabhasana. Now lay on your stomach and place your hands on the ground beside the chest. From the laying position, raise your legs up. Use your core strength to bring your thighs off the ground. Visualizing yourself as a locust in Shalabhasana. Relax your feet down and bring your hands to your feet, pulling your feet down towards the ground beside your hips. In Ushtrasana, visualize yourself as a camel. Now slowly kick your legs back. While your hand is clasping your feet, pull your feet towards the sky, lifting your chest and thighs off the ground. In Dhanurasana, gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow. Relax slowly and come up to a sitting position. In Bhagasana, Sit on both your knees with your head, neck and spine straight. Clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha. Place your hands on top of your knees. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. From here we enter into Gohyasana. We have a couple of headstand postures here, so get yourself ready. Now place your forearms on the ground with your fingers interlocked. Ensure your elbows are at shoulder width for the best balance. Place the top of your head on the ground, holding your head with your hands. Slowly walk your toes forward until your hips are in a straight line with your shoulders, and just kick your feet up slightly. Make sure not to lose your balance. Keep your knees bent together at your chest, toes pointed upwards. Gaze to your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. From here, stretch your legs out into Shirasasana, continuing to hold the balance there as you continue to gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Bring your feet to the ground, relax slowly. The next asana is Podhyasana. So come to a seated position. Bring your hands behind your calves, stretching your legs up and your forehead to your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here we have a new Kumbhaka, which is the Bhastrika Kumbhaka, where you will be exhaling forcefully, making the sound of a bellows. Podhyasana. The japa for this next series is Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, the Mahavakya. Relax yourself. Continuing to remain balanced with your legs up, just bring your hands to the opposite shoulders. In Parighasana, visualize yourself as a mace as you gaze towards your third eye. Now relax. Keep your elbows and palms onto the ground as your legs are raised. Visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana. Continuing to gaze towards your third eye, remember to continue the Bhastrika Kumbhaka. Forceful exhalation. Now, continuing to keep your balance, just bring your hands to your feet and scoop your hands underneath the heels, pull it towards the chest. Keep your spine upright, gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana, the most ferocious form of Paramashiva. Now lay on your back, so you can remove your hands from underneath your feet and lay on your back. With your feet flat on the ground, knees pointed upwards. Now place your palms down. Just let your fingers touch the back of your heel. Do not clasp your feet. Lift your hips up high, pressing the feet onto the ground. Chin tucked to the chest in the Jalandhara Bandha automatically. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in Unmukha Pithasana 2. Now lay onto the ground in Shavasana. Just lay completely flat, with your palms facing upwards by the side of your body. Just unclutch from any movement happening within you. Visualize your body is dead. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is just liberating you. Just let your awareness, your energy completely pervade your body in the Shakti Chalan Mudra as you continue to vibrate with the Mahavakya. Roll over to one side and come to a seated position. Feel the life entering your body back. In a seated position, let us get continued with the sequence. We have 200 asanas more to go, starting with Yatha Sanishtasana. In Yatha Sanishtasana, sit in any posture you are completely comfortable in. Bringing your hands into the Bindu Mudra with the thumbs and index touching. Start off with the Samana Kumbhaka. As you're inhaling and exhaling, feel flames licking up your spine. Clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha with the japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham for the remaining of the sequence. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From here, moving into Samasana, where you bring your feet to a cross-legged position. Keep your hands on your knees with the thumbs and index touching in the Bindu Mudra. Just inhale and exhale as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Muktasana. Press your left foot against your genital region. Place the right foot on top of your left. Keep your hands facing downwards on top of your knees. Sit straight, gazing towards your nose. Visualize yourself as a sage liberated by Swamiji himself. Now, continue to remain in the same position as we go into Siddhasana, where your gaze will be switching from the nose to your third eye. Continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space, ensure the Moola Bandha, the perineum, is locked. In Siddhyasana now, continuing the same position. Engage all the three bandhas, sucking in your stomach, bringing your chin to your chest in the Mahamudra Bandha. Switch the gaze to the ground in front of you from your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, relax the Uddiyana Bandha and Jalandhara Bandha. Just keep the Moola Bandha, the perineum, alone clenched as we enter Rudrasana 2, where your legs will remain in the same position, just your hands alone, from resting on your knees, will turn around to the Bindu Mudra, the thumbs and index touching. Gaze towards the third eye, visualize yourself as Lord Rudra, the fierce dimension of Paramashiva. The next is Santadhunasana. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra, your legs crossed in the same position as you switch your gaze from your third eye to your nose, visualizing Swamiji, his tranquility, unshakable nature. Now, relax the Bindu Mudra, keep your legs in the same position, and bring your hands to your navel, cupping one palm over the other in the Samputa Mudra. It looks sort of like a lotus bud. Continue to visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Siddhasana 2. The next asana is Bandha Yoni Asana. Maintaining one heel over the other in the same position of the legs, bring your hands to your face in the Shanmukhi Mudra. So just listen carefully now. Bring your little fingers beneath the bottom lip of both hands. Your ring fingers above your upper lip. Your middle fingers closing your nose, your nostrils. Your index finger covering your eyes. And your thumbs pressed into your ears. This is Bandha Yoni Asana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Virasana. Now, you can remove your hands from your face and bring one foot onto the thigh, onto the opposite thigh, and the other foot underneath the thigh. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra, thumb and index fingers together on the top of your knees as you embody the space and state of bravery, Veera, in Virasana. Now, changing the leg position again as we enter into Valmikasana. Keep your left heel on the right side of the generative organ, toes under the thigh. Keep your right foot on top of the left leg, toes by the knee. Again, bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra on top of the knees. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize Rishi Valmiki, the poet, the first poet and author of Ramayanam. The next asana is Joni Mudrasana. So you're going to remain here as you switch your gaze to your nose, visualizing the Yoni Mandala, a beautiful formation, divine cosmic geometry, representing Devi, Shakti, a symbol of the creative energy of the universe in Joni Mudrasana. In the same position, switch your gaze to your third eye, continuing to visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. Now, let's move into Bhadrasana 3. So bring your feet, the soles of your feet together, uncross them and bring them together in front of your body. Hold it with both your hands, pulling it against you. Push your knees down towards the ground. As you gaze at your nose, suck your stomach in the Udyana Bandha. Visualize Lord Veerabhadra in your inner space. Bhadrasana 3. In the same position, we are entering into Aghorasana, where your left hand will rest on top of the left knee, while your right hand comes towards your face. Now, do the Khechari Mudra, where you are bringing your tongue towards the upper palate, gazing towards your third eye. Now, with your right hand, cover your mouth, close the left nostril with your index finger, inhale through the right nostril. Close both the nostrils, hold your breath, and exhale through the left nostril in the Abhyantara Kumbhaka. Repeat this on the other side. Visualize yourself as an Aghori, completely dedicated to Paramashiva in Aghorasana. The next asana is Kaneri Pavasana. So you can distance your feet a little away from your body. As you lean forward, place your elbows onto the soles of your feet and rest your chin on your palms. Gaze at your nose, suck your stomach in Udyana Bandha. Here, continuing with the Rechaka Kumbhaka, where your exhalations are prolonged than your inhalations, visualizing yourself as a female elephant drinking water in Kaneri Pavasana. The next asana is Parasana. So now, come to a seated position, raise yourself up and keep your knees raised. Bring your hands underneath your knees, between your calves and thighs, and clasp them together. Interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra in front of your navel. Lift your feet off the mat. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space as you gaze at your nose in Parasana. The next asana we'll be moving into is Gopi Chandasana. Now take your hands out from in between the feet as you let your feet rest on the ground. Take your hands out from underneath your calves. Interlace your fingers around the feet with the soles of the feet together and raise it up towards your chest. Rest your knee on top of your feet. Gaze at your nose. Embody the state and space of a king in Gopi Chandasana. The next asana is Udarasana. So now just quickly release your legs, bring your hands underneath your calves and hold on to your feet again from inside out, both your feet together. Bring your feet up to your chin, resting your chin on top of the interlaced fingers. Bring your feet to your chest, gaze at your nose, visualizing your body, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, free from any defects in Udarasana. Now, in the same position, just lift your legs up towards your head. Let the top of your hands come towards the top of your head, your forehead. And this is Vishishtasana. Visualize yourself excelling in everything in this posture. Now, slowly relax. Keep your hands underneath your shins as you take your hands up to the shoulder, pulling your hand and interlacing your fingers behind your neck. In Bhujasana, visualize yourself as a cobra. The next asana is Kalyanasana. So in the same seated posture, bring your hands around from behind your neck, remove them and put them around your back, interlacing the fingers behind you. Gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in Kalyanasana. The next posture is Sankatasana. So now, uncross your hands from behind you. Release yourself completely onto the ground. Place your left knee on the mat and the left foot flat. Sit on top of your left foot, knee pointed forward. Raise your right leg on top of the left, bringing the right heel to the left hip. Place your hands on the opposite knees. Here, do the Ujjayi Pranayama. As you inhale and exhale, make the sound of an ocean. Visualize yourself as a swan, a beautiful swan, in Sankatasana. The next is Dhenukasana. Just in the same position, slide your left heel to the left hip. Keep your right knee on top of the left. Place both your hands on your right thigh. Visualize a cow in your inner space as you suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha, Dhenukasana. Now slowly uncross your legs as we move into Matsyendrasana. Place the right foot on the left thigh, the left foot on the right knee. Bring your left hand behind your back, hold the right thigh. Twist a little bit. Place your right hand on your left thigh. Twist your body, gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana, Matsyendrasana 2, just untwist your body. As you clasp the respective toes of both your feet with your hands, lean forward and down, bringing your forehead to the ground in front of your feet. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Raise up now. Keep your legs in the same position. We have the Guru Asana. Interlace your fingers together and place it over the topmost knee. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha, clench your perineum in the Mula Bandha, tuck your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha. As you engage all three bandhas, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Let us now repeat Sankatasana on the other side. So, you can release your hands, your legs as you cross the other leg over. Visualizing yourself as a swan, remember to put your hands on the opposite knees. The next asana, Dhenukasana, repeating it on the other side. Slide your leg out, bring both your hands to the topmost knee. Suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize a cow in your inner space. Matsyendrasana again, repeating it on the other side. Bring your legs to the cross-leg position. Twist your body around as you gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Untwist as we enter into Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. Hold on to your feet, bring your forehead to the ground, continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Slowly raise up and let us do Guru Asana on the other side. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Interlace your fingers, place it on top of your knee. Continue to visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as we do Guru Asana. Now, slowly uncross your feet and place them flat on the ground, knees towards the chest in Pashasana. Keep your hands holding the opposite knees, thighs together, and keep your spine completely erect. Continue the Khechari Mudra, where your tongue is pressed against the roof of your mouth. As you gaze at your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. As you breathe in and out, make the sound like an ocean. Now in the same position, just bring your chin towards your knees in Bodha Shokasana. Lean forward, gazing at your nose, and visualize Swamiji, the abode of bliss in your inner space. Now raise up and bring your hands, uncross your hands, bring your hands underneath your knees, clasping the opposite elbows in Kurakatasana. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, in the same position as Kurakatasana, just cross your ankles into Sumati Asana. Toes pointed upwards. Gaze at the nose. Visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in your inner space. The next asana is Dandasana. Extend your feet out straight in front of you. Keep your arms straight above your head. Interlace the fingers from inside out. Let your wrists point outwards. Engage the Mahamudra Bandha, all the three bandhas. As you gaze at your nose in Dandasana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Arambhasana. Now keeping your legs straight, release the Jalandhara Bandha and the Udyana Bandha, keeping your perineum clenched in Mula Bandha. Lean forward and down. Hold your big toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. Head to your knees. Do here the Nadi Shodhana Pranayama. Inhale through the left nostril, hold and exhale through the right. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Bhidokasana. So slightly raise your body up and bring your hands underneath your knees, extending your knees slightly up. Keep your heels a bit apart from each other and clasp your feet. Bring your shoulders down, wrapping your hands around your legs. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. So from here, let's enter into Jalandhari Pavasana. So you can actually remain in the same position with your hands underneath your calves and just bring the soles of your feet together. You might want to bring your body closer. Place your head on top of your feet with the palms facing upwards on the ground. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now slowly bring your hands out from underneath and come to a seated position. Stretch your legs out as we enter into Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Here we have a new Kumbhaka, the Pratyahara Kumbhaka, where you will feel your breath coming from your Mooladhara Chakra up to the Brahmarandra above the Sahasrara. This is the Pratyahara Kumbhaka. In Urdhva Paschimottanasana, extend your legs out, lift one foot behind your neck and lean forward and down towards your foot, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, slowly, keeping your leg behind your neck, lay onto your back as we enter into Anantasana. Hold the foot from the top of the opposite hand. Visualize yourself as infinite, endless, eternal. Gaze at your nose in Anantasana. Just now, in the same position, roll onto your elbow of the hand holding the foot. Gaze at your nose, feeling in complete control like Swamiji in Ankushasana. Slowly remove the leg from behind your neck. Take a moment to stretch, relax. Lay on your back. Bring your knees towards your chest. Bring your hands around, encircling the thighs and the calves with your arms. Roll to the left and right in Drishasana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. On the other side, let us repeat it. Raise up to a sitting position and bring the other foot behind your neck. Lean forward and down, clasping your foot. Repeating Anantasana on the other side, lay on your back, bring the opposite hand to the foot, gaze at your nose, and continuing the gaze at your nose, roll onto the elbow as we repeat Ankushasana on the other side. Now, you can release your foot and try to remain in the same position without removing the leg from behind your neck as you bring the other leg too to cross behind your neck with both your legs behind your head. Laying on your back, bring both your hands to clasp behind your back. Gaze to your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Yoga Nidrasana. As we enter into Atmaramasana, in the same position you can uncross your hands from behind your back. Bring it up, continuing to keep it underneath the legs. Just clasp it behind your neck. So you can bring your legs out from behind your neck. Just let your hands interlace behind your neck, gazing to your nose, visualizing the Atma Rama, Bhagavan Mahavishnu within you as your soul blessing you, as you gaze at your nose in Atma Ramasana. Now, you can release your hands and legs. Continue to lay on your back as we enter into Kochikasana. Bring your knees to your chest with the soles facing upwards. Extend your arms sideways as you gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, from Kochikasana, Keep your arms reached out to the sides at shoulder level. As we enter into Jatara Parivritti 1, keep one knee bent, twist it and bring it to the ground on the opposite side with the other leg extended straight. In Jatara Parivritti 2, keep both the knees bent to one side. And in Jatara Parivritti 3, keep both the legs straight to one side. Throughout this, keep your head looking in the opposite direction. And let us repeat this on the other side. You can bring your knees back to your chest. Let your legs out, go to the other side and do Jatara Parivritti 1, 2 and 3. The next asana is Dvipada Pitham. So now from Jatara Parivritti you can bring your feet down, lay on your back with your knees pointed upwards, feet flat on the ground. Extend your hands holding your ankles. And lift your hips up. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha automatically as you raise your hips up. Gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as a bridge in Dvipada Pitham. Now in Paryankasana, so you can lay back onto the ground and place your feet flat. Bring your arms over your head, placing the hands flat near your shoulders with the fingers pointing towards the feet. Lift your entire body up and off the ground in Paryankasana as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture. Lay back down slowly as you bring your hands out. Keep your knees to your chest here and your hands on the shoulders as we enter into Svottanasana. Visualize you're laying on your back as a playful dog. Move your hips in the circular motion. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Now let us enter into Viparita Karani. First, bringing your arms out from behind your shoulders. Let your arms be extended by the side of your body. Use the strength of your arms, palms flat on the ground, to push your body, your upper body, your lower body off the mat. And keep your legs straight above you, extended. Move your legs around and around in Viparita Karani. Automatically the Jalandhara Bandha is engaged. Breathing during the Jalandhara Bandha is the Murcha Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Viparita Karani 2. In the same position, just stop the rotational movement of your legs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, as we enter into Langalasana, just let your feet from the top rest onto the ground above your head. Interlace your fingers in the Parashu Mudra behind your body. Visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana, continuing to engage the Jalandhara Bandha. Bhumim karshayet Langalasanam bhavati. Now, in Shaita Paschimottanasana, bring your hands out from behind your body and hold on to the toes above your head. Keep your legs and hands completely straight. Visualize Paramashiva as Shaita Paschimottanasana is one of the 84 different asanas directly revealed by Paramashiva himself. Continue to do the Murcha Kumbhaka, inhaling and exhaling with the Jalandhara Bandha. Clasping your toes now, spread your feet wide apart from each other in Supta Konasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Bring your feet back together as we enter into Chakrasana. Clasp your ankles, keeping your legs and hands completely straight above your head. Visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel in Chakorasana. Now slowly rest your back onto the ground. Keep your legs raised up in Supta Prasarita Padangushtasana. Clasp the respective toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers and spread your legs out wide apart from each other. Visualizing Swamiji in your inner space, restart the Ujjayi Kumbhaka where you're inhaling and exhaling, making the sound of an ocean. Bring your feet together in Supta Padangushtasana in the same position, continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, bring your feet Release your feet and bring them into Padmasana. As you lay flat on your back in Matsyasana, hold the opposite elbows over your head, gazing at your nose. Visualize Matsyavatara, the fish form of Bhagavan Mahavishnu. Now in the same position, put one hand over the other, extend it straight above your head. As you visualize Lord Rama in your inner space, continue to gaze at your nose. Now, slowly bring your hands to your hips as we enter into Sarvangasana. Lift your hips and legs up into the sky, crossing your legs in Padmasana. Let your hands support you, your elbows on the floor. Do the Jalandhara Bandha as you gaze at your nose in Sarvangasana. Now, bring your hips back onto the ground in Vrishchikasana. So, in the Padmasana, just remove one foot alone. Keep one foot on the opposite knee as you pull the knee towards your face. Let your hands stretch out above your head, hooking forward as you raise your upper back off the ground, visualizing yourself as a scorpion in Vrishchikasana, gazing Nityanandam to all the participants, all those who are joining us for the first day of the Paramashiva, for the fourth day of the Paramashivoham Level-1 program. Nityanandam to all of you. I request if each of you can take a few minutes, settle down after that intense yoga, and come on camera. We'll be entering into a beautiful power manifestation session now. So I request each and every one of you to quickly settle down. Ma Yvonne, Shaunaya, Ma Elizabeth Crow. I hope all of you are able to hear me clearly. Mazik-san Liu. So we'll be starting after that intense yoga session. We'll be doing a power manifestation now. See, what is the power of, why power manifestation? See, power manifestation is the way we are going to be expressing the energy in our daily life that we have received through the Nityananda Yoga. So that is why we are going to now, it will solidify and you will see the power manifestation will be 10 times more after doing the yoga. So again, as usual, we'll be starting with the power of third eye, the power of being able to see with your eyes closed, which revealed by Paramashiva in the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, where Paramashiva says, Kapalantarmanonyasya tishthanmilitalochanaha Kramena manaso dadhyat lakshaye lakshamuttamam. And furthermore, as Bhagavan Shri Krishna initiated Arjuna to see his Vishwarupa Darshan, to see his cosmic form, and he says, Divyam dadami te chakshuhu pashyame yogam aishwaram. I give you the divine third eye vision. This power actually manifested very, very interestingly in the life of Swamiji himself. In Swamiji's life, there was an incident when Swamiji was about 12 years of age. Swamiji was sitting in the top of the Pavalakundra hill, which is a small hillock in Tiruvannamalai, and meditating. Not really meditating, Swamiji says, I was just playing with the technique of looking into the source of my thoughts. Who is feeling pain within me? So this was a small game Swamiji used to play with himself. And Swamiji was sitting there, and suddenly, that moment, the seeking overtook him. And a very profound experience happened, where the first thing Swamiji realized, he was able to see everything. His eyes had closed, and he was able to see everything around him, above him, below him, all the 360 degrees, exactly as it was. The next second, he realized not only was he able to see, he was able to feel himself living, alive within each and every one of those things. This is beautifully how Swamiji himself has demonstrated this beautiful power of third eye. And Swamiji reveals that for the next 3 days, Swamiji was in that space of just being able to see everything going on around him. So now, this is the exact power each of us are going to be manifesting. I request each of you to go ahead and tie your eyes, close your eyes. You can use a shawl or a blindfold. We'll be continuing today with the shapes of a particular color. So as we did yesterday, we'll be continuing with scanning through the third eye particular shapes. So I request everyone to close your eyes and sit. Just chant the Mahavakya in your inner space. Paramashivoham. You'll just see how Swamiji reveals to you the shape and the color which is on your screen right now.
Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham
Now you can go ahead and post what it is Swamiji showed you in your third eye. Whatever Swamiji revealed to you, you can go ahead and post that. And you can see right now that the answer of what I had shown was, it was actually a light orange peachish color oval.
Paramashivoham Paramashivoham
So now we'll enter into the next round of manifestation. One more round where we'll be scanning again the shape and the color of the shape. Okay, so let's see. Just connect to Swamiji. Remember to chant the Mahavakya deeply in your inner space and ask Swamiji to reveal to you right now what is the shape being shown to you.
Paramashivoham 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 Shivoham
I request you to post what it is Swamiji has shown you. Colors, shapes, anything. Whatever it is Swamiji has shown you. Swamiji showed you a certain number. That's perfectly alright. You can go ahead and post that also. Anyone, whatever it is, go to the detail of what Swamiji has shown you. Yeah, I'll show the answer now. The answer is actually it was a green pentagon with 5.5 corners. A green pentagon was actually what was the exact shape that I had kept for all of you. And now with that beautiful power manifestation, we'll be entering into the topic of the day. Today, the whole entire day, we are basic, a very, very powerful truth. This truth is that of the Shiva Sutras. What are these Shiva Sutras? The Shiva Sutras are the collections of the aphorisms of Paramashiva. All the most essence of the teachings that Paramashiva gave to Devi herself. Swamiji says, the best guru tells to the best disciple. And not only that, the most best thing about this is the disciple is in the space of oneness with the guru. So there's Swamiji says about the Shiva Sutras, there's absolutely no editing done. The Shiva Sutras are there as it is, without any editing. So we're going to start learning what are the Shiva Sutras, an introduction to these Shiva Sutras. Shiva Sutras are the techniques given by Paramashiva himself to Devi Paramashiva Shakti for her to experience the state, space, powers, being and superconsciousness of Paramashiva. They are ageless truths. See, Hinduism, Sanatana Hindu Dharma are ageless truths, ageless wisdom. Shiva Sutras is the essence of that wisdom. There are 112 meditation techniques to experience that oneness with Paramashiva. Today, we will look into some of these sutras, not just look into them, but actually experience these sutras. So, are we all ready for this? Who are going to be joining today as we experience these 112 techniques revealed directly by Swamiji himself? Very beautiful, very powerful. See, Swamiji says each of these truths, each of these sutras, actually Swamiji beautifully describes the difference between anything else and a sutra. A shastra is that which is made to appeal to the mind of a intellectual. It is made to cater to the intellectual mind, to the person in the logic. Highly logical, highly philosophical. That is the shastras. The next are the stotras, made to appeal to one who is most emotionally inclined in the breath dimension. The stotras, the various hymns, prayers, extolling the glories of Paramashiva. And the third are the sutras, for those sincere seekers who are in the being level, who just want an immediate click to manifest Paramashiva. Each of these Shiva Sutras has the power to create a new religion itself, Swamiji reveals. That is the power of these Shiva Sutras. Each and every sutra of these, Swamiji says, can create a new religion. The Shiva Sutras have caused a breakthrough for human consciousness. They are complete completion. Swamiji says nothing can be added or removed from them. And whoever gets the opportunity to listen to these sacred sutras are blessed. These Shiva Sutras are one of the most powerful techniques we can understand. They are the most powerful gift boons we can receive directly from Paramashiva himself. So I request each one of you to listen carefully and participate as we are going through this whole understanding, the whole day of cognizing the higher truths, the Shiva Sutras.
Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Paramashivoham.
Swamiji says that these 112 Shiva Sutras were compiled into 64 books, like the Guru Gita, Kularnava Tantra, Mahanirvana Tantra, Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Spandakarika. And in those 64 tantras, which Paramashiva has given, everything possible that we want in our life to Devi. This whole is the main source scripture of them. From the Rudra Yamala Tantra, which is a Bhairava Agama. The Vijnana Bhairava Tantra are how Paramashiva revealed the Shiva Sutras to Devi herself. The whole Shiva Sutras are revealed in the space of complete Ananda, complete joy. Devi was a platform for Paramashiva to deliver this science. Guru needs a platform without any restrictions in any level so that he can deliver the science as it is to the whole world. Devi asks, "Oh Paramashiva, what is your reality? What is the wonder-filled universe? What constitutes seed? What centers the universal wheel? What is the life beyond form pervading forms?" For Devi continues to beautifully inquire into the nature of reality. The Shiva Sutras are the techniques given by Paramashiva. There's no intellectual introductions, sugarcoating, brain candy. It's the first spiritual book that goes straight to the point. See, Swamiji reveals that for any book, usually, there are 4 parts to any book. The first is the Brahmana part, okay, the truth as it is. What is the point to be conveyed through the book? Now, in that, if there is a compromise due to a fear or greed for power, either there's a fear of power or there's a greed to get power, and therefore the truth being conveyed is compromised, then it is the Kshatriya part. If the truth is compromised because of fear of unacceptance, it's the Kshatriya part. Let's say the actual truth is something, but I compromise it a little bit because I feel, okay, people are not going to accept this truth as it is. I have to modify it a little for people to understand it, for people to accept it. That is adding of the Kshatriya part. So in Hinduism, there are major 4 varnas, 4 vocations for each and every being. The Brahmana part, which is the knowledge-centric, the Kshatriya part, which is the political power-centric, the Vaishya part, the trade and economy-centric, and the Shudra part, the manual labor-centric part. Swamiji says, if it is adjusted a little bit, if something is modified in the truth, so that it creates greed in the reader's mind, for the person to feel more and more interested in it for the sake of greed, it is the added into it. And if there is a part added, which is completely unnecessary, it is not put for any purpose, it is just a random adding, it is the Shudra part. Every book has 4 parts. The pure knowledge for the sake of knowledge, the part compromised due to fear, due to unacceptance, the part compromised to create greed, and unnecessary parts. Swamiji beautifully reveals that these Shiva Sutras is the only book which has only the Brahmana part. It has only the pure knowledge as it is without being adjusted for fear, for greed, or for unnecessary items. There is no compromising out of fear. There is no compromising out of greed, nor is there even a single unnecessary word because the one listening is in complete oneness with the one speaking it. They and Paramashiva are in complete oneness. Swamiji says, when I am revealing on the Shiva Sutras, I am not commenting, I am not adding, I am not removing, I am just presenting as it is in English because the original thing is in Sanskrit. Swamiji beautifully has given all of this as assurance that there is no changing. Swamiji says there is no even Phalashruti for this. There is no saying this will be the benefit of understanding. No, it's just the simple truth straight away. Now, to listen to these sacred secrets, there is something important we all must do. We have to become daily. For Paramashiva to reveal these truths as it is to us, for us to receive these truths as it is from Paramashiva. Don't remember, are you a male, are you a female? Just feel, I am a being. Identity and form. You are just a being. You are Devi herself. You have become the passive mother energy to receive Paramashiva. You have become a womb so that Paramashiva can happen in you. Just being connected, innocent, is the most fundamental prerequisite to receive a truth. It should not be diluted in any way because dilution is dangerous. Saralatva, as Ramakrishna Paramahamsa says, simplicity. Nothing else is required for the breakthrough to happen. Some of the Shiva Sutras Swamiji reveals will be so innocent because they are made for innocent beings. Just by looking at a leaf falling from the tree, you can get enlightened. Swamiji says that the Shiva Sutras are those aphorisms which have been created for every being in the modern world itself. For even the modern mind, the Shiva Sutras have been made. So let's now take a few minutes to meditate on Devi, manifest her within us. the right space which each and every one of us are in to receive the ultimate truths of the Shiva Sutras. I request anyone who is here, Malvon, Shania, Elizabeth, all of us can now experience this higher space. See, Swamiji says, these Shiva Sutras are just when you hear it. Actually, there's a beautiful incident which happened in the life of a great master called Ramdas. He just said, Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Just saying these words, he became enlightened. Just the word was enough. Or else if we hear our own life, that was Ram. But the inner sense that was there was more than powerful enough to make everything happen within. Sutras, which Paramashiva highlights about the different things, the different ways the Shiva Sutras can do. The very first sutra which Paramashiva reveals goes like Marutontar Bahirvapi Vyad Yugma Nivartanat Bhairavya Bhairavastheyam Bhairavi Vyajyate Vapuhu. When the ingoing pranic air and outgoing pranic air are both restrained in the space, return, the essence of Bhairava, which is not different from Bhairavi, manifests. The literal meaning of this is what is Vipassana, which you learn in Buddhism. This sutra is the essence which created the whole religion of Buddhism. Swamiji says no other technique has brought so many millions to enlightenment. Swamiji says this is the one technique he would choose out of all the millions of meditation techniques, because if all the spiritual knowledge of the planet was lost, this one technique can keep enlightenment alive. Swamiji goes on deeper and deeper into explaining the greater truths of the sutras. So simple. So let us try one technique out now. Okay? Where Paramashiva says Kama Krodha Lobham Mahamadan Matsarya Gochare Buddhim Nistimitam Kritva Tat Tattvam Avashishyate. When lust, anger, greed, delusion, arrogance, and jealousy are seen within, having fixed the mind completely, the underlying tattva or essence alone remains. So now, close your eyes. With any tension or irritation that's there currently in your body, just sit. Remember your most intimate enemy, the persons or the people who have created anger in you. Remember the people, the objects, or situations that create deep anger in you. Allow yourself to create the intense anger. Let the anger immediately come up within you. Do this for a few minutes. Forget the object, forget the person, the situations that created the anger in you. Just go to the source of the energy from where the emotion is arising, the source of the heat and irritation. Allow yourself to reach the deepest level of meditation. Slowly relax now. This space that we all just experienced is the most ultimate space. Now, we'll be entering into a beautiful session from Swamiji on the greater truths of the Shiva Sutras. Paramashiva is going to be revealing to us the secret of going deeper with it. Each and every of these sutras Swamiji reveals has the power to create a religion. So just listen intensely as we enjoy these truths from Swamiji himself. पूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारम् आनन्दगुरुं भजे स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारम् आनन्दगुरुं भजे क्षणात्रयविध्वंसं गुणावस्थाविवर्जितं सर्वदेवं सर्वमदं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे क्षणात्रयविध्वंसं विवर्जितं सर्वदेवं सर्वमदं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे ईक्षणात्रयविध्वंसं विवर्जितं सर्वदेवं सर्वमदं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे ईक्षणात्रयविध्वंसं
सदा शिवसमारम्भाम् शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तम् वन्दे on with my love and respects. Before entering into the sutras, today's aphorism, I want all of you to sit for a few seconds, sit straight, and just prepare yourself. Because today's subject is my very favorite subject. Maybe for a few seconds, you can close your eyes and pray to Mahadeva, Shiva, and the tradition of enlightened masters, enlightened beings, to give us this understanding. Because this understanding about which I'm going to talk gave me the courage to leave the home. So take few seconds. Sada Shiva Samarambam Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryandam Vande Param. Yes. Usually this stotra is chanted just to correct your voice and tone. But the moment I remember the Guru Parampara, the tradition of masters, my voice is choked. Today's subject is Maya. The content is Maya. Very important word in our spiritual tradition. Very important thing to be understood for anybody who wants to live the life blissfully. Anybody who wants to live basic understanding. Actually, many times, the young age I used to think I should leave the home, live a sannyas life, learning and working towards enlightenment. But always why today, why not tomorrow? Little later, that's okay. What is the urgency to take the jump immediately? Always used to come and I was always postponing. The decision was never made. It was just going. Suddenly, one day, when I was reading one of the Shankara's work on this Maya, somehow the concept clicked. Yesterday, the clicking should happen. Just reading or learning also won't help. Sometimes the click happens. You understand much more than what is written in the book. If you are just reading and understanding the meaning of all the words according to the Oxford Dictionary, it is reading. Suddenly, sometimes, the understanding which comes from the words and all your doubts start disappearing. The whole puzzle falls in tune. Everything suddenly appears more clear. That click has to happen. That click happened in me when I studied the truth, that idea of Maya. The moment the click happened, I was ready not only to leave the house, decided to live like a Shankara. So, ran away. Is the place Shankara became enlightened. It's called Omkareshwar, where Shankara met his master, Govindapada, in a cave. Of course, small boy. I didn't think that there will be nobody in that cave. Now, actually, when I understood that Maya, the concept of Maya, it gave me so much of joy and courage to do anything. I decided I live like a Shankara. Shankara left the home at the age of 7 and wandered and reached Omkareshwar, Madhya Pradesh, on the banks of Narmada. He met his guru, Govindapada, in a cave, and by his grace and a meditation, he became enlightened on the banks of Narmada. So I was thinking, at least somebody from Shankara's lineage will be sitting in that cave. So I can go and catch them and become enlightened. Maybe around the age of 15. So left the home and straight inquired about that Omkareshwar and reached the place. Of course, the cave was empty. Only his murti was, his statue is there. Even though it was shocking in the initial level, the cave is empty, nobody is there to teach. Somehow, this one understanding of Maya gave so much courage to continue my practice. Stayed there for some time, and of course, because there's nobody else to guide, I started wandering and even came back to the native place once, and then, of course, my wandering continued, my search, everything continued. But this one understanding gave me such big push. It opened a big door in me. The moment I saw the sutra, I was so filled with joy. Oh God, today there is going to be a wonderful subject. Usually before coming to the class only I just see the sutra. What is today's sutra? The moment I saw the sutra, I was filled with joy and energy because I am trying to reproduce the same understanding and experience which happened in me. Understand, there is every possibility you will catch the glimpse. I am not telling you will run away from a home. No. I am not saying you will leave your home and go to Omkareshwar. No. You will have the same energy and excitement and liberation. The mood of liberation when you realize this truth. See, I had tremendous energy to do what I want to do further in my life. So you will also have the same tremendous energy when you understand this truth about Maya. When you understand the truth about this Maya. So, enter into the Mahadeva's Sutra, Mahadeva's aphorism. Let me read the translation. Illusions deceive, colors subscribe, even divisibles are indivisible. Look and become Shiva. The word Maya cannot be translated into English. Usually the word Maya is translated as illusion in English. Illusion is not the right word. No. Illusion is not the right word. Thinking the lesser reality as the higher reality is what we call Maya. Understand? If you think your dreams are reality, you are caught in Maya. If you think this is your ultimate reality, you are caught in Maya. That's all. This is not illusion. What you are seeing, you can't say this is illusion. No. This is not ultimate. Your understanding this is ultimate is illusion. Vivekananda says beautifully, when he was given the first experience by Ramakrishna, Ramakrishna touched him and gave him the first experience. When enlightened masters touch you, the downloading of the enlightenment software can happen in you. Straight software to you. You don't even have to agree. Understand? You don't even need to give your consent. Straight away they can open your being. And actually, it is nothing more than chewing a bitter leaf for them. Your mind is nothing more than a chewing bitter. Just chew and spit on corner. So Ramakrishna gave that experience and he said one word, everything is Maya. Suddenly such big opening in Vivekananda's being. He says, I was walking in Calcutta. He is going back from Ramakrishna's temple where Ramakrishna was saying, Dakshineswar temple to his home. He says, on the way there are many pillars in the road. I hit my head to see whether they are all really real, whether they are all staying. Because I felt whatever is in front of me is not as I always used to think. Let me tell you this story. This story will throw a new light. One day, early morning, a Zen master comes out of his bedroom and starts crying. Usually, Zen masters are known for their joy and bliss. They are very joyful, radiating, and very blissful beings. beings. Somehow, even in Hindu tradition, we lost a little bit of bliss in the name of peace. The problem is only the old fellows become swamis. No, really, when everything is over, when there is no life or energy to even to laugh, that's why the bliss part is little missed in the Hindu tradition. Of course, it is there. Zen, they kept alive. Zen is not only just peace, it's intense silence, not just dead silence. They are known to be very joyful. Let's say, even their God, they have described, laughing Buddha. People are courageous enough to worship laughing Buddha. Laughing all the time in joy. But unusual, this is a very unusual thing, a Zen master coming out of his bedroom and crying. All his 10,000 disciples gathered around him. The Zen masters live with a huge group, 10,000, 20,000. And all his disciples gathered. They asked, what happened? Why are you crying, master? You are an enlightened. You are a Buddha. Why are you crying? He said, no, yesterday night I dreamt that I became butterfly and started flying all over. The disciple said, that's okay. That's a dream. Now you are all right. Why are you crying about that? Why are you bothered about that? Leave it. He says beautifully, understand? He says, no, I don't know whether I dreamt that I became butterfly or the butterfly is dreaming now that it has become a master. Understand? This word looks very funny, but this is the key. This is the key to open. He says, I do not know whether master dreamt he became butterfly or the butterfly became master. Actually, we don't know. There is no scale. You are sitting and listening to me. I may be dreaming that you are all here listening to me, and you may be dreaming that you are sitting here and listening to me. Sometimes when you plan and decide to go somewhere, but you have 20 minutes, so you think, let me have a good nap, a small nap, and you lie down in your couch or sofa, already at that spot. You will be dreaming at that spot. There's every possibility in 10 minutes, and you'll be sitting in your house. You don't know. There is no scale. There is no scale. You may think, no, I can pinch myself and see I am sitting here only in pinch. You can pinch yourself. And you may say, no, my friend is here, who is from different area. He is also seeing you, I am also seeing you. Maybe with that, I can confirm that I am in reality. No. In your dream also, you can see your friends. Understand? In your dream, if you, family, all of you are in Delhi, for example, you are dreaming, you and your whole family is in Delhi. So all of you will see the same Delhi. Because even your family people are same way. Every possibility people are sitting next to you can be your projection in your dream now. There is no scale. You are not dreaming. You are not dreaming. When I first read this Zen story, it was a very shocking revelation. Yes, true. We don't know. But your conscious is not ready to believe. No, 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 no. I know. I drove my car. I know. I know where my house is. No, no, no. This Swami is talking too much. Your unconscious doesn't want to leave that hold. Even though for a moment you think, yes, we don't know. We are in a waking state. You just console yourself. No, 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 no. I know. I can go back to my same house. I have all my safe things. I have everything secured. No, no, no. This can't be dream. I am okay. Relax. If you accept or start working on the reality, whatever you see can be Maya. It feels as if the ground on which you are standing is opening or giving way, is taken away. It feels too much. So you don't want to explore, you don't want to think about it. You don't want to remember it. There's a beautiful sutra in Brahma Sutra, the first sutra of Brahma Sutra. It says, Atatu Brahma Jinyasat. Let us inquire into the reality. Let us inquire into the truth. Sutra, it says, courageous person who is behind, wherever truth leads, can enter into this science. Understand? I was thinking, why in the Vedic tradition, anybody wants to become enlightened has to leave their home. They have to become homeless. No, really, they have to become homeless. It is a basic condition for enlightenment. You can't be in your hometown. You have to start wandering, studying. That's a basic condition. Sometimes I wondered why our Vedic masters have put this as a basic condition. Because if you stay in one place and do research and experience, you can teach to so many people. All major religions, which is catching the majority of the planet Earth, which is the largest followers, they all have a permanent address. But a person from his permanent address is a basic condition for the Vedic tradition. I thought that's very impractical. I think marketing strategy. Wrong marketing strategy. Then I realized our tradition is not created for marketing. It was created to create a product. People who put their energy in creating product never bother to market it. People who are working on marketing never bother to create a product. Anyhow, what to do? It's very strange. The Vedic tradition, the moment you want to do the research on the truth, you are asked to be homeless. Because to enter into the ultimate truth, you need to have the courage to go behind where it leads. It may suddenly give you, open a new door to you. You must be able to go into the door only when you can see the next door. It needs courage. That is why becoming homeless or just exploring the truth into the deeper and deeper level has been made as a compulsory basic value for anybody who wants to explore the reality, explore into the truth. society was created for this kind of a lifestyle. That is why in India, any village you can go, you can survive, food, stay, respect, this cloth, that's all. They won't even ask your name. All you need is 3 meters this cloth. Nothing else. Nobody will question your name, background, nothing. This cloth, if you know a few words logically to speak, it's okay. Otherwise also no problem, you can say Mauni Baba. Silent Baba. You can be as you feel. You receive food, shelter, with respect. Understand, that is the beauty. And then give you. They will give you, only then they will eat. The whole society was created for this kind of a research and development. It was just amazing that every village knows the concept of sadhu. There was no mass communication system. There is no television. There is no other mass communication system. But the whole country knows the sadhu system, the sannyas tradition. If you have this cloth, you can survive anywhere in India. You will not be down. That is the main thing. Here when you see a homeless guy, how do you look? With or sympathy. Not you look like that. Respect. Sympathy. Still not in the family. He is suffering. That's surprising. The whole society was created for this kind of understanding and learning and research and development. Of course, only with that courage, you will be able to explore into this truth. Step by step into realities, whatever you think is basic reality, time, space, length, breadth, depth, whatever you think as reality is made out of same stuff in which your dreams are made. Understand? In your dream, out of this stuff, space is made, the same wax, same mold, same material. This, what you see as a reality, is also made. Let me first answer all the questions which can come in your mind, because I know the frequently asked questions. And we always think, no, we can ask much better questions. We are not that intelligent. All questions which we will have in our mind can be classified in just 1 or 2 categories. Over. Nothing is required. Nothing is required. But only one thing required. Courage to go behind the inquiry. Courage to go behind the truth, wherever it is. If you become fanatic, understand, you are always programmed wrongly. If you are religious, then you will become fanatic. I say no. If you are irreligious, to be a communist, you need to be fanatic. To be irreligious, you need to be fanatic. To be inquiring into the truth, to be a son of a spiritual seeker, you can't be fanatic. Only a person who is not ready to look into the truth means materialistic. Only he will be fanatic. That is why in the Vedic tradition we say, Anybody who is ready to look into the truth, completely open and courageous to go behind, wherever it may lead. System, when somebody becomes enlightened, he will go around and sit with all other scholars, pundits, learned people. He will open up his understanding. The other person will open up his understanding. Whoever can take the other person to the understanding, he will follow him. That's all. That is what was the condition before Shankara and Mandana Mishra started their vada, their argument. Mandana Mishra says, if you take me to the deeper level truth, then I know I will become your follower. If you take me to the deeper level, if I take you to the deeper level, you know, you will become my follower. That's all. Understand, there is no arrogance. There is no violence. There is no arrogance. There is no violence. The only tradition which never used sword to convert people. Neither used bread nor used blood to convince or convert people. There was such a loving interaction. And you know the beauty. Who is the judge? Mandana Mishra's wife. Shankara is the person who is choosing the judge. He says, I know your wife is very honest. Let her be the judge. Then understand, you can't even call this as argument. You can only call this as an opening up. If it was an argument, if it was with vested interest, you can't put your up in his wife. Of course, I don't know whether Shankara thought enemy is friend. Mandana Mishra wouldn't have agreed. But Mandana Mishra also agreed. Let Sharada is the name of the Mandana Mishra's wife. Let Sharada be the judge. It was such a beautiful, open, them are helping, leading the other person to the deeper and deeper levels of truth. Means both of them are courageous enough to explore. And this lady judge, who was appointed as a judge, you should see her intelligence. She says, you see, both seekers, if you don't have in your understanding, if you are open to learn further, you will not have vengeance. If you have vengeance, you will be fanatic, you will be caught with your vested interests, you will not be open to learn further. Now I have to declare, sitting here with vengeance has failed. Now how to find out who is sitting here with vengeance and who is sitting here with a true seeking? She says, I'll put two garlands made out of same kind of flowers. Whose garland dries first? Means if you have vengeance, your body will radiate a kind of a heat. Flower cannot stand. Flower can't stand that heat radiated by vengeance. Understand? All your emotions will radiate a kind of a fever in your body. Whether it is anger or vengeance or fear or greed. That is why when you are caught in lust, you will see a different temperature. When you are caught in fear, when adrenaline release happens in your system, you will see a different temperature. She knows this can't stand the heat created by vengeance. So she creates two garlands, puts it on both the persons. She says, now start. If you are seekers, you will never lose your balance. You will never become violent. You will not use aggressive words in your talking. You will only be healing. Understand? A true seeker will only be radiating healing. He will only open up, try to help the other person to go to the deeper levels of reality. It was such a beautiful space. After 3 days, persons can sit and argue without losing their temper. Just imagine. I don't think any of us can manage 30 minutes. If it is your family or spouse, not more than 3 minutes. New guy, and if it is a business transaction, there is a possibility for 30 minutes. That is also maximum. He is also expecting a big gain and you are also expecting a big gain. Keep your passions for 30 minutes. Otherwise, I don't think there is any possibility. 3 days, both the guys are so cool, completely collective, centered, not a single moment, single word expressing violence, expressing anger or vengeance means what? Completely they are ready to go behind the truth. They are ready to go behind the truth. Understand? Here they are gambling with their life actually. If Mandana Mishra fails, he has to leave his wife, and Mandana Mishra already had 10,000 disciples. He was a guru, he was a master by himself. He was a guru on his own right. He has to now tell his 10,000 disciples he was a master without complete knowledge. Where he will keep his face. That is the worst death. Much worse than death. He has to now lose his whole face. And the same way Shankara. Shankara also already had enough of disciples, followers. And if he is conquered or if he loses, he has to give his whole life. At least Mandana Mishra is a little old. He was around 60. He may live only a few more years. But Shankara was very young, his whole life. He has to serve Mandana Mishra and his wife. And for a Swami to serve a Grihi is too much. The whole life is at stake. They are gambling with life. But even gamble with their life, they are ready to only seek. They are ready for truth. They are not ready to use even little violence or vengeance for some vested interests. They are ready to explore the truth. And the story says, after 3 days, one flower, only one flower in Mandana Mishra's garland dried up. So at one corner, unconsciously, a little bit of vengeance came out of Mandana Mishra. Sharada declared, "You lost." Sharada declared, "You lost." Still, in one corner of your mind, you have vengeance. Means you have some vested interests in what you believe. As long as you have vested interest in what you believe, you can't be a real scientist. You see, you can't be a real scientist if you already signed contract with the marketing agencies. No. If you already signed your contracts with the companies who are funding you, their own interests, scientists. If you have vested interests, you can't be a yes. Now you are lost. He won the argument. Now you are supposed to follow him. Then Mandana Mishra becomes disciple Shankara, and the story goes that then Shankara has to fight with Sharada also, means argue, not fight, argue with Sharada also, and convince her also. She also becomes disciple, and both of them fall. It is on Sharada's energy. He created the Sringeri Pitam, and Mandana Mishra was the first Acharya. He became Sureshwar Acharya, and he became the first Acharya. See, what we need to understand from this story, courage to go behind the truth, wherever it leads. If you can just open that courage, this understanding, the few things which we will explore today from the Shiva Sutra can open new doors for you. If you understand this clearly, you will have the courage. If you have little courage, you will have understanding. It's like a vicious circle. Who will start first? All right, I'll start from my side first. I'll give an understanding. Add courage to it. There is every possibility. Instead of being caught in vicious circle, you can be caught in virtuous circle. Vicious circle leads to more and more bondage. Virtuous circle leads to more and more liberation. Let's enter into the sutra. Illusions deceive, colors circumscribe, even divisibles are indivisible. Look, Shiva. To explain this Maya, our masters have used few beautiful examples. In Sanskrit decline, when you are walking alone, in this country you never walk alone in the dark. Always you are safe, not like Indian villages where regular routine, it's a part of a regular life. Walking alone in the darkness and all is a part of regular life. When you are walking in the dark, there is a line in front of you. The first part will be snake. Not only that moment only you will feel as if the rope is moving, the edge of the rope is moving in the air. For a few seconds, your whole body is flooded with adrenaline. You confirmed it is a snake. And you are ready to jump or to kill. If you have some stick or something, you will try to kill or you will try to run away. After a few minutes, suddenly if you look a little deep, with a little patience, let me see what it is. Then you realize it is a rope, not snake. It is just a rope, not snake. This is a very common experience which happens in our life. With this one story, one example, in Vedanta, they explain the whole Maya truth. The truth about Maya. See, because your hormones, your engrams, your samskaras wanted to see, it was seen like a snake. Because of its fear, because of its too much of greed towards life, or what you think as life, you saw that object as life-threatening object. And the moment you had little patience to look at the snake, one more thing, for those few moments when you are caught in fear, the rope is snake for you. Even though it is not snake, it was snake for you. Same way, when you are caught in fear, when you are caught in greed towards what you think as life, this whole world, even though it's a rope, it will look like a snake. Your constant fear that the whole world is waiting to cheat you is because of your fear. Understand? If you can't trust anybody, if you can't open up, if you are suffering with a deep loneliness, anybody, it is just because you are too much greed towards what you think as life. Whatever you think as life, you are too greedy about it. Too much greed. That's the reason we can't see the simple rope in the world. We constantly see the snake. Constantly we are seeing the snake. They call it Rajyasarva Nyaya. If you look little deep, every step in your life, you will be seeing snakes on the rope. Every step you will be seeing snakes. All kinds of snakes. Not one snake or two snakes. All kinds of snakes. There are a few questions. Let's explore those questions. Then I'll go further. Deep of Shiva says this technique. I was talking about this dream state and the waking state being one and the same. You may have a question, Swamiji, in the waking state, whenever we come back to the state, we have same house, same car, same wife, same life. It is not different. But in the dream state, whenever you go back to the dream state, it is different. Every day, you have a different house, you have a different farm, you have a different car, you have a different lifestyle. Maybe with this we can say dream is a dream and reality is reality. It looks very intelligent, but not. The question looks very logical and very intelligent, but it's not. Because the very concept of time is dependent on your mind. Understand? The very concept of time is dependent on your mind. I'll just put a diagram and explain to you how this question is not logical, or this understanding is not logical. Sometimes I used to be surprised. All these things we can talk now scientists claim our brains are so-called developed. Even the size of the brain has become bigger in last 300 years. You know that? Average size of human brain has become bigger in last 300 years. And so we may think that we are more intelligent, our IQ level has become high, and all these things we can analyze and understand. But 5,000 years ago, they were able to understand all these things and reproduce this understanding to the whole country, whole civilization. Just today I was talking to one of our devotees. I was telling the stability of the society. The stability of the society. One of our devotees, she was a doctor, she was telling me, Swamiji, here, when somebody falls sick, even family people don't bother. They just dump him in the hospital. The family people stay with the patient and take care. More than 70%, they just go for their job. The stability is very less, Swamiji. I was thinking, even after so many cultural invasion, if Manu is the first person who created the constitution of Vedic tradition, he is the person who declared the Vedic constitution, means the Smriti, lifestyle. If he comes back, I think he must be 10,000 years old, at least. If he comes back to the Indian village, even today he will feel homely. Feel homely. You may criticize so many things. I have heard enough of criticism on Manu. You may criticize any way, but one thing, he can stand for 10,000 years as meaningful personality. Unimaginable. 10,000 years, somebody can influence 1 billion people. One kind of a lifestyle, then understand the intellectual depth or the thinking you have had, you would have done it, or the clarity, just unimaginable. 5,000 years ago, which we are discussing now, these deeper questions, the deeper, not only they understood, they created methods to reproduce it. They created methods to reproduce it. Sometimes I used to wonder, because only last 2 decades after Einstein, science started accepting nothing can be certain. When the guys were standing on a point, everything is certain. After Einstein, they came to a little bit of census to tell, yes, when you go deep, nothing is in order, everything is chaos. Maybe out of chaos you can make an order. But what we understand as order in materialistic world does not exist. The more you go deep, everything is liquid. There is no certainty. 5,000 years ago, Shankara is explaining the Maya, the uncertainty, understanding the levels of illusion and transcending the illusion, seeing the reality. It's a very truth. Even though it may look little boring, because anything which needs your attention, you feel bored. Understand? Anywhere you need to do little bit of little, enough, okay. If I am just telling some Rama Katha or Bhagavad Katha, some Krishna Leela, you don't need to think much about it. Then you are okay. If I am just telling you some stories, you don't need to think much about it. You know Rama only will go to forest. Sita will be Hanuman will go. Sita will be brought back and Rama will have coronation. You know the whole story. And for 1 or 2 sessions you can even sleep. Nothing will be missed. That is why at least 40% of the people sleep in Rama Kathas. Any Katha you go, there will be 40% I can say sleeping. And other 40% off. This 20% must be sleep disorder. People with some sleeping disorders who can't sleep. 40 will be already in the sleeping mood, and the remaining 40 will be almost sleeping, and the 20 with sleeping disorder. No, because how many times you listen the same story? Rama will go to the forest and Hanuman. Same story. Sometime I have seen not only the Acharya sits in the same place, years after disciples also settle down in the same place. Last year, Ramkatha, this was my seat. It's a ritual. You don't need to do much. And there is no need for you to apply anything in your life. Sometimes from these kathas, people understand dangerous things or catch dangerous ideas. Now really, one Vyas is the person who teaches. He is considered as a Vyas. He is called, that seat is called Vyas Peta. He is called Vyas Deva. Whoever teaches. He was telling the story of Harishchandra. Harishchandra is a great king of India who lived for Satya. He spoke only truth. At one point of his life, he has to sell his wife and kids to fulfill his words, just to hold on to the truth. Such powerful sacrifice, such great king. This story very beautifully. I asked one person, what did you learn from this katha? That guy said, even if I die, I should speak truth. What I learned. He said, right. He asked the other guy, what did you learn? Oh, I understood for emergency you can sell your wife. Dangerous. Because directly nothing much needs to be applied. Just sit and listen. Very dangerous, these kathas. There you don't need to think much. So it may not be boring. It's more like an entertainment. But here, you need to think a little bit. Please understand. Even if you think, even if it is little worthy, a lot of things can become clear. Not only that, this one idea is the reason for the strong mental structure of the people from the Vedic tradition. See, wherever these Indians go, wherever around the world, they create so much of wealth and good name. The other day, when you were selling Patel, no bank will ask for any guarantee signature. Meetings, all these bank fellows will be standing and saying, please take loan, take loan. Bankrupt bankruptcy is sin. They don't declare bankruptcy. It is part of their religion. They are so understand wherever lives go, they create so much wealth, so much of that honesty. The idea that they are honest is understood by the society. And not only that, this country, Indians are less than 1% population. They pay 10% of this country's tax. Richest minority. And one of Swami went to Africa just a week ago. He came there for 3 months. He says, in Nairobi, 80% of the economy or the business is in the hands of Patels. Now the reason is, understand this one truth. One truth. Understand Maya. If this is clearly programmed in your inner software, you will never fall into depression. Even if you have a low mood, come back by next day morning. This is automatic clearance. And I can say, this one truth, if it was clearly inscribed, engraved in your personality, it will become mantra. Understand, there is only one difference between mantra and samskara. Both are engraved memories inside your inner space. The engraved memory which binds you, which creates more and more suffocation, is samskara, engram. The engraved memory which liberates you, again and again brings you out of depression. Self-healing engraved memories are mantras. This understanding can become mantra in you. Not only it can bring you out of depression, it can bring you out of physical diseases. Understand, I say, I'm responsible for those words. Understanding whatever is happening inside you and outside you is Maya, can completely heal you. It can just reboot your inner software. You will be ready for the fight with a full courage and energy. Just a simple technique. If you have stomach pain or headache, any disorder in the body, just lie down and say, it is Maya. You may think, what is this? When I have pain, only I know it is there. He is telling me it is Maya. Do not put more energy in believing it is there. Just put more energy in believing it is not there. You will see miracles in your life. How many times you repeat the pain is there, and how many times you repeat it is Maya, that is going to play the result on your body. If you are programmed to repeat, no, the pain is there, suffering is there, he may tell he doesn't have, that is why he is telling. One side your mind will be standing and arguing. And just you stand on the other side and argue. Or don't even bother. And you have to be just sitting without bothering. If I give you one example. Sometime when you are angry with your husband or wife, you will be sitting inside the house in the living room on the sofa. He will be standing, he or she will be standing in the kitchen and shouting. Do you listen? Can't you answer? At least tell yes or no. What should I do? Tell that at least now. I can't take it up anymore. This is too much. Tell, what should I do? I'll do that. You can't get any answer out of that person. Now all of you know. All of you understand what I mean by not bothering the mind. Just sit. Don't respond, neither positively nor negatively. Even if you open your mouth and say one, that is enough for the other person to create fight. He can start, oh, it means this is not. Then do you mean I am that? Then what do you mean by this? He can develop. And if you don't open at all, nothing can be done. He will be just dying. And he can't even tell anything because you are not telling anything. See, if you open your mouth and tell, he can come up with some of his own additions, appendix, something, and add or delete or make masala and give his own meaning and get you out, get into the fight. The dialogue is possible. Now you say, you can't do anything. Same way, when your body says, I have this pain, I have that pain, I can't do this, I can't do that. Just visualize the same scene. I think all of you can visualize this scene very clearly. I don't think anybody visualize this scene. Just so far. Tell your body, it is Maya. It is Maya. 3-4 times your mind will aggressively argue with you. No, I have pain. What are you talking, Maya? That Swami has started some nonsensical ideas and you are coming and working all those things on me. And you are experimenting all those things on me. Your mind will talk all these things aggressively for first 3-4 minutes. Just sit. Don't even argue with your mind. Just sit and be very clear. You are within the mind and body, both are Maya. With closed eyes, you will be able to do this very clearly. It's such a big shift in your energy. Understand? Such big shift in energy. One of the devotees in this country I was talking, casually I mentioned my father passed away. He is around 50. My mother is also around 50. Immediately the devotee asked me, will she marry once more or she should not? What about the trip? I was actually shocked because in India you can't even think. Nobody thinks, especially after 45, 50 and all. Nobody will have the idea once more. But here, that person was telling me as if I'm doing a big sin by not getting her married once more. Not advising her to get married once more. And I just can't imagine that after that age, she will, or in India, they will think more. Why I am doing this? That living with one person, there are so many things I can say. Living with one person, coming back from the depression, ready to face any big imbalances or unexpected situations, the power to recoup, all these things are inside you just because of this one concept, Maya. If this one concept, Maya, is understood logically by you, suffering can make low curve in you. There will disappear from your life. If you are going through too many low curves, This is the solution. You don't even need to practice this. Just understanding is enough, because if you understand clearly, fire will burn, that is enough, you will not stand. You don't say, no, I understand fire will burn, but even then I want to put my hand once in a while and see. No. If you understand Maya clearly, suddenly you will see such big liberation. Liberation. And one more thing, in India, still I know people who are billionaires living such a simple life. Actually, the spending is very less with Indians. That is also again just because of this idea Maya. Of course, now the cities are changing, that is different. The society is not consumeristic. My last check should bounce, the idea does not exist. Last check should bounce, idea does not exist. They will enjoy whatever they need, the remaining thing will be there. And it's not that whatever you have should be blown away. It is just because this concept of Maya. When you understand this, so many things, so many new qualities will be added to you. I am not saying these qualities are right or wrong and all those things. That and all is secondary. Right or wrong and all those things. I can say one thing for sure. Your physical illness and mental illness will drastically reduce. Will drastically reduce. The early morning depression will disappear if you sleep with the concept of Maya in your head every night. Every night when you go to sleep, when you fall asleep, if you remember, you are rewinding like a spider net. How the spider creates a net and lives. Same way, you also have created this net of Maya. And if you realize, now it is time for sleeping, you are taking the whole thing back to you and fall asleep. Next day morning, you will not have depression. You will not have the pressure which you feel when you wake up from the bed. Now, as on now, when you wake up from the bed, first thing, there will be 100 files on your head. This has to be done, that has to be done, this has to be done, that has to be done, this I have to answer, that I have to answer. I don't know how I am going to handle my day. One more day, oh God. Half of your energy is over. Your energy is over. With this concept of Maya, with this understanding of Maya, you will wake up without depression. You will wake up without pressure on your head. One more thing, with understanding of this Maya, you will radiate so much of grace. You will radiate so much of grace. The science of the Indian Samudrika Lakshana means that in India there is a science. Based on your body structure, they will tell your inner software. Just seeing your hardware, your outer space, they will tell your software. The quality of your mind, they will be able to predict to a very precise level, just seeing your body structure. In that science, they say the person who is very clear about the concept of Maya, his eyes will be so shining and it will be just radiating as if he will jump out of that eyes. As if he will just, when he looks at you, you can see very clearly, feel very clearly, he is looking directly into you. He is not just looking you, he is looking into you. Many times, you can't bear the look of the master. you will turn your face away. You will turn, you can't. Because his eyes will be shining, will be penetrating. If you understand this one truth, Maya, whatever you look, it will be very clear. It will not have the mist of fear and greed. Nobody can exploit you easily. If you had any big failure in your business, in your relationships, sit and see. You must have been waiting with your dreams to achieve economical success, and the guy would have come and given you a beautiful, nice castle in the air, and you are sold and made the wrong decisions. Same way you would have been sitting with all the fantasies. The other person came and promised almost that he or she is make the whole thing into reality, and you are sold. Unless you are ready to get cheated, nobody can cheat you. Without your active cooperation, you can't be given suffering. Understand? I am not even saying without your passive cooperation. Without your active cooperation, nobody can bring suffering to you. This one understanding, Maya, will liberate you so much. Nobody can bring suffering to you. Nobody can bring depression to you. When somebody comes and sits in front of you, you know whether this guy is going to do some business with me, or he is going to save for me, or you will understand. In India, shaving means that cheating. In colloquial way, it is used for cheating. He is going to save you or shave you, you will know very clearly. You can't be exploited. Words cannot build big castles in front of your eyes, because the depth of clarity will be more. Depth of clarity will be more. Any society which is created on this great understanding will radiate so much of energy, so much of pity, so much of joy. Let me just explain this concept of time, how in the dream what you experience, length, breadth, depth, time, space, is made of the same stuff in which these stuffs are made. In the waking state, what all is your experience? The waking state is experienced by you in these dimensions only. Length, breadth, depth, and time and space. The dream state also is experienced by you in the same space. Length, breadth, depth, time and space. Both are made same stuff. Means both are equally illusory. Let me analyze this question. If I analyze this one question, whenever we come back to dream state, whenever we come back to the waking state, this is same. But whenever we go back to dream state, it is not same. Maybe because of this, we can say dream is a dream and waking state is a reality. No. Understand one truth. What you think as time is nothing but your mind. It's nothing but projection of your mind. One example, very subtle example, carefully you need to understand. Sometime in one night dream itself, you will dream your 10, 12 years of life. You will start from your college. By the time next day morning you come out of the sleep, you would have finished all your marriage, kids and everything. Something like 1 decade you would have lived one over. Am I right? How many of you experienced like this sometime? Means 10 years of your lived in 10 hours. Am I right? But when you are living in the dream, you don't think, you don't feel you are doing fast forward. Do you feel? No. When you are living in the dream state, you don't feel you are doing fast forward. You are very clear you are living your 10-year life. But when you wake up, suddenly you realize you spent only 10 hours. You spent only 10 hours. You are not wasted 10 years. Understand? Same way, any moment you may wake up and feel you have not spent on the planet Earth 70 years. It was only 7 hours. One more thing. Just 10-hour dream. You lived 10-year life. Let me give you a small diagram. Maybe that can give you more clear understanding. What's yesterday? Date? Yesterday was 10th May. So let us understand, between 9th May to 10th May, this is 10th May. This 10 hours, this 10 hours, you dreamed as if you lived 1 decade, 10 years. You dream in this 10 hours itself, you dream as if you are studying your college, and in that dream itself, you fall asleep for a few days and come back. Am I right? Because whole 10 years, you can't be just without falling asleep. You are living a regular life. According to you, in the dream, see, in this 10 years, here, you have lived 10 years. Years in 10 hours. Many times you go to college and come back, fall asleep. Again you live like this, like this, like this. Then you get married, then starts the life, no hell or anything, whatever. Anything. You see, the life or whatever you call starts. In this, understand now an important thing. In this 10 years of life, in one continuous dream, from 9th night to 10th morning, you lived 10 years life. Many times you would have sleep and come back. Whenever you come back, you are with the same identity. Am I right? Within this dream, whenever you come back, you are with the same identity. Am I right? You are able to understand? You are with the same identity. That is why from college, you go to the next step, next step, next step. So within this dream, whenever you come back, you are with the same identity. So whenever you come back, you having same identity or lifestyle cannot be the scale to prove it is reality. Within this dream, for example, all throughout 10 years, you can't be without falling asleep. Am I right? Your 10-year dream will not be a continuous scene. It will be only break with breaks. So naturally in these breaks, you fall asleep and come back. So when you fall asleep and come back, the same dream only continues. Am I right? It means just falling asleep and coming back and finding the same bank balance and the car and the wife does not mean you are in reality. Any doubt? Are you very clear now? I think this slide, you are able to see this side? This slide, Bhaktananda? Oh, I think they are not able to see. All right, I think 2-3 of you can come this way. Come away this area. Shiv, Bhaktananda, leave it. See, it's a very important understanding. We call this as a Chaniga. In Sanskrit, in the traditional way, we call this as a Chaniga. It's a very deep understanding. This understanding can lead to such a sharp analysis about your life. You will have clarity in so many things. In so many things you will have clarity. One thing, to tell you honestly, if you understand everything is Maya, you will not renounce actually. You will live with everything without getting disturbed. That's the truth. That is the truth. All the great enlightened masters are great monasteries, big monasteries which are teaching the great truth Maya. They all live with so much of wealth. You should know one fact, 72% of the India's gold is sitting inside the temples and monasteries. If India has got 100 kg gold, 72% is sitting inside their temples and monasteries. Only in South India there are 700 temples which has got golden tower. 700 temples, golden tower. Here I was surprised when I saw people wearing small golden jewelries. 1 gram, 2 gram. When you understand the reality or the truth of Maya, it's not that you will escape from the wealth. And I'm not even asking you to escape from the wealth. You will have honest respect for the outer world, but you will never be caught. You will never internalize it. You will never suffer for it. You will suffer because of it. See, in the 10 hours of one night, you dream 10 years. 10-year life cannot be at a stretch one scene. There will be always a break. You may pass some scene that you're as if you're going to college and studying. Suddenly, after a small gap, there's one more scene, you are writing your exams. Sometime after a few seconds of break, you don't know, a few seconds or even few hours, because sometime you will finish 70% of the dream in first 20 minutes, and 8 hours gap, and the last half an hour you will finish other 30% of the dream. You won't even know. There will be some gap. Then you come back and decide for getting married. Then you come back and decide for next decision of having kids or anything. There's one liner. For 18 years, me and my wife were the happiest people. The other guy asked, then what happened? We both met each other. Something like this may happen in your life. Something like this may come up. Understand? Every time when you fall asleep, give a break and come back. You are having the same identity. You are having the same house, same car, same bank balance, same name, same personality. Am I right? So, coming back and having the same personality or identity or assets does not mean you are in reality, because in dream state also this happens. Just like this 10-year dream is done in 10 hours, there may be a different calendar. Your 70 years, something like a 1950, according to your calendar, to 2020. This can be 7 hours for somebody. You understand? Just like this 10 years which you had in the dream is 10 hours in a different state. Every possibility, your 70 year can be 7 hours if you are in different state. If you are in different space. In Sanskrit, we call this as a chaniga, means if the number of thoughts is more, you will feel as if you are living more time. One example, this will completely make you understand. If you are sitting with somebody whom you really love, feeling in tune, feeling connected, this dress is not created for materialistic life. It's created for, even if you want to hold something, you can't hold. If you are sitting with somebody with whom you are completely in tune, you will not even know how many hours passed. Suddenly you will realize, oh God, 3-4 hours over. What happened? If you are sitting with somebody with whom you don't feel connected, every 5 minutes, what will you do? Not only see the watch, you will really suspect that whether watch stopped or not. I think watch has stopped. It's not moving. What is going on? If the number of thoughts is more, you will feel as if you have had too much of time. That is why in Vedic tradition, the unit of time is not second, it is called kshana. Understand? In Western, according to Western tradition, chronological time is calculated with the unit second. Means the unit, this is 1 second. In Vedic tradition, time is calculated by kshana. Kshana means gap between one thought and the other thought. According to Western calendar, your 1 second and my 1 second is equal, same. But according to Vedic calendar, your 1 kshana and my 1 kshana will be different. Time is not chronological, it is psychological. Gap between one thought and other thought is kshana. In the dream state, you have too many number of thoughts. That is so you feel as if you lived long time. If the TPS, thoughts per second, is more, if the TPS is more, high TPS, that is why in the dream state, you feel too much of time has been spent. Here, medium TPS. That's why 10 years looks like 10 hours. In this 10 hours, waking states 10 hours, you finish 10 years of dream state. Because here TPS is more. Here TPS is less. If you bring your TPS much less, you will realize your 70 years is just 7 hours. That is why we say, for Devatas, for whom the TPS is less, our 1 year is 1 day for them. Our 1 year is 1 day for them. Still, if you know the Vedic calendar, 1 year of Manusya Loka is 1 day of Devaloka. That is why the Nataraja, the deity of the Devatas, will have only 6 puja in whole year. He is not worshipped according to human calendar. He is worshipped according to the divine calendar. Only 6 times in a year he will be worshipped. Means in human temples, every day 6 puja will happen. That is considered as a temple of Devata. Only 6 puja will happen whole year. For us, 1 year is 1 day for Devatas because their TPS is very low. Low TPS. Just because when you get back, you see the same car, same body, same hairstyle, same lifestyle. It does not mean you are in reality. This can happen to you even while you are in dream. Understand? Only when you come to the better state, means when you bring your TPS down, if your TPS becomes, even in the waking state, you will have hallucinations. Hallucination, dreaming. TPS becoming more only creates too much of dreams. If the TPS is less, you will be in waking state. Be in waking state. If you bring the TPS much lower, you will be in Samadhi state, what we call Turiya. Samadhi or Turiya. Only if you bring your TPS down, you will understand the reality. See, when you come down to this TPS, means the Jagrat state only, you will realize the dream state was not reality. If you are in dream, will you realize that it is not reality? No. You are going through everything same. You respond to everything. You have a nightmare. You have all problems. Whether you are greed or fear, you respond to it. It was completely real. 4D experience. Not even 3D, 4D. The Universal Studio, they rock your chair, na? They give you that 4D experience. It was a 4D experience. It was 4D experience. Only when you come down, only when your TPS is brought down, in the Jagrat state, you understand dream state was illusion. It was Maya. So same way, to understand this is Maya, bring your TPS down. Come down. Come to the Turiya state. Suddenly you will realize this is also Maya. One more thing, this very logical understanding that this is also Maya will encourage you to bring your TPS down. Because why your TPS is not coming down? All these things are occupying your inner space. Whatever you are seeing in the 70 years, whatever you are seeing in the dream state was occupying your mind in the dream. That is why you are never able to experience it as dream. In the dream, maybe we can say 1000 TPS. For example only, I don't know whether it is really 1000, because sometimes it can be 100,000. And waking state. Maybe you can say 100 TPS. Samadhi. Zero TPS. Only in this state you will understand this is illusion. Same way, only in this state you will understand this is illusion. As on now, your inner space is too much occupied by all these things. All you see in the waking state. That is why you are never allowed to go into this state. One more thing. It is like a vicious circle. As long as you are enjoying the dream, you will never get out of it. As long as you are enjoying, you won't get out. Only when you get out, you will realize it is just a dream. As long as you are enjoying waking state, you won't get out. Unless you get out, you will not understand it is a illusion. It is an illusion. It's like a vicious circle. You are caught in the vicious circle. Now Shiva comes to help us. Shiva's technique, the technique or method which he is teaching, now he is coming. How to get out of this state? See, very subtle, important point. Whether you are in the dream state or waking state or samadhi state, the dreamer is same. Whether you are seeing 1000 TPS dream or 100 TPS dream or 0 TPS feeling, dreamer is same. Whenever your attention is removed from the seen to the seer, you come to the next step. You wake up. Whenever your attention is diverted from seen to the seer, you wake up. In the dream state, you can see in your life any strong dream, means which you can't handle. Too much of greed or too much of fear will put you into the seer. If your energy is turned from seen to the seer, you wake up from that state. Same way, in the waking state also, if your energy is turned from seen to the seer, you will wake up to samadhi state. This is the technique. This is the key. Turning your awareness from seen to the seer. When Shankara says whole world is Maya, illusion, he is giving you the technique. He is not telling you to go and break your home. No. It's after all illusion. Why not break it? No. He is not telling you to break it. He is giving you the technique. He is giving you the technique. One person came and told me, Swamiji, after all everything is illusion. Why not let's burn everything? I told, after all everything is illusion. Why not maintain everything? Why should we burn? There is no need to be destructive. When Shankara says everything is illusion, he does not mean it is not there. He does not mean it is not there. He means put your awareness, attention, energy towards the seer, not towards the seen, towards the seer. Now let us read the Shiva Sutras, the Shiva's words. Illusions deceive, colors circumscribe, even divisibles are invisible. Look, let you become Shiva. I have seen many people feeling frightened about this understanding of Maya. I have seen many people. They don't want to understand Maya. People come and complain to me, Swamiji, I have this problem, I have physical suffering, no money. So many complaints they tell. I tell them, please understand about this Maya. They tell me, no, you do healing, Swamiji, not all these things. No, they will come only for the darshan, exact that healing time. They don't want all this understanding. It's very difficult. You understand? It is very difficult to understand. I tell them, understand everything is Maya, you will come out of disease. You will get healed. There's a beautiful sutra in the yogic tradition. Understanding of Maya will balance all your nadis completely. Patanjali gives how to have different siddhis. He says, if you concentrate on particular part or particular points on particular objects, you will have different powers. He says very clearly, understanding about this concept or truth of Maya will balance your whole body and mind. He says, he gives this technique for physical healing. Even I was shocked. How can, because this can be used for enlightenment and just sitting and talking casually, nicely. That is what the so-called intellectuals do. This Mayavada, this concept of Maya, just like slot machines in this country, everywhere, even in the airports they have. Just like that, this Maya concept is used so much, it has lost its significance. This Maya concept, people are used just for sitting, and it's more like a gambling. You sit and talk for entertainment, to do something. When you don't have anything to do, you do something. But Patanjali says it can heal your body and mind completely. And heal. Mahadeva gives very precise, sharp technique. Illusions deceive, colors circumscribe, even divisibles are indivisible. Look and become Shiva. Try just for next 10. I always tell people to try only for 10 days or a week, not more than that. Do not decide you will try for the whole life. You will never do it. No, never. I know. I'm working with all kinds of seekers. I know it. Person who decides I'll meditate for my rest of my life, Swamiji, I know for sure he will be the dropout. No, after the meditation program or lecture, they will be in a high mood. They come and tell me they will wear practically everything. Only one thing will be less, a small flag and my flag pole in the ears. And except that they will wear Rudraksha, Mala, bracelet, everything. And they'll come and tell me, Swamiji, I am going to do 7 meditations from tomorrow. All 7 chakra. I tell them, no, don't do all those things. Start with 1. They tell me, what is this, Swamiji? You are discouraging me. I tell them, please decide just for next 7 days. They will tell, no, I am 7. I tell them, all right, what can be done? After 2 months, if somewhere I see them, I ask them, are you doing meditations? Oh, I have to start, Swamiji. You know, when I went back to my home, there was so many things to be done. My mother-in-law was there. My father-in-law has come. This was there, that was there. I'll start within a week, Swamiji. Never decide for whole life. Just decide for next 10 days, because only that is your whole life. Understand? More than 10 days or a week you don't have. Do not think if you are 50, you have some 30, 40 years in front of you. You may be having, yes, you have the life. I'm not saying you don't have future. You have, but you can't imagine or plan for more than 10, 15 days. Anything else, any other plan will get updated. If it is not getting updated, you are dead. It will stop getting updated only if you are dead. So please plan just for 7 days or 10 days, not more than that. Next 10 days, decide clearly. Constantly you will remember, whatever is seen is illusion, seer is the only reality. Understand? I am not asking you to imagine, just remember. Because Shiva says, these techniques are self-remembrance. Atma Smarana. Not even Atma Dhyana. No. You can't meditate on anything which you have not experienced. No. I am not asking you to meditate. I am asking you to remember. Remember, whatever is seen is illusion. Only the seer is reality. Whenever you remember, put your awareness, bring your awareness back to the seer. To the seer. Not towards the seen. Just this one thing. At least 100 times you will come back to seer every day, I tell you. Because I have done all these calculations. I have studied a lot, so many different kinds of human minds. At least 100 times you will come back to the seer. Every time you come back to the seer's frequency gets increased. Means your TPS comes down. It's like your frequency increases and the world's frequency, the seen frequency comes down. Whenever Jiva becomes stronger, Jagat becomes weaker. When you are lost in Jagat world, Jiva will become weak. When Jiva becomes strong, when your soul becomes strong, the world, Jagat will be lost. That is why we say, the person who is enjoying in Atma, in the self, will not be bothered, touched by the seen. At least 100 times you will remember, the seer is the reality. 10 days enough, you will have that click. At one point, really you will feel, God, I was too much bothering unnecessarily about things which are not really worthy. You will have that deep inner healing, that glimpse for a few moments. That is enough, you are done. If you experience that inner healing for a few moments, enough. After that, forget about it. You don't have to remember. The trick will remember you. Till you experience that inner healing, you need to remember the seer is reality. Only once you experience that inner healing, you will see all your wounds are healed. You are completely at ease with yourself, restful with yourself. J. Krishnamurti calls this as a restful awareness. Zen, they call this as a satori. Ramana Maharshi calls Atma Spurana. Ramakrishna calls first experience of God. Bhava Samadhi. Different names. I call that as inner healing. Glimpse of
Nityanandam, to all the participants. Is all of you able to hear me clearly? I request all of you to post yes in the chat. That's great. Yes. So, we would like to complete with all the participants for technical glitch. We were facing some issues, and yes. So, I request all participants now to post your how was your understanding on Swamiji spoke on deeper secrets of consciousness. So, I request all participants to post. Yes, thank you, Tatiana. We'll look into that matters more. Yes. So, is all participants hear me clearly? Am I audible for all of you? If you're able to hear me, please post yes in the chat section. And Jnana Guru Prasadini. Yes. Ma Tetena, are you able to hear me clearly, Ma? Okay, it's not very clear for all the participants. Okay.
Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham
Now is it better?
Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham
Okay, yes, now it's good. Okay. So, am I audible for all the participants? Is it clear for all of you now? Is it better? Okay. Yes, this is better. Okay, that's nice. Yes. So, I request all the participants now, you can post your understanding from this session what Swamiji spoke on consciousness. What exactly did you understand? I request all the participants to please post. Like yes, yes, Matityan will look into technical matters and we'll see what's the exact issue and fix it as soon as possible. Thank you so much for your concern. Yes. So I request all participants to post their understanding. What exactly in this session, Swamiji very beautifully spoke on truths of consciousness. And very detailedly also, Swamiji said the type of like what exactly is, how can we experience it. So I request all participants to post your understanding. Yes, Ma very clear. Nityananda Ma, how are you, Ma? Oh, no problem, Ma. So understand. So all the participants should. Okay, ever alpha you posted as seeking is Maya, a seer is awareness to lower TPS. Only a waking into dream state. Okay. So understands all the participants, Swamiji very beautifully spoke on different states of consciousness. What exactly is consciousness and how can we experience the same consciousness in our life? So, Swamiji says that consciousness is there in each and every one of us. It's there, see, Swam, as like how life, breathing is part of us. Same way, consciousness is there in all of us. And you can experience this consciousness by seeking the truth. So, is all participants understanding? For you to experience consciousness, you need to seek the truth. Okay, ever alpha ray you have posted a new cosmic consciousness of auspicious thought currents, relevant past has past future is to be expected the present as a gift of God. Okay. See, understand. Consciousness is there in all. It's like life. Like each and every one of you, we have our body, right? We have the heart which pumps. We have the lungs which helps us to breathe. We have the eyes to see. Same way, we have consciousness which is there in all of us. It's the primordial thing. And this consciousness can be experienced when you seek for it. Swamiji says very beautifully that when you're seeking inside yourself, seeking has the power for you to experience the truth itself. When you're seeking, the thoughts per second in you reduces. See, in a day, too many number of thoughts gets awakened in all of us. Like just in 1 minute, Swamiji says that our mind is so chaotic. Our mind is so chaotic, just in 1 minute, we have too many thoughts within ourselves. And we do not know how to handle life. But Swamiji is saying that but it is possible for all of you to run from the space of thoughtlessness place, where thoughts per second reduces. So I request all participants, let's now do a simple process. So let's do this for 1 minute, okay? So I request all of you now, all of you are going to be closing your eyes and just be looking into yourself. Witness the number of thoughts coming in your mind right now, just for 1 minute. So I request all of you to please close your eyes. Close your eyes. Observe the thoughts in yourself. Observe the number of thoughts happening in your inner space. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes. Relax yourself. Okay, I request all participants to pause now. How many thoughts passed in just in 1 minute? How many number of thoughts? So all of you are just witnessing your thoughts right now. I request all of you to share. Was it moving continuously? Or you're able to see, okay, one thought, after a few seconds, the next thought is arising. I request all the participants post how many number of thoughts you had in just in 1 minute. And is all these thoughts connected to each other? Because all participants to post your experience. How many number of thoughts you had in this 1 minute? Okay, Tatiana, you've posted many thoughts, ma. Another thought that is reminded I need to go to an airport. Okay, you're able to say different thought currents. Okay, and also okay, Lingot Bonaya, you posted just a few. Now the second question for all the participants is all the thoughts connected to each other? Are they relevant to each other? Okay. Very clear, you posted this time it's reduced, but usually it is huge. Okay. Okay, all thoughts are disconnected. Okay, Mayoni, you posted some thoughts are connecting, some were no. Okay. How about for you, Aya? Ever else for Aya? What did you experience? See, understand, Swamiji says that in a normal human brain, we have almost 100 thoughts in a minute. Our TPS per second. We have almost like 100 thoughts in 1 minute. But understand, each of these thoughts are not connected to each other. There is no linking between each of these thoughts. It's different. If, for example, one thought will be, oh, I need to go have breakfast. Immediately, next thought will be, oh, I need to go to the airport. The next thought will be, no, I'm attending the Paramashivoham program. The next thought will be, no, I have a child to take care. The next thought will be, oh, I think I need to call my friend and just avoid to tell her. Then the next thought will be, I need to go put my clothes for laundry. So it's all part of understanding. Each of the thoughts is different. First, I started eating food, and now I ended up putting my clothes for laundry. Is there any relation? No, there's no relation at all. So understand, each of the thoughts which you're experiencing are not related to each other. Why? Why is it like this? See, because we are not aware, we are not conscious about it. So all participants understanding. See, whenever we are conscious, the first thing Swamiji says, there are lots of peace, awareness gotten into your system. Lot of awareness being put into your system. And you will see, slowly, your thoughts per second reduces. First, you'll have 100 thoughts. Then you have 50. Then you'll have few. Then you'll have none. So understand that's what Swamiji means by consciousness. Consciousness is a space of pure unclutching. Like a Swamiji. Swamiji sits for darshan for almost 2 and more than 2 hours. But Swamiji is always in the space of unclutching. Even though Swamiji has so much things to take, like administration of the Kailasa, attending to each and every one of you, understand, all the participants, not just I'm Paramashivoham level 1, level 2 and level 3. And not just that, attending to all the devotees who are there in all the different social media platforms such as YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. And not just people in this earth, in planet Earth alone. In the 14 lokas, in the higher dimensions, also Swamiji is attending to each and every one of them. But how was it Swamiji is established in this space? How was it Swamiji is able to do all this? But whereas we live a normal life, but how was it we have too many thought currents? It is because of worry. It is because of worrying. Worry leads to more thoughts. I understand, ma'am, very clear. You're not understanding. Worry leads for you to have more thoughts. When you worry a lot, there's lots of insecurity happening within yourself. When you worry a lot, what happens naturally? So much thoughts floods into your brain. Continuously, some thoughts will be happening. And at the end of the day, are you complete? No. You just feel sad. You feel like you feel distressed, you feel disconnected. But Swamiji is giving us a simple solution. Just stop worrying. Understand your consciousness. See, what exactly is consciousness? See, consciousness is what? It's the source for every single thing in the universe. Like how in science have very proven that atoms is the source for all the objects. It's source for all the matter in the universe. Same way, consciousness is a source for every single thing, including matter. Consciousness is a source for it. And it is this consciousness all of us are made up of. So all participants understanding? Little bit you're understanding more. Okay. So understand. Okay, you're understanding a lot. Okay. So understand. It is this same consciousness, each and every one of us are made up of. Without consciousness, we do not have an existence in this body. That consciousness is Paramashiva in you. That's what Swamiji is saying in the recent satsang. Seek the source of the first person. The first person in you is your consciousness. All of you understanding? I think it's all participants both because we're going to be entering to deeper revelations by Swamiji. If any time you're not able to understand any truths or have some doubts or clarification, do feel free to post in the chat section. So understand, it is this consciousness all of us are made up of. But we do not realize this. Why? Because we are unconsciously living. Swamiji says that there is constant fear that is there in all of us. Constantly there's some other fear which is happening. And because of worrying so much, we actually think that worrying is part of our life. But understand, worry leads you to have more and more confusions, more and more situations in your life. So all participants understand it, because all of you to post. If you have any questions, any doubts you have, do feel free to post in the chat section. So understand, when you worry a lot, what happens? Naturally, there will be more thoughts. You get distracted so much. And when someone's trying to help you, and someone's trying to give a solution for you, you do not know how to handle the situation. Some people will start crying, some people start getting angry, and you do not know how to reach, and you just feel like, let me just disconnect myself from this. How many of you experience this? Because all participants post you can also raise a hand in the chat. You can also raise your hand and post the yes in the chat also. No, anything is fine. How many of you are experiencing this? Too much of worrying, too much of thoughts. Too much of thoughts leads to too much of confusions, incompletions. And when someone's trying to help you, guide you, give you a solution, you just do not know how to handle the situation. You do not know the circumstances, the consequences which is going to manifest. And you just feel, let me just disconnect myself from everything. And you go, do what you want. How many of you can relate this in your life? Because all of you to post a yes in the chat. Mayoni, if you have any questions, do feel free to post. Okay. Very clear, you posted your experienced this a lot of times. Okay. Lingodbhavnaya, you also posted, yes, you experienced this in your life. How about the rest of the participants? See, why have we experienced this in our life? Because of too much of worry. If we worry so much, what happens? All of us know that we are going to lead ourselves into incompletion. But instead of seeking a solution for this, what we do? We go back worrying again. We feel worrying is concern for the other person. But no, Swamiji says, worrying is different. Being concerned is different. Worrying is what? Putting yourself in confusion again and again continuously. Tatiana, you've posted with Swamiji, I almost not have any worry, only maybe sometimes. Yes, ma, that's wonderful. There was some moments, it's only Swamiji who's testing you. Yes. So understand another participants. So when you're worrying, instead of looking into the source and seeing why am I worrying so much, we think that I care for other person so much, I care for myself so much. That's why worrying. But understand, being concerned is different, worrying is different. Worry is done from a space of unconsciousness, where you're not aware. Whereas concern, you're doing from a space of powerfulness. So all participants understanding. A mother, when she knows a mother, what happens? When a mother goes for a, let's say, when the mother takes the child for a park, and she leaves the child in the park. She knows, she does have a concern within herself, yes, the child should be safe. As she is mingled with newcomers, as she is mingled with new children. But it's not that the mother is constantly worrying about them. Right? yes, the mother do feel like, okay, I need to keep an eye of a child, whether she is safe, whether she is fine. But it's not that she's constantly worried. It's all participants understanding. So what is the thing for us to do not to stop worrying? It is for us. It is seeking. Seek, understand Swamiji says, when you seek the truth within yourself, all the worries will stop coming up in your life. All the worries which you're having will just get completed. Because you are not worrying about your incompletions. You are seeking the truth. When you seek the truth, any incompletions you're having, the seeking itself will answer. I request all participants to post if any questions or doubts you have. Do feel free to post. As this is a very little deeper topic, all of us need to understand. As today Swamiji is going to be initiating this into the science. That is why in the first session, all the participants, all of you are visualize yourself as Devi, ready to experience the truth, ready to explore the truth. As Devi is the state of Shunya, the space of complete awareness where there is no worrying, there's no incompletion at all. All participants understanding, because all of you to post if you have any doubts, any questions, do feel free to post in the chat section. So today, all the participants, all of you will be awakening the consciousness in you. All of you will be awakening the consciousness, which is making you realize that you are consciousness. That is what Swami is going to be initiating all of us today. So for us to understand this, we need to know what is consciousness and how can we experience consciousness in our life. So is all participants understanding so far? Any questions, any doubts you have? So Swami says, the first thing you need to have for consciousness, the first thing you need to know for you to experience consciousness is seeking. When you seek the truth, you experience consciousness. Actually, this happened in Swamiji's own way. Once, what happened was, Mameri have posted, when I have worry, it is time the most difficult for me, so you go inside. Okay. So now, Mameri, you really want to stop this worry, right? You want to experience a space of pure unclenching. So what's the solution for you? Seek. Seek within yourself. Seeking is a very powerful technique given by Swamiji, also given by Paramashiva, the primordial divinity in Hinduism. Understand? Seeking, it's a very powerful solution for any problem in you. When you seek in you, see, all of you will be wondering, Swamiji is saying all of us to seek the first person in us. Now, why is Swamiji saying this? What is the first person in all of us? See, the first person in you is the consciousness, which is Paramashiva. When you seek the first person in you, any problems related to life becomes irrelevant. As Swamiji said very beautifully in the recent sessions, that all your worries, all your pains, all your suffering are irrelevant, as you are consciousness. The only time we start giving ourselves, giving energy into all this suffering, pain, incompletion is only when we start worrying. So, the antidote for worrying is seek the truth. When within yourself, what happens? A lot of questions in your arise. Yes, no problem. Seek that question in you. When you seek in within yourself, you experience a lot of awareness happening to your system. A lot of completion happening to your system. And that is when you experience that you are consciousness. So actually, to understand this deeply, let me tell you how Swamiji experienced. So what happened was, one day, Swamiji went to his guru named Annamale Swamigal. Annamale Swamigal is well known for his Atma Vichara, like seeking within himself. So one day, Swamiji went to Annamale Swamigal and he was saying that body does not have pain. We do not experience pain. Pain is alive. So who experiences pain? Nothing. So Swami said, yes. How can I experience pain? Let me go test. So what happened is Swamiji goes back to his home. Swamiji takes a blade and Swamiji cuts his thigh. Small 12-year-old Swamiji. And so Swamiji, this whole incident happened, Swamiji is 12 years old. So what happened was, Swamiji took his father's shaving blade and Swamiji cut his thigh. Yes, blood was profusely coming out from Swamiji. So much of blood came out from Swamiji. And they immediately rushed Swamiji to the doctor. The doctor was like, what is this? The doctor was saying to all his parents that can't even take it that the child is doing all this thing, what's wrong with it? But Swamiji replied saying, no, I did this out of my conscious intention. Because Annamale Swamigal told, my guru said that I have no pain. To experience the truth, I did it. Understand, the ecosystem matters a lot. As Swamiji says that because the ecosystem was there for me, I could experiment in all these truths. So what happened was, Swamiji again went back to Annamale Swamigal with the bandage and said, you told me that there's no pain. I do not experience pain. I've cut my thigh. I'm experiencing pain now. It's paining for me. What should I do? Annamale Swamigal said very beautifully, experimenting on truth itself is great. That itself will let you the ultimate. So he only said, Annamale Swamigal said to Swamiji, right? Just seek within yourself. What is pain? Who experiences pain? How is pain created? When Swamiji was sitting and experiencing this, Swamiji was sitting and contemplating on his deep truths. Suddenly on one day, something opened up with Swamiji, and Swamiji could feel himself in everything. That is consciousness. And this day, Kailasa celebrates as the Nityananda Purnima. The day Swamiji experienced that he himself is the consciousness. So, Swamiji experiences consciousness and Swamiji started seeking for it. I understand my very clear. See, Swamiji says very beautifully, you can go to so many, all other gurus. All of the people are like different flowers from a garden. You collect all the flowers and make a garland for yourself. So you choose. Swamiji says very beautifully, when you come to me, be open-minded. When you be open-minded, Swamiji will reveal himself to you. So I understand my very clear. Is all participants understanding? Because all of you to post any questions, any doubts you have, do feel free to post. So because all of us need to understand that we are consciousness. And this can be done. This can be experienced. This consciousness can be experienced when we seek within ourselves. As seeking has the power to manifest this. Seeking has the power for you to experience this within yourself. So because all participants know, let's just take few minutes. Seek the consciousness within you. Ask yourself, what is consciousness? How can I experience consciousness? Is consciousness true? Let's see it within ourselves, as seeing itself will reveal you the answer. Yes. So I request all participants now, please sit straight. Close your eyes. The consciousness in you. Start seeking. The consciousness in you. Seek. What is consciousness? Why consciousness? Why do you need to experience consciousness? Seek the truth within yourself for few minutes. Seek the consciousness within you for few minutes. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes, relax yourself. How was the experience for all participants? How was the experience for all the participants? I request all of you to post. Just take up a few minutes. Okay. Maybe you have posted. Is it possible that it is the antimatter? Yes, ma. There is a possibility of antimatter becoming into matter. And actually, Swamiji says, your thoughts are like waves, continuously flowing. Your thoughts are actually antimatter. But because we give life to it, because we give energy to it, it becomes a thought current, which is becoming into a matter. So I request all participants to post, how was the experience for all of you? Just few minutes of seeking. How was it for all of you? Ma Yoni Ning, Ma Zixuan Liu, Ma Cecilia. You felt calm. Okay. Ma Jnana Guru Prasadini. So now with that, so I understand. So all the participants, today Swamiji is going to be awakening this in all of us. Swamiji is going to awaken the seeking, the consciousness in all of us. So the only thing Swamiji says, the only requirement needed for us to realize, for all of us to experience your consciousness is by seeking the truth. By keeping the seeking alive helps you to manifest, experience consciousness in your life. So with that beautiful experience, let's now enter into the power manifestation. Yes. Actually, I'm very clear. Actually, our team reached out to you, so I just want to know whether you have reached the messages which were sending to you. Okay, repeat. Okay, yes. Am I audible to you, now? Am I very clear? Yes. Actually, our team reached out to you, ma'am. We were actually trying to contact you. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yes, we were trying to contact you, so I request you to just give an answer on that. Yes. So now all the participants, with that beautiful understanding, with that beautiful experience all of us had, let's now enter into the power manifestation. So today all the participants, this is a very interesting power for all of you today. All of you are going to be manifesting the power of remote vision. But sitting in one place, you are going to be seeing far distances. You are going to be seeing what is happening. For example, if I'm in Malaysia, I can see what's happening in India. Through the third eye, I can see what's happening in USA. Through the third eye, I can see what's happening in Australia. How is this possible? Well, when you're experiencing your consciousness, you feel everything around you is part of you. Therefore, naturally, you'll be able to experience that you are consciousness. So, as today all the participants, all of you are going to be experiencing this. Let's now enter into power manifestation. How many of you are ready for it? Those are the participants who are not in cameras. I request all of you to please come on cameras. Or because all participants, let's start the manifestation. So you're going to be scanning. All the participants, now I have an object with me. All of you are going to be scanning and revealing what is the object am I keeping in my hand? What is the color? What the object is? Through the power of remote, you're going to be finding out what is the object which I'm keeping in my hand. So request all participants now to please close your eyes, settle down. Request all of you to please close your eyes. Settle down now. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Slowly, intensely, start chanting the Mahabharata. Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham. Intensely chant the Mahavakya. Intensely chant the Mahavakya. Ask Swamiji to reveal the object am I keeping in my the object which I'm keeping in my hand. What's the color? What the object is about? Just ask Swamiji intensely.
Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Ananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Om Ananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham
Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes. I request all participants now to start posting whatever Swamiji is showing for all of you. Okay, I see. Okay, Lingodbhavana, I have posted red and yellow. I request you to go a little more deeper. Actually, Swamiji is showing you what is it. So I request you to post here, Lingodbhavana. Okay, ever Alpha Raya, you have posted a deity statue yellow. Okay, keep sharing a click. I'm not sure why. Okay, yeah, that's nice. Okay. How are the rest of the participants? Ma, very clear? What did Swamiji show to you, ma? Ning. I request you to the person. Okay, you're not able to see anything. Colors, did you see any colors? Did Swamiji show you some colors? Ma Cecilia, I request all of the participants, please post. Okay.
Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham
Okay. So let me verify the answers for all the participants. So the exact object which is given for all the participants is, it's a bangle. Actually, this is called this is actually called a bangle. This is called the Kalabhairava cup, and usually this is sold in especially the areas of in the sacred areas of Kashi. And this is like Kalabhairava's cup. So basically, they energize the this is bangle is designed with lots of Kalabhairava's energy, and this actually it's from Kashi. It's the city of Kalabhairava. So this is called the Kalabhairava cup. So basically, by wearing this bangle, Kalabhairava's presence, protection is always there for you. So, and this bangle is made up of threads, and the colors of this bangle is red, yellow, and green. Yes. So I would say Lingodbhavanaya, if you just connect to the Swamiji a little more, you would have seen the bangle. You got the colors right, so you manifested. That's nice. Okay. Ever Alpha Roya, you also got the colors. You were able to see yellow. So yes, it's actually, this is like a deity for me, because this is actually a Kalabhairava for me. So it is a deity. Yes, I can say it's deity. That's wonderful. You also manifested. It's like wherever I go, I always remember to keep this in my hand. It's almost like a protection. So yes, I would say ever Alpha, you manifested that part. Like I never forget to keep this in my hand. Always 24/7, always keep this bangle in my hand constantly. Yes, that's nice. That's wonderful, all the participants. Let's now manifest one more round. So now I request all participants to please close their eyes. Remember Swamiji in your inner space. Intensely chant Mahavakya.
Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda
Intensely chant the Mahavakya in your inner space.
Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Slowly, really slowly, please open your eyes. Request all parts now to post what was Swamiji is showing for all of you.
Paramashivoham
Exactly how was Swamiji showing, that's please post it. Okay. Mary, if post you're saying that you're not able to say anything. That's fine, ma. Just be calm. See, currently, ma, actually, I was scanning you during this session. Okay. Shauna, you're able to see a triangle object. Okay. Actually, ma, very clear. I'm actually doing the power manifestation on Swamiji was revealing. Swamiji was showing to me that actually there's too many thoughts and worries within your system, ma. Like because of too much of worrying, you're not able to handle yourself. See, actually, Swamiji is showing that you go to the masters just for you to get a guidance, for you to find a solution for the worriness inside of you. Swamiji is showing this lots of worrying, which actually you're trying for different solutions, but still the constant worrying is there in you. Yes. So, ma, very clear. So Swamiji is showing very beautiful for you that, ma, the simplest solution for you is that just spend 21 minutes right before going to bed, ma. Sit with yourself. Just sit with yourself. Observe the thoughts coming in you. Let them come. Let them be there and let them go. Let the thought arise and let them go. Just be a witness of everything which is happening for the 21 minutes. After that, ma, go to sleep. You see, once in the morning you wake up, you will feel fresh within you. You will feel something lighter from you is being taken away. I understand, ma, Mary. So if you want any further guidance or anything, ma, you can always reach out to me. Any doubts you have, you can always reach out to me. We are always available for you. So this is what Swamiji is showing. It's just too much of thought currents is there here. That's why you're not able to take any decisions for your life. So do not worry much. Just be calm. Do not worry about anything. Everything is safe. Everything is fine. You just sit and relax, mom, and enjoy Swamiji's presence. So are you understanding, ma? Ma, very clear? Okay, that's nice. Okay, you got it. Okay. So I see so many participants you have posted. Okay, ever alpha you have posted. You ever see a bottle? Keep hearing it clicking or some sound like it. Okay, let me verify the answers for all of you. The exact object which is given for all the participants is a pen. Actually, while I was holding this pen, I was actually making a clicking sound. I was actually like removing the cap and I was making the clicking sound. Yes, I see that ever alpha you posted that you're able to see the clicking sound continuously. So it is actually I was doing this, Aya. So okay, that's wonderful, Aya. See, you're not just able to see, you're able to hear also. Actually, this is a different power which Swamiji has given where we're able to see. far off distances. You're able to hear far off distance. That's called Dura Shruti. We're sitting in one place, you can hear. Like for example, you're sitting wherever you are. You're listening to what I'm listening right. You're listening to what I'm doing right now. So that's a part of Dura Shruti. It's also part of remote vision. So that's wonderful. Ever alpha, it looks like you're manifesting every single round. Either you're getting the colors or you're getting the sound. That's nice. So just continue to continue to be in that space. You'll see Swamiji showing that you just by continuing to manifest this power, you build lots of confidence within yourself. The connection between you and Swamiji will be more stronger and deepened there. So I request you, where every power manifestation session, just go on, be attending, participate. You'll see this, the connection between you and Swamiji will become stronger again. Are you understanding? Okay. Are you understanding I'm ever alpha real? Or did you get what I was trying to say? Were you able to hear me? Okay, thank you so much for that. Yes. So now, with that beautiful understanding, let's now enter into the next session. So for now, all the participants, the next session is a very powerful session, but yet very interesting session. In this round, in this session, all the participants, all of you were seeking the consciousness in you. In this session, Swamiji will be answering, what is consciousness? What is it that helps us to experience consciousness? What is the first person Swamiji is saying to seek continuously? In this session, Swamiji will be answering. So because all participants kindly take notes and kindly listen. Beautiful truths Swamiji will be revealing now.
Sada Shiva Samarambam Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let's see the questions. Is soul and consciousness are the same? Yes, they are same when I use both the words. Usually, in the West, the soul is given a different meaning, but when I mean both same. All the words soul, consciousness, Atma, spirit, the divine, cosmos, all these words I use to mean the same thing. I understand when soul leaves the body at this time of death, carries all karmas and sanskaras, does it find a new body according to these karmas? Or it can find any body? No, it finds the body based on those samskaras. Not. See, samskara means your desires, what you really wanted. What you really don't want also defines what you wanted. Understand? That's a important understanding you need to have about this karma and samskaras. Sometimes what you don't want will be so clearly engraved in you that will create the exact opposite situation for you to land. Means like, if you do not want a particular lifestyle, you will directly take birth in the opposite place, so that in your whole life you never have to taste or see that lifestyle related person. You take the full opposite step. And sometimes, if your karmas are not very strong, if you are not aware enough to sit and watch whatever your desires and fears passing, you will do exactly opposite to what you want to. That's another one problem. That is why meditation is so important. Understand? We will ask things which are without knowing the side effects or after effects. A small story. 3 guys were brought to guillotine blade for being killed. First guy, lawyer, got blindfolded, brought, his head was put on the proper place. They pulled the blade, it did not land. The guy started shouting, legally you should pull only once. I'll sue you. So they are afraid of messy lawsuit and they released him. Second guy came and he was a priest. His head was put, blindfolded. They pulled the blade, did not land. They thought maybe the divine intervention, the divine is protecting. They released him. Third guy is an engineer. He said, you don't have to blindfold, you can directly kill. He said, okay. They put his head. They were about to pull the blade. Hey, wait. I can swear your fault is. Understand? This fool, without knowing, if he repairs this directly going to cost his life, he starts doing the job. Sometimes, out of interest, our desires are also repairing the guillotine blade. We repair our own guillotine blade without knowing the side effect or the after effect. We just start repairing the guillotine blade. Conscious person, that is why I always tell people, whenever you find time, try to continuously be aware of what is going on inside your system. Try to spend more and more time inside the system with awareness of what is going on. From time immemorial, in the Vedic tradition, anybody wants anything, whether it is a health or wealth or anything, is asked to sit and be aware of whatever is going on inside. Looks very foolish. How can somebody get wealth by sitting under a tree and watching what is going on inside? Even to win a lottery, you have to go to the place and buy the ticket. But this is the advice continuously given for any problem, whether it is at least health, we can believe. Maybe when you see whatever is going on inside, you will heal that. That effect will come on your body and your body will be healed. Maybe you can justify some kind of a interpretation, logical. But even for wealth, again and again, these guys are asked to sit under the tree and be aware of what is going on inside. Understand? One important thing. When you sit under the tree and see what is going on inside, when you bring more and more awareness to your samskaras, you will find out very clearly why you are not achieving what you want. Either that want is not your own, or you are carrying much bigger wants than the want of the wealth, or you are afraid of some side effect or after effect. The clarity about the want and the after effect and side effect will release so much of energy. Our masters were so courageous and bold enough to tell again and again and again to sit under the tree and watch what is going on inside you. Whatever you ask, they have a standard reply. They know this will bring the result. I tell you again after thousands of years, I can say, even in the modern world, even for the modern man, spending little more time inside him, seeing what is going on, seeing what is happening inside your desires, the methods you are planning, the byproducts, the side effects, after effects, I tell you, will release so much of energy into your system. So much of energy into your system. You will become a visionary. A visionary does not have to move anything except his lips to create a city. See, a worker has to move his whole body to create a city. A Vaishya, a businessman, has to maybe move his hands, just the hands, to create a city, doing business. A Kshatriya, he has to move his weapons to create a city. But a visionary, a Brahmana, does not need to move anything except his lips. Means giving his vision, inspiring. Understand, in your life, you can play any role. You can play any role. World is so vast. Humanity is so vast. It can afford everybody as a Brahmanas, everybody as a visionaries. Don't think, no, if everybody sits and moves their lips, who will do the work? Who will do the work? No, don't think. We need more and more visionaries. We need more and more people who can come up with a wonderful things, more clarity, more things, that's all. Actually, the great things have been achieved by being a visionary, not by being anything else. The visionary aspect, visionary energy will be awakened in you only when you have that complete awareness of whatever is going on inside. Awakening the visionary aspect in you is what we call meditation. The karmas and samskaras, you will have more clarity, and the visionary energy will be awakened when you have more time, more energy being spent inside what is happening. Actually, the whole spirituality, essence of whole spirituality, if I have to express in one word, being aware of what is going on inside. That's all. This is the one statement. I can put the whole thing. Nothing else needs to be done. No need for sannyas, no need for brahmacharya, no need for anything. All you need for raising your consciousness every day higher and higher, be aware of what is going on in your inner space. If you are sitting with a mood of exploring, if you are sitting in meditation every day with excitement to see what is going on inside, let me find out deeper layer, deeper layer, deeper layer, you will see your consciousness is raising to the higher and higher levels. The essence is being aware of what is going on inside. After the discourse on observing the will as non-self and abiding in choicelessness, reading about how the master can save from rebirth at the time of death, I felt that I can let go of chasing enlightenment and just be with whatever unfolds. If you do that, you will become enlightened now. That is the essence of the whole thing. Understand, that's a very beautiful traditional proverb. If you take birth in Kanchipuram, you will become enlightened. If you have darshan of Chidambaram, you will become enlightened. If you die in Varanasi, Banaras, you will become enlightened. And if you even remember Arunachala, you will become enlightened. This is a traditional proverb. In Sanskrit, they say Smaranat Tarunachalam, just by remembrance, the enlightenment. Somebody goes to Ramana Maharshi and asks, Master, is it a inspiring praise for those holy places, or is it fact? Is it literally true? Ramana Maharshi just laughs and says, is a very, I can say even Ramakrishna sometimes becomes emotional and utters this kind of statements. But Ramana Maharshi is a very cool, very balanced, very logical. And he says, fool, this statement is made so that you will relax from the enlightenment idea and you will become enlightened. See, going and having darshan of Chidambaram is not a big thing. Few hundred rupees, that's all. And remembering Arunachala is not even the few hundred is not needed. Just remember. So, once you do this simple job, you feel like the guarantee is given, security is over, insurance is taken. The moment you think insurance is taken and you are relaxed, you will fall sick less. Maybe insurance companies are praying separately for you. Now, I have seen always people, only when they don't have insurance, that very insecurity and fear more and more disease. When they know that they have insurance, suddenly you see they are they become healthy. They become healthy. So when this insurance idea enters into your system, suddenly you relax from the stress, you relax from the power which is driving you crazy towards enlightenment, and the relaxing is the right method for that experience to flower in you. In the initial level, the inspiration has to happen so that you will become centered. But once you are centered, now what needs to happen is removing the restlessness. It's actually the enlightenment is practically like cooking. You have to add something in the beginning, and after a few minutes, you have to remove that same thing from above. Something has to be added, something has to be removed. You have to add the intense seeking. After the cooking happens, maybe for a few years, the intense seeking will become part of you, and whatever unnecessary thing will come out as a restlessness. Along with intense seeking, you will always add restlessness, because the intense seeking in the initial level will be mixture of seeking and restlessness. When it boils inside you with awareness, the seeking will become part of you. Like when you add salt or something in cooking, the juice or the essence will become part of the item, and the unnecessary things will come on the top and float. Boil the seeking with awareness, the intensity will become part of you, and the restlessness will come and float on the top. You have to remove that, removing the impurities. So it's practically like cooking. Initially, the same person, same master will say, add intensity, add intensity. After some time, the same master will say, relax, relax. You may think, what is going on? Yesterday's lecture he told something else, and today's lecture is telling something else. When the intensity is added with awareness and cooking goes on, it will become two parts. One, the clarity, the juicy part, which will become part of you. Whatever you do, the intensity will be there. And the other part, restlessness, the impurity part, will come and float separately. You may have to remove the restlessness part and throw it away. You will see sometime. For some seekers, even if it is a foolish, idiotic initial level question, I'll be sitting and answering. For some seekers, they would have had some strong experience and coming near me. I'll say, foolishness, relax, get out. Because this moment, he needs more relaxing, not any other words. So I just say, forget about this experience, relax. There are many more things to happen. Just carry on in your spiritual practice. It depends on the situation. It depends on the person. Initial level intensity, when you boil it and when it becomes part of you, it will become two things. One, the intense practice or intensely living in the present moment. The other part, the restlessness, which is added. Without restlessness being part, you will never be able to add intensity in the initial level. Because every quality, when it is boiled with awareness, gets more and more pure. The tamas, when it is boiled with awareness, will become peace. The rajas, when it is boiled with awareness, it will become bliss. When the sattva, when it is boiled with awareness, it will become pure consciousness. So every quality, when it is boiled with awareness, it will become more and more pure. Tamas means the laziness or the inert feeling. That when you boil it with awareness, it will become peace. How the transformation happens. If you are more tamas-based person, the silent, mild kind of things will really appeal. You will appreciate that because nothing much needs to be done. This kind of fellows, for them, the simple mantra, sit and repeat that for 20 minutes or 30 minutes, that kind of techniques will really appeal. That also without moving the hand, just sit. After 10 minutes, you can just have one nap, and when you get up, meditation. Tomorrow. This kind of techniques will really appeal. But I tell you, even this, if you add with consciousness, is good. At least the boiling will happen. At least the boiling will happen. Then next is the restlessness, the rajasic. For them, when you add, you need to have little more stronger techniques, whether some kriyas, the deeper breathing, or some visualization, stronger techniques. Unfortunately, the whole modern civilization has become rajasic. Very rare. Tamas has a beauty, actually. At least a tamasic guy will not do anything wrong to others. If at all I have been asked to choose between tamas and rajas, I'll go for tamas only. Of course, the best is sattva, the pure conscious quality, awareness. But if only between these two you have to choose, means tamas is best, because person with tamas will be suicidal but never murderous. Person with rajas will be murderous, violent. So whole civilization has become rajasic and murderous. That's why so much of calamity. Anyhow, when you boil rajas with awareness, you will see excitement happening. So much of excitement around you. It will become bliss. When it becomes pure energy, it will become bliss. Sattva. When the sattva is boiled with awareness, sattvic people will have a kind of a techniques like unclenching, where you can't sleep. You don't have to do anything. Neither you need to do something, nor you can sleep. You need a deep awareness. The unclenching is the kind of a sattvic technique. When you boil your sattva with the consciousness, you will see the pure awareness, the pure energy happening inside your system. So, when I say Master can save from the rebirth, of course, it is not only an insurance, it is fact also. So that actually leads you to the exact resting feeling. And as you wrote, the resting feeling is the necessary thing. That is what is expected by those words. However, today restlessness arises again. I felt a strong urge to follow the living master and or merge with the divine. Should I let it go? Drop it in order to remain centered in Hamsa Mantra within? Or should I follow the urge and get carried away with the thought? What should I do? One thing, if you actually drop that restlessness, you will follow the living master. If you carry that restlessness, you will have your own idea about the living master. I have always seen people who try and force themselves to bring love for the living master. They will have their own idea about love and they will somehow struggle and try to create. If they are a little bit successful in creating that, they will practically possess me and force me to reciprocate the same love as they understand. They will be creating hell for them and for me. Please relax. Relaxing from the restless and just following Amsa Mantra will really take you nearer and nearer to the living master than you trying to do something. So I'll advise only to relax. Whenever I connect with the totality, meaning expanding the feeling of I-ness, recognizing nothing being separated, immediately tiredness follows. Means you have suppressed a lot of need for rest. Whenever the need for rest has arisen in you, you suppressed that part. You are sitting on a volcano. Take vacation and go and release the volcano in some place, stay in relaxed way, sleep when you feel like, eat when you feel like, at least for 20 days, so that the suppressed tiredness will be released from your system. I tell you, really. I know how the diseases are created in the system because consciously I am continuously analyzing so many different diseases and mental setup. I can tell you, once in a while, when you feel really that you are suppressing your tiredness, when you really feel like resting, forget about all other routine. Take 10 days off, 20 days off, go and stay in some place where you can eat when you want and lie down when you want. Exhaust the tamas. Let the tamas leave your system. That will heal you from many diseases which happened and which are yet to happen. Suppressing the need for rest is one of the important reasons for depression. Especially in the modern day civilization, nobody cares for you. Understand? Nobody cares for you. Everybody. The other day I was reading a one-liner. All you guys are continuously working. The fat guy who is inside the suit is getting all the credit. One-liner about an industry. All you guys are continuously working. The fat guy who is inside the suit is getting all the credit. Nobody cares. It's true. Nobody cares for you. In a way, that is why I like the Indian civilization. Nobody works. That is other extreme. Other extreme. I cannot understand so many government holidays. And each fellow, each community leader, when he becomes a minister, he will declare his community leader's birthday as a government holiday. And nobody bothers about country's productivity. This other extreme. Even when they go to office, nobody works, especially in government office. And in that also, government holidays. I think in the whole world, the most number of government holidays is Indian government. Actually, between the holidays, they go for work. Just for change. Not for anything else, just for change. And anyhow, maybe that is the way they manage people without falling sick. See, if you are working in Indian government office, there is no chance you will ever fall sick. Because you have so much of food and rest. There is nothing much to be done or need to be done. As soon as I forget about expanding, the tiredness disappears. See, whenever you are aware, only the suppressed things will come out. It's like there's a big vessel. You drop many toys or items made out of wood, and you are just rotating that water with the hand, the high force. All those objects will go and settle down. The moment you take your hands off, the moment water settles, all the products will come up, all the toys will come up. Same way as now you are continuously churning your inner space. No awareness, no silence. So all the suppressed things are going and sitting deeper way, in deep layers. The moment you take your hands off and the settlement, the peace starts happening. All the items which are there in the lower level, the deeper layers are coming up. So when you become aware, if the tiredness comes up, be very clear, it is suppressed. So take few days vacation, go on, enjoy. Can you give some advice about tiredness in that case? That is what. This is the, even having slept well, tiredness often shows up. Understand, you might have slept more hours but not well. Again, the only way to heal sleeping too many hours but not deeply is take 10 days off and sleep whenever you feel like. And when you feel like working, work. Thank you so very much for your discourse. I am watching at 4 a.m. weekdays and 2 a.m. yesterday. Then why won't you feel sleepy? Now I understand. He's saying, he's actually, there's a question from Streamline Seer. The person who is seeing the streamline, his question. And 4 a.m. in the morning, 2 a.m. in the morning, if you watch, then naturally you will have a little tiredness. Not missing a single discourse. It is so very inspiring and I feel like being in a different world. Thank you so much. Michael from Germany. Thank you for watching and my blessings. But at least after the Shiva Sutra is over, it will be over in 7 days. After that, you can take off at least 10 days and rest. Wow, really, I'm surprised. Other day, somebody was telling me, Swamiji, something like that. From 30 countries, people are watching. And only when I see the questions. When I practice the meditation, feeling you are a part of everything. It is, please, when you write the question, write it in a way that I should be able to read. See, it is easy for me to read your mind, not your... Because reading your mind, you are not involved. Straight away, I do my job. And here, you are also involved half. So it becomes a lot more difficult. You create maximum possible complication. So, it's deep. I opened my eyes to look at the air, seemed to have lots of foamy looking waves in it. Was that the unreality of mass material things? Let me tell you how exactly you will feel unreality of material things. I don't know, I'll be able to express, I'll try. Sometime rarely, in the dream itself, you will become aware that you are dreaming and you will be able to change 2-3 things. Like you will be able to see the person whom you wanted or do something what you wanted before waking up. Completely waking up is enlightenment. And before waking up, how many of you had this kind of experience even once in your life? Understand that mood. You will know you are dreaming. You know you are much better and bigger guy than whom you are thinking in your dreaming. Because of that remembrance, you will be able to move 1 or 2 things as you want. By the time you try to move the 4th or 5th thing, you will be awakened. You will wake up. Understand? The exactly same way only you will feel with the world. When you are feeling it is not real. How you will feel, you know? First change. You will realize you are bigger than what you have been told by your society. If your society tells you are a doctor with big money and some lot of wealth and all the ideas society has put in you, unconsciously you have a solid mold idea about you. First thing will happen is you will know, no, I am something much, much more than this, God. Second thing, you will easily be able to move the incidents in your life. Understand? The moment you have the clarity, the dream, as long as you think you are the same person who is dreaming, in the dream you will have an idea about you. And as long as you think you are the same person, you will be forced and you will be taken away by the dream. You will not be able to move any incident, move anything in your dream. The dream will be a ruler. You will be ruled. Suddenly when the awareness comes, no, I'm a bigger guy. I'm not the guy whom I was thinking in dreaming. I'm the guy with a lot more power and ability, whom I was thinking as me in the waking state. The identity of the waking state will interfere, overlap on the identity of the dream person. It is like a bringing the wealth from USA and spending in India. You will have more exchange. You will have more exchange rate. The identity you carry in the waking state is always more powerful than the dream state. Because in dream state, you don't have a physical body. You have 2 bodies less. In the dream state, you have only 5 layers. In the waking state, you have 7 layers. So naturally, this identity is a little stronger. When it overlaps, you will have a little freedom to change a few things in the dream state. But the problem is too much of overlapping. You will jump into waking state identity and you will wake up. Dream will disappear. That gap time where the waking identity is overlapping on dream identity, you feel the power, you feel the energy of the waking identity, but you are seeing the world of dream identity. That period is what I call period with miracle powers. Understand? Period with the siddhis. Here, in the waking state, when the identity of enlightenment, I can say the beyond identity, that super consciousness overlaps on you, suddenly for few years, you will feel you are more than what you are thinking, but the world is smaller, lower than what is. So you will feel more power, empowered. You will be empowered. You will be able to alter things as you want. Just like you are able to play with a dream for a few moments, you will be able to play. That period is what we call a seeker with siddhis, not enlightenment. The problem is, when too much of the superconscious descends on you, you will be awakened completely. You will neither have power nor have interest to alter the things of this world. That is fully enlightened. Jivan Mukta. Enlightened person will never have an interest to alter all these things because nonsense. You won't waste time to change things inside your dream because you know you are going to wake up. Because you know there is no use in it. So, to find out whether you are seeing the world's unreal existence is 2 things. First, you will see you are much more than what you have been told. Second, you will be able to alter the incidents as you want. You will be able to play with it. When this 2 happens, I tell you, immediately stop putting your awareness on changing things. Start putting the awareness on the higher identity which is landing on you. Then you will suddenly wake up. You will become enlightened. If you put your awareness on changing the things of the dream, playing, you will be spending a lot of energy and time and everything on this. You will be postponing enlightenment. you will be postponing awakening. The dreamer, when he feels he is higher than the dream identity, if he is fully engrossed in changing the incidents and things of the dream world, he will never be awakened. He will not put his energy on awakening. Hope I convey. It's very subtle. Only if you yourself have experienced what I am saying, you will be able to connect, and suddenly it will click. Yes, what he said is my experience. So understand, only if you experience these two things which I am saying, you are experiencing the unreality of material things, not otherwise. Otherwise, be very clear, you are still stuck where you are. I want to just sit in your presence and I'll miss that when you leave the US. First thing, if you know how to sit in my presence, you will realize never leave. If you are sitting with what you think as presence, then you will start worrying of me being and leaving. Understand? The person who started feeling the presence of my absence will always be in the presence. Presence of my absence. Understand? Now you are feeling my presence because as a small I am absent. What you think as me is absent. That is why what the real presence is happening. So it's a very tricky thing. What you think as me is not me. Again, you are missing what you think as me, thinking that as me. If you think what you think as me, now I will be bound to fulfill what you think. And if I am not fulfilling, you will think what kind of master he is. Understand? Do not be stuck with what you think as me. Grow to what is me. That will never move anywhere. That never moves anywhere. Can a person bear a child and be enlightened? Actually, I did some conscious scanning because the other day I was reading from great enlightened master Arunagiri Nada. Is from my native place. His biography, and it was supposed to be immaculate conception. Means no father, but suddenly mother is carrying the child. This can happen if the person is enlightened. So if the enlightened person carries the body, the child also will be enlightened. And if, one more thing, important thing, when an enlightened soul, enlightened consciousness lands on the body, for those three moments, the mother who is giving birth, she becomes enlightened. She gets the Satori experience. This happened with Ramakrishna and Ramana Maharshi's mother, even with my own mother. When I saw her energy, I saw very clearly. She had her first experience when I took birth. So, child being carried by an enlightened lady will naturally be enlightened child. Here you are asking some personal question like, in next life, I want to have a child, but I also want enlightenment. And I think both are conflicting. I don't see any conflict. You can have a child and enlightenment both in this Janma itself. And I don't see any conflict that enlightened person should not have a child, or the person who is being pregnant should not become enlightened. Second question, I had learned that forgiveness prayers are important if they come from existence to the unenlightened person, should those prayers be practiced by others or only by the receiver? Understand? Anything comes from an unenlightened person, forget it. Because they may miss some important thing when they write the program. It may become virus. Any technique, any prayer, anything from an unenlightened person, keep away from it. Save yourself. Techniques and prayers expressed by unenlightened beings and become popular are responsible for all the calamity which is happening in the spiritual field and all the problems which are happening in the spiritual field. If I have to say a small example, small story about this, a small story. A group of pandits, intellectuals in the religious field, but not enlightened. They go for a trekking in the Alps hill. Fortunately, they are lost. The world was fortunate, so they are lost. And they are trying to find out where they are. After having a long discussion for 3 days and 3 nights continuously and consulting the map, sun, moon, compass, the head of the group says, now I know where we are. All of us became very interested and asked, please tell where. Do you see that hill far away? They say, yes. According to map, we are on the top of that hill. Understand? They miss some important things, means reality. They miss something which is very important, reality. So avoid anything, whether it is idea, because, understand? Vivekananda says very beautifully, do not even read the books which is written by an unenlightened person. He says, I thought it is too fanatic. Actually, when I read that line, I felt too fanatic. How can this be? Later on, when I analyzed my own inner space, I understood, without even your knowledge, when something is said very beautifully, in a wonderful, punching way, you take that idea and make it as part of your inner software. Without understanding whether it is really truth or lie, if it is said very poetically, see, that is the influence of the poets and poetry on the human beings. All of us know it is not true, but all of us are influenced by it. See the drama. All of us know it is not true. All of us are influenced by it. So these unenlightened beings, when they express something poetical, without knowing or verifying, unconsciously, you record that into your inner software, and that can become part of your inner programming. To remove that and to get rid of it, it may take years. It may take years. So, after my own research, I understood what Vivekananda said is 100% true. Even casually, do not read the books or listen to the words or internalize anything from unenlightened beings. It is safe for you if you can protect yourself from the unenlightened beings. Let's enter into today's sutra. Before desire and before knowing, how can I say I am? Consider dissolve in the beauty. can say this is one of the technique which can lead you to quantum jump. Ananda Sutra. It's neither Nitya Sutra nor Dhyana Sutra, Ananda Sutra. Just understand. Just understand and allow that understanding to work on you. The understanding of this kind of sutras will start a psychological revolution in you. If you cooperate and change your day-to-day activity based on the understanding which is happening, the more and more deeper understanding will be revealed. These are like, these sutras, you need just initiation, means click by the living master. The next thing you need to do is not practicing. The effects which are happening by that initiation, cooperating with it. Just cooperate with the effort, nothing else. Mahadeva says, before desire and before knowing, how can I say I am? All of us always think and taught, even by the Western psychology, that first we exist, then we have desires. I and mind. I and mind. Just Mahadeva shakes and turns the whole thing. He says, I can say this is one of the greatest dictation, one of the greatest weapon, one of the greatest tool given to human beings for enlightenment, for awakening of the consciousness. I have read thousands of sutras, thousands of things, but this is one of the most revolutionary and shocking. He says, the mind comes first before I. Understand? Not I and then mind. If I and then mind, you can never become enlightened, because you can, whatever you do, you will be working only on the mind. Mind is mind. See, mind is also one of your property. So whatever you do will be only on your property, not on you. Operating on your properties cannot get you out of disease. Surgery being done to your car cannot heal your knees. So, all your operation, if it is on the mind, which is mind, then how can I be lost? How can I become enlightened? Here, Mahadeva is revealing a very important truth. After reading the sutra, I sat and consciously verified how the I and mind gets created. Let me tell you how the truth of the sutra clicked with me. I had the fortune of listening to this sutra by one very elderly lady, saintly lady, Uppammal. You see my biography, you see her photograph. She was reciting the sutra and giving me explanation in Tamil, in my mother tongue. When she said, first comes mind, the desire or knowing, only on that the I is getting built. Not that I is a base, on that the mind is getting built. I was shocked. No. How can that be? We always believe and we always feel the I is first, then comes mind. I was sitting and thinking about it. One of my relatives, she brought her child, and the child was sitting in front of me. And the child was playing with some toys. And he was about to take one toy and he was trying to swallow the toy. As you know, kids always they put anything in their mouth. That is the way they taste. That is the way they relate. And I saw that this fellow is trying to swallow. I just try to snatch that toy so that he will not swallow or he will not hurt himself. The moment I snatched, I saw not only the child was weeping and crying, his whole life is jumping out of that body to have that possession. I was in a deep, pure awareness, consciously alive and witnessing what is happening. Of course, the sutra which this Kuppammal, she taught me, that was the background of my mind. I was thinking, how can this be reality? When I saw the incident, I only took something what the child thinks as mine. But I saw his whole eye was shaken. His whole eye was life. The very feeling was shaken. And he felt as if his whole life is taken away, he is being killed. Some of his part has been taken away. Suddenly, in me, I could see very clearly, consciously, the I is built on mind from the young age. If the mind can be removed, I has no work. I just loses its base. I does not exist without mind. Mind is like a fabric out of which I is created. If you remove all the fabric, there will not be I. Then it has started now interesting me. That child has become my experiment guinea pig. Then I decided to play. I gave the toy to him back. The moment he put the toy in his mouth, I saw clearly his eye coming back to life, settling. Somehow, fortunately, I had that deep awareness and consciousness to scan what was going on inside. Because I learned the sutras after my first experience. I was able to see exactly what is going on in his system, in his being. Then again, just I removed that tie, I saw his whole eye is shaken. From the young age, when you are living with unconscious, means that from the day one, the I is getting built only on mind. After some time, you collected enough of mental ideas as mind. On that mental ideas only the I is standing. Understand? Now, even if all the items, outer world related things are taken away from you, you have collected a lot of ideas and knowledge as mind. On that knowledge and ideas, the I is standing. The child, fortunately, doesn't have an idea and knowledge collected as mind. He has only the products and items as mind. The moment it is taken away, the I is shaken. This gave me a great clarity and click. I can say that was one of the great revelation. And again, 2-3 times I tried that. Giving the tie back and taking it out. I know, of course, the child was shouting and crying. But I can say it was such big clarity. It was a clarity landed. Then finally I gave the tie back to the child and said, now I got what I need. Thank you. Actually, when I read Bhagavatam, Bhagavatam is one of the great spiritual literature. Unless you read Bhagavatam, you will not understand the spiritual essence of India. Understand? Ramayana and Mahabharatam are more social part, less spiritual part. Bhagavatam is 90% spiritual, only 10% social. Why Ramayana and Mahabharatam became popular, you know? Because it's not strong stuff, it's a light stuff. Like snacks. Wherever you go, you can be, it's more like snacks. That is why it's popular. But Bhagavatam is the real dinner, real lunch. As reading Bhagavatam, there is a story which says there was a Paramahamsa who learned from ant, who learned from tree, who learned from hunter, learned so many lessons from the people who are his life. He calls all of them as gurus. I was not able to understand how can this happen. When this incident happened, I realized child is now my guru. Child is now my guru. Gave me a great click. Very big click. Understand? It's a very important fact. All you need to do is allow all your desire, fear, greed, idea about enlightenment, idea about you, idea about me, idea about world, everything to go through a change based on this clarity. That's all. This clarity, when you read the sutra, not tune your day-to-day activity, decisions, day-to-day decisions which you make to this sutra. Don't say, no, I cannot disturb my day-to-day life. It's already settled. No. You talk whatever you want. Tomorrow you will tell something else. I cannot be changing my day every day. You postpone that way, okay, up to you. But anybody who is courageous, understand, one Ananda Sutra click. This click is enough. Now, sit and revise all your goals, all your idea about what you want to do in the life, or what you want to do, what you are. You may be having an idea about you and your efficiency and your possibility. Your efficiency will always think as lower than your possibility. And your goal. And so many other things. Now revise all of them just with this one understanding. Understand? Before desire and before knowing, how can I say I am? It means be very clear. Your desire, your knowing does not have a base of your being. Even though continuously you are believing, this is what I want to be. That is why I carry all these desires. That is why I carry all this knowing. And that is what I am expressing in my life. Understand? Your belief that what you want to be and your belief, the path to what you want to be is not in tune. That is what Mahadeva says. Understand? This is the click. How can you say your desire and your knowing exists in you without you realizing the you? Another important line. Before desire and before knowing, how can I say I? Your understanding, your desires or your property is the main reason why you are running behind, trying to fulfill, in the end of the life, feel frustrated. Understand? Go through a simple shift and reorganizing. Understand? You are the property of your desires. They are taking you from left and right and left, from different corners. Decide for some time to keep them all away and see what remains. Keep all of them away, desire, and see what remains. Just tune your day-to-day activities, decision making, to keep all these things away, whatever you think as mine, away, and see what remains. See what remains. Understand? These clicks are not such a small thing as we think. They are so powerful, so strong, Sometimes these clicks can just do a psychological revolution in 1 second. In 1 second. One small but very beautiful story. An enlightened master from southern part of India. His name is called Pattinattar. He was a very rich guy. Rich means filthy rich. He used to give a loan even to king. Once he sent his son, of course, the word filthy rich is 2 words meaning same thing. Sorry for using 2 words, sometimes you need to emphasize. But I have seen when the inner richness is there, even if the outer richness is added, the filthy qualities never gets added. The smell of the money will never get added. Without inner maturity, if the wealth is added, I have seen the fools. Suddenly you will see 10 rings on the all 10 fingers and big watch with diamonds and what not. All kinds of huge chains and too many other things. I always tell people, the smell of the dead body is much better than the smell of the money. Smell of the dead body is much better than smell of the money. The smell of the dead body, at least we will know. Smell of the money, we will not even. It will be too much. This guy had so much wealth, and he has sent his son to go and get more wealth from the other countries. In those days, the youngsters will be sent through the ship to go to different countries and make more wealth and business. And he's so greedy, filled with greed. When the son came back, he was not even bothered about how his health and where he is and all. He is only bothered about what he brought. He ran to the harbor, and the son came out of the ship. His eyes are so much filled with greed. He did not even look at the son or care to see the son. He ran inside to see what he brought. And suddenly he realized all other guys who went with his son, they all brought gold, diamond, jewels. This guy brought only cow dung cakes. Only cow dung cakes. And this guy comes out and sees the son, shouts at him, "You idiot, for this you went all the way there and only you brought cow dung cake." The son did not answer, just he left the place, went to the home and gave one small leaf and a needle without the hole. Needle, the sewing needle, there will be a hole where you will put the thread and sew. That needle without that hole part is broken. The needle without the hole and the one small palm leaf. This guy, this greedy rich guy, after the son left, he got so disturbed. Not only this guy brought only cow dung cake. It's a decent word for another one, some other word. If it is cows, it is holy, and if it is male cow, bulls, it is unholy. Anyhow, not only this guy brought just cow dung, and he did not even answer. He just goes and sees the heap of cow dung and kicks with the left leg. When he kicked, few cow dung cakes fell and broke. He realized inside the cow dung cake, so much of diamond and pearls are stored. Means he put all the diamond and pearls and covered it with cow dung for the sake of safety. You see, in those days, when you come in the ship, a lot of pirates will come. They will snatch and take away whatever valuables you have. If it is covered inside cow dung, the pirates may not be able to recognize it is a worthy or very valuable gold or diamond or jewels. They will think, oh, this is just for cooking they have. So this guy realized His son is not only efficient, he is intelligent to protect the wealth. He earned money, made wealth, diamond, pearls, whatever he want, but he covered it with a diamond cake, so that he covered it with a cow dung cake, so that on the way, even if the pirates stop them, try to steal, try to rob their ship, they will not take this, thinking it is a useless thing. He realized, oh God, what mistake I made. I shouted at my son. First thing, I did not even care for him. Second thing, I did not have passions to look into this. Third thing, I shouted at him without even letting him give any explanation. He ran to the home to apologize and ask his son to forgive him. There, I understand the whole mood. He is in a high, agitated, restless mood. One, the mistake which he did. Second, the guilt. Both of them is one moment in the peak, one moment in the valley. He reaches his home, asks the wife, where is the son, where is the son? I have to apologize, I have done a big mistake. She says, I don't know where he is, but he gave this leaf and the needle without the head, without the hole. You can see this. The guy picks up that box and sees the needle without a hole, and there is a word written on that palm leaf. In Tamil, it is written, Kadatra Usiyum Varadagan Kadaivalike. Let me translate. It's a beautiful verse. Even a needle without a hole will not come when you leave the body. Will not come with you forever. It means impermanence of the death. It was a strong blow. First thing, son telling father. Second thing, not inefficient, lazy bum. This guy is powerful enough, intelligent enough to create wealth. After creating wealth, he is intelligent enough to protect the wealth. Then he is telling his own father, I made what you want. I have protected what you want. And I brought it and gave it to you what you want. But now understand, I tell you, this will not come, not this whole wealth, even one needle without the hole will not come for your life. Means after death. He says, impermanence of the wealth. Nothing will stay with you. Nothing will come when you are going to the ultimate place. This was a strong blow and a shock. That shock and strong blow became a click. And that guy, the rich guy, had a strong click. And that was it. The story says he dropped everything, threw everything that same moment, left the home and became enlightened. His name is Tar. The click, if the click happens in right time, one click is enough to lead you to enlightenment. It was an intense click. And not only that, when the click happened, he decided to alter his day-to-day life in tune with the click. He was courageous enough to tune his life with that click. That was a strong click. When it happened, he did not think, okay, I will mentally renounce, physically keep a little bit. Maybe till my life ends, I'll keep that much bank balance. No, nothing, no second thought. Did not bother about anything. He had only one thing in his heart. Courage to go with the click. To go behind the click and see the end of it. This is what I call courage of tapas. Courage of tapas. Understand? This click can do that same thing to you. I'm not saying you will leave the wealth and go. No, I'm not saying that. But this can do such a big transformation in you. Falling in tune, if you can arrange, if you can put your day-to-day activities in tune with this click, your day-to-day decisions in tune with this click, suddenly you will see the click is revealing deeper and deeper clicks and understandings to you. Understand? The initiation is like giving you one light. That light can be put off by any cyclone or air or blowing wind. If you protect it, then it can't be blown away. It cannot be put off. Protecting means making your day-to-day decisions and life in tune with that click. Whenever you receive a click, protect it as if you have the Kamadhenu and Kalpavriksha, means the tree which gives you whatever you want, wish-fulfilling tree, as if you got the wish-fulfilling tree. Hold it inside your heart and see your everyday decision. Again and again, your thinking revolves around that click. Your day-to-day activities are slowly falling in tune with that click. Whenever your day-to-day activities are made to fall in tune with that click, with that understanding, the deeper and deeper truths will be revealed by the same initiation. I know for sure, Pattinatthar did not become enlightened the moment he read that palm leaf. No. He had only click, a strong initiation. The next thing he did is putting all his effort and energy to tune himself to that click. He immediately started rearranging his thinking setup towards that click. He rearranged his lifestyle to be in tune with that click. The moment he did that, the deeper and deeper truths of that click was getting revealed to him. And naturally, in few months or few weeks, he has become enlightened. He has achieved the ultimate truth. Understand now, this one thing, one click. Allow this initiation to work on you. The understanding which you are having, you are the center and your desires are your own, your property. Your fears are your property. Whatever is happening inside you, your mind is your property, is a lie. You are the property of your mind. This will bring so much of disrespect to your mind, so much of rest and unclutching between you and your mind. As long as you think your mind is yours, you will never be able to stop fulfilling what it says, what it anticipates. You will never be able to escape from its roots. Even if you escape from the desires, it will attack you in the name of fear. Your mind is very intelligent. When you escape from your desires, it will create fears and make you do the same thing what it wants you to do. In a different way, it will enter through the back door. It will enter through the back door. Whether it is your fear or desire, it is not yours. The very understanding your fears are not yours will leave you so freely with so much of rest. You don't have to stop or you don't have to escape from them. You don't have to stop them. You don't have to escape from them. At the most, what can happen? Let it happen. For whom it is not going to happen? Tell me. Everybody, it is going to happen. Everything, it is going to happen. Not only for you, even for me. At least what you think as me. This body is going to die. Everything is going to die. There is nothing which is not going to die. Let you have this courage. What can happen? That's all. The other day, one of our deities which we brought to other temple, after the installation, not now, here, not in our temple, in another temple, after installation, somehow somebody was little damaged, broken. Immediately this guy complained to me, what is this? God is broken. I said, relax. Deity is broken, not God. One more important thing, as long as it is made out of some material, it has to have degradation. At some time, even if it is out of stone, after a few thousand years, it has to have some damage. Maybe for you to become enlightened, you have to feel deity is God. But sometimes anything which is a form has to break, has to disappear, will get degraded. So understand, anything has to disappear. This one clarity. Your fears are not yours. You are not needed. You don't need to protect yourself from those fears. You are not continuously needed to protect yourself from those fears. Neither you are needed nor you need to protect yourself from those fears continuously happening. Your desires are not yours. Your fears are not yours. You are only being created and given an illusory idea to you that you exist so that you will continue to fulfill your fears and desires. Your fears and desires created a lobby and put you as a president just to fulfill what they want. This is the essence. But unfortunately, you start thinking you have power and you are fulfilling the needs of your desires and fears. Because of that, you continue to exist and you continue to create things which needs for you to exist. Relax just from this one thing. Understand, in India, the lobbying is not so open. That is why people are not able to understand what is going on. After studying few of the country's politicians, politics and the basic understanding, I was able to see very clearly now what I said. You, what you think as I, is nothing but created leader by the fears and greed. Every fear you remove, part of you will be dropped, will die. Every desire you remove, part of you will start melting away. The moment you remove all these things, suddenly you will see you don't exist. It's like I have seen some of these laser beam shows they'll do in India. From 3-4 places, they will send a strong laser beam. They will all hit each other at one place and it will appear like a strong light, a jyoti or a sun is happening out of nowhere. A sun will appear in the sky because 3-4 laser beams are reflecting on each other. When you remove those 3-4 laser beams, the sun will not be there. But because you are seeing that sun for quite a long time, you forgot the laser beams are responsible for that sun to exist. You start thinking the sun has its own existence. You start thinking that you have your own existence apart from all those few laser beams which are contributing source to you. Understand? What you think as you is not Swayam Prakasa, self-emanating. You are self-emanating. The original, true you is self-emanating, not what you think as you. When you understand, your fears are not yours. Your desires are not yours. And you are the property of your fear and desire and all other things. Suddenly, you will lose respect for them. Losing respect for them will unclutch completely you from whatever you think as you. You will disappear. The sun will disappear. When the laser beams are moved away, the sun which was there till this moment will disappear. That is what Buddha calls nirvana. Extinction. The exact meaning of nirvana means extinction. What you think as you will be extincted. Understand? If you remove the fuel supply, what you think as you will be extincted. And you will realize that you don't exist apart from what you think as yours. What all you think as yours, that only adds to what you think as you. Till the age of 7, you are getting built only on the physical products you have, physical properties you have. And after some time, you acquire knowledge, ideas, desires, fear, so many things. Then you are building yourself on that. That is what I call having individual logical thinking. If you can start acting, if you are active even while you don't have the physical things around you, what you think as yours, then you have started having intellectual logical thinking. Understand? Till the age of 7, kids cannot think without their properties. If the properties are not there, they won't be thinking. After the age of 7, nowadays maybe I can say from the age of 3 itself it starts, because the input is too much. Input is too much. After enough input is put inside, when a platform is created by the collected ideas of desires, fear and all those things, on that you start thinking you. You start creating the I. Because the platform is there from the moment you started having the I, you never think that without that platform, the I cannot exist. You start thinking the I is more stronger and permanent. You may argue, no, I can think even while I don't have the properties around me. But you don't understand the ideas and desires and fears you accumulated are also some more properties. They are also properties of your mind. That mind, if it can be relaxed, you will see the extinction happens. So understand and imbibe this click, have this initiation with you now, and let this initiation do the process. Initiation is like putting the fire in the huge cotton godown. All you need is allow it to be burnt. That's all. Do not dump too much cotton on that small fire. If you dump too much cotton on that small fire, you may put it off. Don't dump too much cotton or anything. Just allow that to work. Allow that fire to happen. It means you don't have to do any sadhana or any mental confusion, chaos and all those things. That is like putting more cotton on, dumping more cotton on the fire. You may put it off sometime. Don't do that. Allow that to happen. At the most, give enough space for air. means tuning your day-to-day activity and thinking towards that initiation, towards that click, towards that inner fire. Listen and have that click and have the initiation before desire and before knowing. How can I say I am? Consider means see. You do not exist before you accumulate and start working on fear or desire or your properties. So whatever properties you have, you think as yours outside and inside is not you. Mahadeva says, dissolve in beauty. He says, dissolve in the beauty. When you understand, your desires need not be fulfilled by you. Your fears need not be fulfilled by you. You don't have to protect yourself from your fears. Suddenly, beauty happens to you. A deep grace of fulfillment happens to you. Dissolve in that beauty. Mahadeva says, dissolve in that beauty. Understand this one thing. Neither your desires needs to be fulfilled by you, nor you need to protect yourself from your fear, because they are not yours. You are there. You are theirs. So just have this one initiation, one click. Let's gather for next session. Thank you. Swamiji, thank you a million times. My investment paid off today. Maheshwara, thank you. To tell you honestly, when I was coming, I felt that I should not add any more words today. Just let you go and sleep on it. That's what really I felt. I think I'll do that. I should not add any more words. If I add any more words, the last part only you will be stuck. Let you go on, sleep on this word. I'll do the remaining sutras tomorrow. Thank you. Let you achieve and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. Are not yours. You are not, is nothing but created leader by the fears and greed. Every fear you remove, part of you will be dropped, will die. Every desire you remove, part of you will start melting away. The moment you remove all these things, suddenly you will see you don't exist. It's like I have seen some of these laser beam shows they'll do in India. From 3-4 places, they will send a strong laser beam. They will all hit each other at one place and it will appear like a strong light, a jyoti or a sun is happening out of nowhere. A sun will appear in the sky because 3-4 laser beams are reflecting on each other. When you remove those 3-4 laser beams, the sun will not be there. But because you are seeing that sun for quite a long time, you forgot the laser beams are responsible for that sun to exist. You start thinking the sun has its own existence. You start thinking that you have your own existence apart from all those few laser beams which are contributing source to you. Understand, what you think as you is not Swayam Prakasa, self-emanating. You are self-emanating. The original, true you is self-emanating, not what you think as you. when you understand your fears are not yours, your desires are not yours, and you are the property of your fear and desire and all other things, suddenly you will lose respect for them. Losing respect for them will unclutch completely you from whatever you think as you. You will disappear. The sun will disappear. When the laser beams are moved away, the sun which was there till this moment will disappear. That is what Buddha calls nirvana, extinction. The exact meaning of nirvana means extinction. What you think as you will be extincted. Understand? If you remove the fuel supply, what you think as you will be extincted. And you will realize that you don't exist apart from what you think as yours. What all you think as yours, that only adds to what you think as you. Till the age of 7, you are getting built only on the physical products you have, physical properties you have. And after some time, you acquire knowledge, ideas, desires, fears, so many things. Then you are building yourself on that. That is what I call having individual logical thinking. If you can start acting, if you are active even while you don't have the physical things around you, what you think as yours, then you have started having intellectual logical thinking. Understand? Till the age of 7, kids cannot think without their properties. If the properties are not there, there won't be thinking. After the age of 7, nowadays maybe I can say from the age of 3 itself it starts, because the input is too much. Input is too much. After enough input is put inside, when a platform is created by the collected ideas of desires, fear and all those things, on that you start thinking you. You start creating the I. Because the platform is there from the moment you started having the I, you never think that without that platform, the I cannot exist. You start thinking the I is more stronger and permanent. You may argue, no, I can think even while I don't have the properties around me. But you don't understand the ideas and desires and fears you accumulated are also some more properties. They are also properties of your mind. That mind, if it can be relaxed, you will see the extinction happens. So understand and imbibe this click, have this initiation with you now, and let this initiation do the process. Initiation is like putting the fire in the huge cotton godown. All you need is allow it to be burnt. That's all. Do not dump too much cotton on that small fire. If you dump too much cotton on that small fire, you may put it off. Don't dump too much cotton or anything. Just allow that to work. Allow that fire to happen. It means you don't have to do any sadhana or any mental confusion, chaos and all those things. That is like putting more cotton on, dumping more cotton on the fire. You may put it off sometime. Don't do that. Allow that to happen. At the most, give enough space for air. Means tuning your day-to-day activity and thinking towards that initiation, towards that click, towards that inner fire. Listen and have that click and have the initiation before desire and before knowing. How can I say I am? Consider means see. See, you do not exist before you accumulate and start working on fear or desire or your properties. So whatever properties you have, you think as yours outside and inside is not you. Mahadeva says, dissolve in beauty. He says, dissolve in the beauty. When you understand, your desires need not be fulfilled by you. Your fears need not be fulfilled by you. You don't have to protect yourself from your fears. Suddenly, beauty happens to you. A deep grace of fulfillment happens to you. Dissolve in that beauty. Mahadeva says, dissolve in that beauty. Understand this one thing. Neither your desires needs to be fulfilled by you, nor you need to protect yourself from your fear, because they are not yours. You are there. You are theirs. So just have this one initiation, one click. Let's gather for next session. Thank you. Swamiji, thank you a million times. My investment paid off today. Maheshwara, thank you. To tell you honestly, when I was coming, I felt that I should not add any more words today. Just let you go and sleep on it. That's what really I felt. I think I'll do that. I should not add any more words. If I add any more words, the last part only you will be stuck. Let you go on, sleep on this word. I'll do the remaining sutras tomorrow. Thank you. Let you achieve and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you.
That was a very beautiful session, understanding about the greater truths of the Shiva Sutras directly from Swamiji himself. Whatever each of you enjoyed from this session, I request you to post it in the chat. Ma Mary Claire, Ever Alfaroya, Shaunaya, Hans Ulrich, Agent Simon, yes, Nityanandam, Ma Jnanaguru Prasadini, Lingodhavanaya, Ma Zeek Swan Leo. All of you can post. What is it that you understood? What did you enjoy the most as you were listening to this session from Swamiji?
She is looking rather calm today.
Yes, Everaya is saying in the end, he said, clicks within enlightenment alters your manifestation desires. Okay? Each and every Shiva Sutra, when we go through the whole process and experience it, whatever we experience is actually the essence of one religion, Swamiji reveals. Each one of these sutras is actually an entire religion within themselves. These are aphorisms of existence. Swamiji says that these are the sutras of the whole entire existence itself. So just listening to this is actually the greatest blessing that each one of us can receive. We'll be moving on into the power manifestation session, where we'll all be understanding, cognizing the higher truths from Swamiji on the we'll be cognizing the higher truths from Swamiji, manifesting the power of remote vision. So how many of you enjoyed this power when you were doing it in the morning, in the previous sessions? Did you enjoy the power of remote vision? Fears and desires are not you. You are theirs is not so easy for me to understand. Okay. Seema, now this is a simple example Swamiji gives, okay? We have a desire to smoke. So it's a pattern, it's a habit people have, right? Swamiji says the first cigarette you take in the morning, you are smoking the cigarette. But after some time, what happens is the cigarette is smoking you. What does this mean? It means no longer are you choosing whether I should pick up the next cigarette and smoke. The cigarette is what is impelling you to do it. Is this making sense for people, especially those who are addicted to smoking? So when we say that desires are, you are the desires, like you're theirs, is saying that in the beginning, you have the desire, right? You have it like, okay, I want a cake. But if at all the desire becomes such that the cake, till you get the cake, you cannot rest. So no more are you the one in charge. It is that cake which has become in charge. The desire for the cake has become in power, right? So whether it's good for your health, bad for your health, whether it's available or not available, the desire is ruling you. You have become one with it, like you have become under the desire, subservient to it. So that is what Swamiji means. The same thing with fear. Actually, Swamiji says healthy fear is good. If you have a fear of a snake, it's good for you. It's going to keep you alive. But what happens? When we are scrolling in our computer screen, if we see a snake, we will take our hand off. If people have what's called snake phobia, right? If they're scrolling on their screen, suddenly they see a snake, they'll throw the phone or they'll take their hands away. Because what has happened? Now the fear is ruling them. It's not that they have a fear, or I have a fear of a snake. The snake of the fear has possessed them. The fear of the snake has possessed them. So whether it's actually a snake or not a snake, whether it can actually hurt them or not, that fear is there. So this is what is actually known in Hinduism as the Rajju Sarpa Nyaya, which is meaning the rope snake analogy, where we mistake a rope for a snake or a snake for a rope. Basically, this is an analogy which is used in many aspects, but actually it's not actually a joke, this one, because in modern day, they have done researches which found up to 80% of the people who die from a snake bite, the poison never actually reaches their heart or their throat and stops them from living. The fear that I have been bitten by a snake gives them a heart attack and they die. 65 to 80% of all people who die from a snake bite are not dying from the poison, they are dying from the fear. This is what it means when we say the fear has taken over you. The fear is ruling you. Are you understanding this now? Is it making more sense? Yes. Okay. So we'll do the power manifestation now. Yes? I've kept an object which we are going to be doing the power of remote vision. Now, one thing I want you to understand about this power is very, very, very a subtle power. Many times we don't see what is either the practical benefit or the higher benefit of it. So sometimes we do see the practical benefit. If something is lost, I'll be able to find it. But we don't see what is the higher benefit of this. Fundamentally, when we manifest this, we will start understanding, cognizing. I am not limited by the physical body. Because you're seeing something that is not physically in front of you. It is in another place. Are you understanding? So this power of remote vision, you will be scanning an object I have kept in front of me. Now, what that object is, the color, the shape, all of that, you're going to be seeing. But you're not actually seeing it with your body. You're not perceiving it with your body. Neither are you feeling it, seeing it, smelling it, hearing it. So the cognition, the feeling, oh, I am something more than this body, will start taking root. Are you understanding this? So that is what we want. The power's result. Maybe we see a manifestation, right or wrong. But the actual result, the actual goal is to feel, hey, I am not limited by this body. When we say, I am not the fears and desires, the same thing. I am not this body. I am not just this body, Swamiji says. It's not that we are not the body, but we are also the body. We have the body. Is it making sense? Okay, mostly. What am I saying? What I'm saying is, right now we think I am the body, right? We think everything we think about ourselves is the body. What happens to the body, what is felt by the body, what the body does. All of this only we associate with ourselves. But actually, we are not just the body. We are something more. Our mental, let's say our mind, right? We have the ability to think of something which is happening on the other side of the world, right? Now, if I tell you what's going on in Australia, the fires that are happening in Australia, the storms that are happening in Australia, your mind is instantly in Australia, right? But we don't remember that. We never feel I am in Australia. We always think, oh, I'm thinking of Australia, but the mind is in Australia at that time. Just because the body is not there, we do not associate ourselves as being there. Is it making sense? Now, when Swamiji says, my consciousness, my Divya Sharira or my cosmic body is there with each one of you, many times we don't immediately cognize it. Why? Because we say, his physical body is somewhere in the world. What is the cosmic body? What is this astral body or this cosmic body, right? That understanding will come when you manifest this power. Because what? Your cosmic body, your being is coming to where I am, seeing the object, and you are realizing it. You are finding it out. Yes? Are you understanding this, Nama? Okay. So we'll go through the demo. You will understand more and more. This power will make you understand because now you're seeing something which is not there with you. So when you're going somewhere else and seeing something, you will itself start understanding my body has not gone there, yet I know it. So let's start, okay? I have the object already ready with me. You can scan the size, the shape, and the color of it. So I want you to mainly scan these three, okay? The shape, the size, and the color. Are you ready, ma? Okay, we can do it. Just chant the Mahavakya. See, the Mahavakya is, Swamiji says, it's the secret passcode. It is like a vibration which the cosmos can understand, which the cosmos knows, okay, this vibration is oneness with me. I have to manifest that. So that is why we chant the Mahavakya. When we say Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, it is not about like a spiritual practice also. It is a vibration that unlocks that part of our brain. You know, when we think a certain emotion, there's a certain part of our brain which is active. Now, let's say I am only looking, I'm completely focused on my sight. The hindbrain, the back part, where the optical lobes, the optical part of the brain is, that is active. Or when I'm smelling something, really different, or a nice smell or a bad smell, the olfactory part of my brain, that is what is active. When I'm involved in some really critical analysis, thinking really deeply, the forebrain, the front of my brain is active. When I'm in intense fear, I just want to escape. The bottom of my brain is active. When we chant the Mahavakya, the part of the brain which causes powers to manifest is active. It is like if I say the word sweet versus me eating sweet, actually the same part of my brain is active. When I remember the taste of sweet and when I actually eat a sweet. Same way if I remember happiness. That's why we always like to remember happy memories, because the same release of chemical in the brain is happening as when the happy moments are actually happening. Is it making sense? So that is why we chant the Mahavakya, because the Mahavakya is activating that part of the brain. Those words, those vibrations, when we're chanting it, it's activating the part of the brain which makes these powers manifest. So let's start now. Okay, I've kept an object in front of me, and let's just remember, hold Swamiji inside. If you hold the form of Swamiji in your inner space, and ask Swamiji to show you the exact object that I've kept in front of me.
Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Nityananda Soham Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda
Yes, now you can post what Swamiji showed you.
Paramashivoham
The color, the shape, okay, nothing. Mama, I declare nothing. Not even a color. Absolutely nothing. Okay, no issues, ma. Okay, ever you saw a red cloth, a fruit red in color. Okay, ma Chetana. What shape were you able to see? Ever Alfaro Aya and ma Chetana, what shape did you see? And what size did you see? Jewelry also rounded, okay? Round shape, okay. So the thing that I was actually holding was a key. So you can see it's actually like a keychain kind of thing. I think it's green in color, so it seems to be merging a bit. But it's actually a green color keychain, which is in the shape of a fish. And it has some kind of red designs on it. But it's actually a fish keychain. So that is what this object actually is. Okay, so no issues. We'll do one more round of manifestation in the further sessions. We'll be continuing today. The whole day is dedicated for this power of remote vision. We'll be entering into the next powerful truth from Swamiji. Now, for this session, what I want each of you to do, write down at least 5 questions, okay? Based on what Swamiji speaks, at least 5 real, sincere questions that you have within you. Listen to Swamiji and pen down at least 5 questions or 5 points. 5 key points Swamiji covers or 5 questions. It can be anything. Either you had a question which you had answered, you got a question answered, or you have a question based on what Swamiji spoke. Any 5. Can we agree? Yes? Okay, you start thinking that maybe fears and desires are separated consciousness out of us. Actually, Ma Swamiji reveals fear and desire has no life. They don't actually exist. We are giving them life. It's like a dead snake which you have given life to. All our patterns, Swamiji says that they are dead snakes. The only reason they are alive is because some part of us, secretly we want them. Like even a fear, let's say if it's a fear of something. Let's say it's a fear of a person in your life. You have a person whom you're really scared of. Now, the reason we may be afraid of them, we don't want to feel fear for people. And no one wants fear in their life, right? But they still feel that fear because there is some kind of, they feel they are getting something out of it. I'll give you a simple example, which is like just giving the example of my grandmother. She has diabetes. And Swamiji has healed her completely. So Swamiji's healing, there's no possible way that diabetes would be there in her body, but yet the diabetes is there. For example, one of my friend's grandfather, he had cancer, stage 4 cancer. The doctors had given up hope. Swamiji healed him and he's completely healthy till today. He's alive, healthy. He goes for walks every day. He's a very active person. But my grandmother has gotten healing from Swamiji, but till now she hasn't healed from a simple thing like diabetes. It's not really severe also. It's just as a result of old age. But there is a part of that diabetes she enjoys. You know which one? The attention she gets, right? Her friends, her family, they'll be like, oh, how's your sugar levels doing? Have you been eating right? They would every time be inquiring about her health, right? Every time they come over, every time they call. That is an attention she enjoys. So she is, for some reason, keeping the diabetes in her body so that she can get that attention. Like this we do. All fear and desire remains in us because we feel we need it for a reason. So that is what is actually not there, but we purposely give it life and sustain it. The minute we realize, actually, oh, I am the one giving life to this. Do I want to give life to it more anymore or not? Make a conscious decision. If you say, yes, I want this to continue being with me, then we are happy with it. There's no conflict. If we say, no, I realized till now I was, for some other vested interest, for some other pattern within me, I was keeping this. I don't want it anymore. Then we let go of it. Again, no conflict. But as long as we don't realize, we say, no, I don't want this in my life, but it keeps coming back to me because we don't realize how we are creating it. And that is why throughout the program, when we go through the different processes, one of the first things we will understand is why we manifest what we don't want. Why is it in our life things we don't want start happening? Yes? So now we'll enter into a very beautiful session from Swamiji, another Shiva Sutra. Of course, these Shiva Sutras are absolutely amazing. Swamiji is going to be expanding more on how we experience through our eyes. How is it that we are perceiving the world, receiving from the world, and much more details. So I request all of you to just stay in the space of listening. If anyone wants in between to go, take a short break, drink some water, you can go ahead and do that. You can turn off your camera and just maybe continue listening to what Swamiji is saying. But you can take a short break, get some food and settle down so that you're able to listen, not feeling sleepy or not feeling tired as you're listening to this. Okay? Okay. So let's get into this session and let us beautifully listen to these cognitions from Swamiji himself.
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दम्.
All right, I'll answer few questions which can really add to some more clicks. Somebody very intelligent, just empty card. Swamiji, could you please provide an insight on relationship between the person's horoscopes and karma? Even though from time immemorial, the so-called logical people and atheists were abusing, disrespecting the traditional astrology. Secretly, they were always consulting astrologers. Even though many people try to abuse or disrespect, the science still holds its power, its influence on human beings. In India, the report says 93% of the people read or study their horoscopes regularly before taking any big decisions, not just marriage, before taking any big decisions. Surely there is a science behind it, even though as usual anything which expands certain limit, goes beyond certain limit, will lose its originality, will start getting diluted. There was little dilution in this science also, but that does not mean the science itself is a lie. Understand this one example, then you will be able to understand, connect with the astrology, the science of astrology. It's like for one moment in camera, when the cover moves, whatever was outside gets printed on the film. Then you can develop that film, it will become photograph. Second time, you can't use that same film. What first moment, what gets recorded, only that will be there in the film. Same way, the moment you come out, the moment your consciousness enters into the body, the energy level of the cosmos gets printed in that consciousness. Your inner space gets a print of the cosmic energy level based on the time of the birth and the position of the 9 major energy centers. I wanted one more understanding to be internalized by you all. The astronomical planets are not astrological planet energies. Even though number may be same, the astrological planets are energies. For example, planet Earth is here. Maybe I can use the paper to draw and show you. This understanding will really help. Planet Earth is here. This is Sun. Different grahas are there. Please visualize this as eccentric circuits. And this as some planets. Okay. This is Sun. When we say here in our temple, if you see, there will be 9 planetary energies. Statue deities will be there. They will be worshipping. When we say Sani Graha, that is not exactly Saturn. Consider this as a Saturn. A particular energy of pull and push is there always between the grahas. The energy which comes out of the Saturn does not completely come and influence the planet Earth. In between, something will be added, something will be deleted. Different energy clash will be there. For example, 100 unit push energy comes from the Saturn, and if 20 unit pulling energy comes from the Buddha, naturally it will be neutralized. It will become 80. And suddenly here you will see Shukra may add 30 unit, then it will become 110. When it reaches, by the time it reaches the planet Earth, it may get deviated for some time. Then it may come down to 80 or 50. Whatever finally reaches, that is what we call Sunny, Saturn energy. Understand? It's a very subtle science. The same Saturn will not have same influence influence over planet Earth continuously. If he moves, the total calculation of the pull or push will differ. If we move, even sometime I have seen, within 12 days, the whole energy will be different. Whole energy will be different. If the astronomical planets and astrological planets are same, then the energy difference will not be there. But it is not same. It is not same. It is the totality of the energy reaches to the planet Earth. Maybe when we say Saturn, the major influence in that energy flow was from Saturn. When we say Buddha, it is not that only Buddha is radiating. That energy which came out of Buddha, by the time it reaches the planet Earth, goes through some 5-6 alteration. So many influences gets added and deleted. Then the energy reaches the planet Earth. The different energy positions clearly decides the cosmic energy level during your birth, during the time of the birth. Based on that, we will be able to easily predict the course of your life. Understand? Not exact incident. Ads, newspaper. 3 days your problem will be solved. I'm really surprised. I thought of. Anyhow, I don't think incidents themselves can be predicted. Only a course of kind of a rough course only can be predicted. Incidents are too minute details, and you do have a freedom. Understand? Even if a minute incident like which chair you will sit, if that can be predicted, you don't have a freedom. You don't have a freedom. You do have a freedom whether you have a freedom to decide whether to sit here or not, or listen here or not, or understand or not. All those things you have a freedom. Maybe the major actions, major course, like whether you will become enlightened or not, maybe those things can be predicted. But the small decision, only principles can be predicted, not the policies. Policies, you have an individual freedom. Having an idea about horoscope, your own horoscope, will give you many times intelligence and acceptance to decide about your life. Intelligence to make decision, acceptance about the inevitable things. So according to me, a seeker should have little bit basic intelligence about their own horoscope. Better to read some books and have an idea than going to some person who is new, who doesn't know. In those days, fortunately, we had family astrologers. I know. My own family had an astrologer who is very precise, who is very... One more thing, if that guy is a family astrologer who knows completely your family, then he can interpret the energy flows. He can easily interpret and guide you. He can be a counselor also, personal counselor also. We had a fortune of having that kind of an astrologer who is professional, who is an experienced astrologer, who knows the science, above all, knows the family well. So easily can do the job of counseling. At least whatever I heard from my parents, not even once his prediction failed. His prediction failed. It's very surprising. It's only one prediction failed, that he predicted that I will die at the age of 80. I took sannyas. That is the only thing. Failed. Of course, sannyas is practically rebirth. Otherwise, such a precise knowledge. So try to read 1 or 2 books. It will really give you an opening and glimpse, and it will be really exciting. When I started studying, it was very exciting. You can play a lot with it because there is the astrological sutras actually encourage your visualization and power to connect things. It really helps you. You mentioned that you had 72 topics when you, there's a question from yesterday. Somebody is asking, would it be possible to name all the 72 topics you wanted to discuss only in some book? Somebody is asking about food. We don't know who has touched the raw fruits, vegetables between the harvest and the shop. Should we not eat salads made from store-bought vegetables? Does washing purify them, or is cooking is the best way? Washing and energizing. See, offering it to the deities are nothing but purifying process. That purifies the food completely. Offering it as an nevedya or offering it to the divine, then eating will really purify and change the very quality of the food, very energy of the food. Still, even I personally tried this experiment. I told some of the people who make the laddus in Tirupati, some of them are our devotees. I told them to separate few pieces before it goes to offering. And after it goes to offering and comes back, really I tell you, honestly, I have tried at least 2-3 times. Surely taste is different. I don't know what goes on in the Garbha Mandir, what Venkateshwara does, but the quality, the taste is totally different. I can very clearly tell. The taste is different. Understand? Surely energizing, that's a big job. Even though logically this is very difficult to relate. See, till the Dr. Emoto, Japanese scientist, till he proved the power of our thoughts over the water, we can't imagine in 15 minutes you can pollute water. You don't need anything else except your mind to pollute water. So just like air pollution, water pollution, we should say now conscious pollution. He proved the consciousness, the world can be polluted by the ordinary mental thoughts. So power of the mind over the matter is proved by Emoto. Not once, 300 different experiments, and every experiment proves the power of the mind over the matter. I think it is whether we believe it or not, the ceremonies like a purifying or offering and all, that's a big job. Somebody is asking, can you please give some guideline on raising children, as there is no Gurukul system in this country? We don't have a Gurukul, but we already started the weekend classes. I initiated the class, first class I myself conducted. For half an hour, I had the patience to sit with them. Sit with the kids. Because half an hour they were shy. After that they opened up, then I decided that I can't sit anymore with them. As long as they were shy, I was able to sit with them. The moment I saw they now opened up and now they are ready, I said, now class ends, please go. Anyhow, but we do have regular classes. This weekend we were not able to have because of the weekend workshop. But from next weekend, we do have regular classes. It will be happening. Bring them. Surely we will at least do the damage control. We may not be able to bring them up as we want. At least we will do the damage control. what is the trick to get rid of fantasy on childhood friend and keep current relationship happy? I tell you a very simple trick. Meet that same childhood friend now for 2-3 days, it will disappear. The fantasy remains as fantasy because you did not see the reality. Just see that same, see, the childhood, not only he becomes your fantasy, you would have become fantasy for many persons. Because they do not have the real idea about you now. See, in those, in a childhood, he was also, because he was just expressing the joy and ecstasy, he made a deep impression in you. Because you are expressing the excitement and joy, you made a deep impression on the other person, on so many persons. Now, if you see the same person, you will understand, are same dull fellow like me. And if they meet you, they will realize, are same fool. There is nothing to be fantasizing. There is nothing worthy of fantasies in that person. Suddenly you will see the reality and the childhood fantasy will disappear. That is why I always tell people, it is very nice to attend alumni meetings if you are not enlightened. If you are not enlightened, good to attend alumni meetings. Alumni means where the colleges gather, where the childhood friends gather to meet once in a while. So this is the best technique. Go and see that once or twice. Then all your fantasies will disappear. You will come to reality. Should we avoid group meditation with an unenlightened leader? I can say, if the technique is from enlightened being, then it won't do big harm. But if the technique also from an unenlightened person, if the unenlightened person tries to add or deletes, if he starts commenting, then please avoid. Please avoid. What about yoga training, you are asking? Same with yoga. The system is from enlightened consciousness, have it. The system is not from enlightened consciousness. If the person is adding or deleting or doing his own masala job, then relax. I have tears of revelation and bliss when I am in your presence. You have suddenly changed my junky iron ladder into a golden one, which will never rust. I have cried with joy with numerous clicks you offered in the last 8 days of your discourses, especially the one which attempts to clarify the reality that everyone and everything is extension of one another. Yesterday, with the same pool of love overflowing in my heart, I gave you a hug after taking the blessings from you. And this act of mine was brought to my attention as being arrogant. See, it was not arrogant. If I have people, it will not be a problem. If people start giving a tight hug, just imagine 400 people giving me a tight bear hug. For you, I am the only one person hugging. If you imagine 400 people giving me a tight bear hug, and especially this is the only chance they get to come near me. So nobody misses the chance. And moreover, I don't know whether there is a spiritual superstition going around. If you squeeze more, you will get more energy. That is the reason we tell people, please, you do not squeeze. Swamiji will hug you, but you do not squeeze. Actually, if you see, the early devotees, I would have allowed them also to hug, because they will not squeeze, they know. But the new persons, I really tell them, please, I will hug you. You can just have your hands, but do not just use the chance. That is the reason we tell, and nothing else. That's the reason. There is no other disgrace or disrespect or anything. What you have done is not wrong. But when too many people do, physically, not only that, during energy darshan, body is very subtle. That is the reason we tell people, please, you be little careful. That's all. There's nothing. No other technical reason. It is just a simple social reason. In India, what all people do, you don't know. No, really. Now, just before coming to this trip, I went to inaugurate one of our ashram in Namakkal. One guy came and he just literally bit my feet, my finger, and the toes he bit, and there was even little blood. And later on, people asked him, why did you do that? I also asked him, why did you do this? He said, Swamiji, you will always remember me. Oh God. That day, something like 22,000 people had darshan. If all 22,000 try that I should remember them, I think nobody can remember me. Or I can't remember. So, and another one, big danger. That is the state in the first list of HIV infection. Anyhow, there was no problem. We took care that neither that person was infected, and we also had. Then I have to go through all the basic medical checkup completely to take care and ensure and all this unnecessary headache. See, we had a first aid immediately. Then I had to take care of them. Anyhow, medical care and all those things are also secondary. But it at least stops half an hour, 1 hour work. Half an hour, 1 hour, next darshan. So that's the reason we tell people that please try to be little practical. Same as in India, for respect for gods and the gods to be, it would be great that the temple carpets be streamed in regularly. Oh God, that's great. You are telling all the temples should be carpeted. Understand? In this country, the carpeting is possible. I don't think in India it is possible. In India, all the temples are granited, and these are just ordinary things. Maybe you can talk to the Indian government and tell them to do. Master, just a note, born again and again and again. Every time I think this is the ultimate, you give another birth chance. Every second ongoing process when I am in your presence or absence. I was playing pool yesterday. After Nitya Dhyan, which was intense, saw light after darshan, big explosion. I felt sleepy, like no other sleep, like experienced before. I almost did not make it home, felt sleep 3 times on the road driving. I do not know how I made it home safe and alive. Through sleeping, I slept night, day till 4 p.m. today. Oh God. Then it is not sleep. Light flooding my body kept me calm and deeply mesmerized in sleep. Wonderful. It's not sleep. You can say it's a glimpse of Turiya. In the East, it's a wonderful question. In the West, most seekers of truth have thought the channeled information published by many New Age leaders to be path to enlightenment. As decades go by, seekers learn tens of meditations and healing styles with more and more phobias and self-doubts as well. In the East, the self is put in jail of sin and shame, are controlled by half-gurus that use magic to gather masses. But you, in a very short time, shown the breakdown of phobias and religions. Would you speak to these 3 ways people take as seekers and teachers? Wonderful. First thing, nobody is responsible. Neither gurus who are channeling some ideas and writing, the New Age gurus, nor neither the Western New Age gurus who bring out channeled books, nor the Indian gurus, the half gurus. What do you say? I don't want to say full gurus, half gurus. Neither of them are responsible for our thing. Understand? If you are waiting to be cheated, you will feel connected only the person who is interested in cheating you. You are inviting them. It's not that they are inviting you. You are inviting them in your life. One thing I always tell people, take up only if something is straight, open, based on, supported by the tradition, supported by thousands of years of knowledge. We call it Apta Pramana. The great scriptures like Upanishads, foolproof, time-tested. When there is no support or a reference or a base principles from those scriptures, then please be aware and avoid. Because many times, people when they get into delirium and fever, what they write, that becomes holy scriptures. No, really. They go into delirium and something they come out and whatever they spell out or write, and that becomes holy scripture and leads the whole world into delirium state. Delirium state. I can only give this one scale. Maybe this can guide you. That technique or that person, after you come in contact with that person, initial introduction or initial exposure, does it add intelligence, awareness, and bliss to you? If these three quality, even one quality increases in you, go behind that person. Surely you will be helped. Or in these three, if you are not growing in these three, forget about him. Even if he brings fortune and wealth in your life, it will only be danger for you. It will only be danger for you. Even if he brings fortune or wealth in your life, it will be like a yaksha's pot. I'll tell this small story on yaksha's pot. Allowed to tell this story. Understand? One guy, one barber, every day he will go and shave the face of the king and receive his salary, one gold coin, and come back. King will be waiting to see him just because of the joy this barber radiates. This guy is fully contented guy. Never asked any favor to the king. See, shaving is a practically personal service. Means every day he is touching the king. So when you are in such a close proximity, naturally you can take advantage of the nearness. But he never asked anything, radiating contentment, just fulfillment. Naturally, if you want to impress a politician, be fulfilled, you will be impressed by him. I tell you, no. These are all few things. If you want to impress a poor idiot, show your wealth, you will be impressed. If you want to impress fool, show your knowledge, you will be impressed. If you want to impress a politician, show your contentment, you will be impressed. Because that is what he does not have. Yes, everything. Yes, enough cunningness, enough display, enough of all qualities. You can't display anything and attract attention of politician or inspire, influence him. You can impress him if you show your contentment, fulfillment. That is the way Buddha influenced all the politicians of India. During Buddha's time, there was not a single guy, single king who did not become Buddhist. Who did not become Buddhist. Practically 90% of the India became Buddhist because of the contentment he was radiating, and he was just showering or expressing through his being. The whole group of politicians became his disciples. So this guy, for him, this barber is almost like a little Buddha. Every morning he feels seeing him is an auspicious thing. He will be waiting to see. And Never ever the barber asked for pay raise. Suddenly, 1 week continuously, the barber's face was not so contented, so peaceful, so fulfilled. First thing the king asked is, did you get the golden jar from Yaksha? The barber was shocked. He said, yes, sir. How do you know? Then king tells the story. Listen here. I'll tell you the story. What Yaksha would have done. He would have been walking under that particular banyan tree. Some of these banyan trees are the place where gods and Yakshas both come and sit. And you would have heard the voice, do you need money? Gold jar filled with golden coins. Yakshas, the barber said, yes, sir. Did that voice show you a particular place below the tree and asked you to dig? He said, yes, sir. When you dig, you saw the big jar almost full. He said, yes, sir. Then what did you do? Then he said, now I'll tell you the story, what I did. I took the jar to the house. I saw it's almost full. Only few coins are needed to fill it. So I thought one day I will not spend the coin which I took from you as a salary. I put it in that jar. Just I wanted to have a jar filled with golden coins. Now some 10-15 coins are less. So I put the coin in that. That day, we both of us managed from our savings, whatever we had. The same way, for a few more days, we just put the coins. How many days I put the coins? Again, I see the jar is not full. There is little emptiness. What to do? Suddenly I saw my wife has become very angry with me because I am not allowing her to use the money, and my kids are angry with me. Now I am caught in the rut. Neither one side my desire to have a full jar of gold coins, the other side I have to fulfill my regular responsibilities. Then king said, understand, just now go and tell that Yaksha, please take your jar back and get rid of it. I also had the jar once and I am not returned the jar. That is why I am king. Understand? That is why I am king. You return the jar and be as a old person. I envy your status. I envy your state. That is why every day morning I wait to see you. Somehow I neither had maturity and now it is too late to return. Now it is too late to return. One guy says, by the time I found out I have nothing to write, I have started writing books. After some time, suddenly I found out I am nothing to write. I am not that intelligent to write books. Other guy asked, did you stop? No. By now I have become too famous. So by the time the king gets the clarity, he has to return the jar. Only then he will be contented. The kingdom is created. He is already in the rut. He can't come out. He can't escape. That's the one worst thing. You can't get out of the rut. You are caught once for all over. I have seen. At least in India, many politicians at some time, some way, by mistake or by accident, when they see some enlightened beings, something clicks in them also. Because of their experience and feeling of the unfulfillment, something clicks in them. I myself have seen personally, when I tell them, Arey, then why don't you start turning your life into a new direction? He says, no, Swamiji, now if I step down, either I will be put in prison or killed. I have to play this game till I die. Because I created already enough of enemies. Already I created enough of enemies and enmity. Whoever is unfulfilled or dissatisfied when I was in the power is waiting. Now I have to at least maintain a certain level of power. At least I will not be taken revenge. I cannot just completely quit and retire. The moment I retire, I'll be finished. So it's like a game. King says, yes, now it is too late to return. Please, you don't get caught in this mess. And King says, very beautiful word. Your head is the Yaksha's golden pot. How much you put, it will never be filled. Understand? How much you put, it will never be filled. Go and return to the Yaksha, your head. The unfulfillment. See, anything you put in your head, you will see, it will take it for granted. Anything. The moment you have it, the head will take it for granted. When you came to this country, you would have had the list of having one house, one car, one family, and certain bank balance. All that would have happened in 3-4 years. But now, you don't celebrate about, you achieved that goal. You took it for granted. And now the Yaksha's head is working. The Yaksha's part is working. I tell you, at least return the head. You don't have to return the part, but return the head. Person who is filled with that kind of greed will naturally be suffering with Yaksha's part. What is the key to discipline in spiritual practice? Is it just non-stealing, aparigraha, not possess more than what you need? If you are possessing more than what you need, you are stealing. Just yesterday, I read a statistics. In this country, 30 million people are undernourished and 30 million people are suffering with obesity. Means too much obesity. Means the obese people have eaten the undernourished people food. No, I was really surprised to see the same number. Same number, that's what. When you have more than what you need, the aparigraha, you are stealing. It's asteya. Non-possessiveness, and above all, the brahmacharya means behaving decently, having relationship only based on love. Maybe I can translate the word brahmacharya into it. Yesterday I was struggling to translate that word. This can be a wonderful translation. Having relationship only based on love, not based on anything else, can be there. Because a person who is having physical relationship only based on love, even when he has relationship, he will not have the side effects of the immorality. Side effects of or dangers of the anything else. He will have the more deeper, settled, balanced life. Anyhow, when Patanjali describes all these great 5 vows, he makes a statement, Sarvabhaumya Vrataha. Very beautiful statement. Let me translate. These understandings are for the whole world forever. Bhashyakara says, like a morality is universal, immorality is also universal. Do not think in the West immorality is more, and in the East immorality is more. Nothing like that. Both always same, and don't think now only it became more and in those days it was less. No. In those days there was no CNN or website. Now we have, that's all. I don't think there is any other difference because 5,000 years ago, in Harappan culture, if you read their stone writings, what do you call the stone, whatever they carve in the stone, those words, It feels like a modern day morning newspaper, the newspaper editorial. It says nowadays kids are not respecting the parents, though there is no morality in the place, and people are living on their own, and nobody is responding, nobody is respecting the tradition and spirituality. These are all the words written in that stone. Means 5,000 years ago, the same problem was there. So relax. It's a morality is universal and eternal. Same way, vratam, morality, sarva, niyama and niyamas are also universal and eternal. There's no such thing as West or East or those days or nowadays. See, that those days concept is actually a fantasy. When you are young, everything was looking great because you are innocent. Not because everything was great. Because you are innocent. Either you are not aware of what was happening around you, or you are not that cunning to judge everything around you. These two reasons, you are not informed, and you are not that cunning or judgmental, continuously judging everybody. Now the changes happened in you, not in the society. That is same drama only is going on. There's somebody personal question. I'm not even able to read the name. That person can ask. Another session can ask. What is your view about organ donation? Now I wanted to put this in record. Organ donation is no way disturbing your enlightenment or your spiritual growth. Many people ask me, after somebody dies, if the organs are donated, will that soul have enlightenment or moksha? Will it not disturb the flow of life? Nothing. No way it will be disturbed. You are not going to wait and see whether your eye, everything is properly burnt or properly buried. See the greed. Even after death, is not leaving. The possessiveness over the body, even after death, it is not leaving. No way it will affect your further journey. Actually, in 3 kshana, you take the next body. You will not even be attending your funeral. Understand? By the time you will be attending your birthday celebration somewhere. So you will not even be there for your funeral. So I completely acknowledge, welcome, encourage any organ donation. I wanted this to be on record for our devotees, at least for our tradition. There was a lot of discussion. Even the other day I was reading some article in some magazines and books related to Hinduism. Fools were saying that the karma of that person who donates the organ will go to the new person. Nothing. Karma is not in your head. Karma is in the system which is operating the head. You are donating only hardware, not software. If an hardware of some computer is taken and fixed in you, you will not have the same software or memory in this new computer. So only if the software is transmitted, you will have the same memory. Mind is software, body is hardware. Donating hardware or the spare parts of the hardware will no way transmit the software. No way transmit the karmas. Karmas are related to software. So be very clear about it. Here is again some personal question. You can ask in the energy darshan. Somebody has put a question about the child abuse and he has given a shocking statistics. I don't know from where the person got the statistics, like In US, over 60% of girls sexually abused before 18, and something like that. Different statistics. Maybe, I don't know, different region or something. This problem, I can tell you, because of the pornography, too much of unnecessary fantasies have been put inside the head. If that is banned, the problem will disappear. I actually studied this problem. In India, it is practically nil. Only in the cities are no more part of India. I don't say cities are India. Cities are no more India. It is anyhow, let us not talk about it. And only in cities I am hearing all this. In villages, they don't even have an idea about this. I think the wrong fantasies and ideas going inside. I can tell you one more thing. If the depth of relationship can be created, the man will have the fulfillment. One nice thing, in India, even if you fight, they will stay together till the end just for fighting. Wonderful. What else? See, at least you will not have loneliness. You will have somebody to fight with. See, that is the only way they know how to relate. That's all. That is okay. Really. It's not that the people who fight, it's not that couples, just because they are fighting with each other, they can be separated. No, if they stay even few days separately, they miss the fight. They miss the fight. So I tell you, the depth of relationship really brings a kind of fulfillment, even if it was fighting based. So I really feel there is a strong reason why our masters decided not to allow divorce as a social custom. Even if there was a fight, there was a disrespect on both sides, the divorce was never allowed, and that was never a custom or part of life. I've seen even in the families in which I was born and brought up, the husband and wife, not only they will not sleep in the same room, they will not even talk to each other. They wouldn't have slept in the same room for 20, 30 years, but they will not go for divorce. Even while they cross, they will only give a look. But husband will never bother to bring a sari and leave it in the room, or he will never miss to bring the money and put it in the kitchen, and wife will never miss to keep the food on the table. At least there is something. It goes on. It goes on. So sometimes I can say that kind of even that kind of relationship brings a sort of a fulfillment, and there is no loneliness. You don't end up in the extreme loneliness. I can say the extreme loneliness and all is one reason why we start perverting or diverting our love. Let's enter into the sutra. Devi, enter etheric presence, pervading far above and below your form. This is a Nitya Sutra. Means you are supposed to internalize and practice whole day, morning till night. Let me explain exactly the word etheric. That is the key word here. Understand? You are not just the body as you think. It is only one part of you. Physical body made out of flesh and bones is one part of you. There is a second layer. The air which you inhale and exhale. Understand? The prana which goes inside and comes out. That is the second layer, second part of your body. To kill somebody, you don't have to even poison the body. You are just your body If you have to be killed, your poison has to be added inside your body. But if poison is added, poisonous gas is added even in the room, the person will die. Means your boundary is not just the skin. You are not ending where your skin ends. The pranic layer is like maybe if you inhale and exhale deeply, from which distance you can smell. For example, you can smell, some people may be able to smell any smell which is there 6 feet distance. For some people, they can smell even 20 feet. For some people, fortunately, who kept the nose very sharp, in the young age, if you are not suppressed, your nose will be very sharp. Your sense of smell will be very sharp. They can smell even 70, 80 feet. The distance you can smell is your pranic layer. That area here, if it is polluted or corrupted, directly you will be affected. Then you may think, if my nose is too sharp, then I have to maintain too much area. Understand? Pollution, even if you don't maintain, it is going to affect the health. If your nose is sharp, at least you will know you are inhaling polluted air. You are inhaling polluted air, nothing else. The distance you can smell will be your pranic layer, prana sharira. Understand? In the physical layer, the distance between two persons is more. In the prana sharira, many of our prana shariras are overlapping. Means the distance between two persons is less. That is why sometimes when you sit next to somebody, you will feel uncomfortable. With somebody, you will feel very relaxed, very restful. In the meditation classes I have seen, before meditation, they will not feel any uncomfort to sit next to somebody. But after meditation, because the sensitivity has grown, they will just move out of that person. Move out of that person. Because now they can feel the pranic layer. Now the boundary is overlapping. Animals are very conscious and very intelligent about the pranic layer. You can see in the zoos, if the other animal enters the pranic layer, that's enough. This girl will be showing the face. And early morning, if you see Indian streets, I have seen the dogs will go around and ensure their pranic layer is protected by pissing in the light bulbs. They will go around and ensure that their pranic layer their boundaries are protected. Anybody who enters inside the boundary itself is enough. This fellow will get ready for fight. Without moving away, when you close your eyes, is mental layer. For example, if you close your eyes and able to visualize this all in one single frame of mind, in one single visualization, if you are able to visualize this all, this is the distance of your mental layer. For example, if you have to visualize a parking lot, you may have to leave this frame and go there. You may have to unclutch from this frame and visualize the parking lot. Kids can visualize at least 10 times more space than you. That is why many questions they ask, you are not able to answer. Understand? If you are in an open space, if you are in front of an ocean or a vast hilly region, how much area you can visualize? You may be able to visualize some 30-degree vision. This much area only you will be able to visualize in one picture in your heart, in your inner space. If you have to visualize the other side, you have to move this out only as a second part or as a second visualization only you can visualize. But with the kids, they can easily visualize 120 degree. 120 degree, and especially the kids who doesn't go to school, who are not abused by the so-called verbal-based, word-based education system. logic-based education system. Of course, I can't say it is a Western because now Eastern, Western, everywhere logic-based education system. The kids who are not abused, abused by the logic-based education system, they will have 360-degree visualization. Understand? When I talk about my first experience, I talk about this only. I was able to visualize. I opened up to the visualization of 360-degree. Kids, till you finish them making like you, till you give birth to your software into them. When you give birth only to hardware, your hardware in them. Only genetically they are affected. When you put your education system in them, you affect them mentally also. You affected them mentally too. Till they are affected mentally, till they are abused by the, I wanted to use this word again and again, by the logic-based education, which is the worst damage done to the human mind. And the logic-based education system is given, they lose the ability of visualization, seeing things under one visualization. The creativity or innovation is lost. I tell you. Along with the verbal, word-based or the logic-based education, if your kids can do little meditation or this carving, anything directly done by using the hand, carving or painting or completely involving eyes and the hands, they can bring the visualization energy back, efficiency back to their system. If that can be done, it will really take care without abusing the kids. Anyhow, mental layer means the area you are able to visualize without any need to move away. For example, if you are visualizing now, able to visualize now this whole hall, one more important thing, most of you may not even be able to visualize this whole hall at a time. Once you, even the whole hall, if you see, you will see first people, then you will see the screen. Even for this hall, you may need 2-3 movement. The area which you are able to visualize without moving is the mental layer boundary. Mental layer boundary. One more important thing. Like if Annamaya Kosha has to be killed, poisoning Annamaya Kosha is needed. Through Pranamaya corruption, poisoning polluting the air is needed. In the mental layer, anybody who is inside that mental layer, his ideas will go into your system without your editing. That's an important thing. So, corrupting ideas are put in your head. That is why whatever ad goes on in the television enters your head. Because that time, that becomes your mental layer. That becomes part of your mental layer. Hardly 10% you logically analyze the news which is read out to you in the TV, or the informations which are told to you through the TV. Because in the TV, in 10 minutes, almost you become part of that mental layer. That becomes part of your mental layer. That is why 90% of the words and ideas which is told to you through the TV, just goes inside. Corrupting 2-3 TV channels is enough to pollute the whole mental setup of particular country, certain country. Fourth layer, very important, etheric layer. Understand? Mahadeva talks about the fourth layer here, means layer of emotions, sentiments. Here the boundary will be bigger. Here the boundary will be even between USA and India. If your relatives are there in India, the distance is too much. Even if they are there, if they are sick, the suffering will be there for you. If somebody dies, the suffering will be there for you. The etheric layer is too big Understand? Physical layer is only 6 feet. Your skin is the boundary. Pranic layer is the area up to the, you can smell. Up to the area you can smell is the pranic layer, boundary. Mental layer is the area you are able to visualize in one frame, one visualization. That is mental layer. Etheric layer is based on emotional connection. It does not have boundary. Does not have boundary. It is only based on the love or emotional connection you have with people. The feeling you have with people. The connection you have with people. An important thing you need to understand about the feeling or the connection you carry with the people. Even unconsciously it affects you. Even if you don't know they are sick, suddenly you will be low. Why you don't know? Then you will get the telephone call, they are sick. When you are really connected, even without logic, without knowingly, even if you are not informed through your conscious mind, your unconscious will start suffering. Mahadeva says, start feeling the etheric presence. Understand? When you start feeling the etheric presence of you, means where all your energy is invested. All your emotional connections are like your energy investments. You can easily unclutch yourself from the suffering. If you can find out all the etheric presence connections, your etheric layer connections, you can easily unclutch and enter into the enlightenment or the energy plane, where there is no bondage, where there is no disturbance. If food poison happens, your annam, the physical plane can be corrupted. If the air pollution happens, your pranamaya kosha can be disturbed. If a thought pollution happens, your manomaya kosha can be disturbed. If emotional ideology pollution happens, your etheric layer can be disturbed. Understand? Somebody can be tortured or prisoned. Here you will be suffering without even you directly getting involved with it. You can be tortured through remote control way. That is what is etheric layer is all about. Many times I have seen people feel etherically connected, means emotionally connected. Maybe the word etheric is too mysterious or mystical. If you are emotionally connected to the people who are back in your home, or if you are emotionally connected to people, some group of some religion, some group or some language, whenever some problem comes for them, you are here suffering. I have seen people suffer for no reason. I am all for serving lovingly and compassionately. If a tsunami hits, serve compassionately, nothing wrong. But don't start suffering. People think only by suffering you can serve. No, if you are suffering, you will not have energy to serve. You will not have energy to serve. Stop suffering. Have empathy. Empathy means feeling they are suffering and immediately working to remove it. Sympathy means suffering along with them. Empathy means to remove their suffering. You are supposed to support them. Tamilians are there, the Tamilians feel the Hindus suffer there, here Hindus feel somewhere Muslims are suffering, here the Muslims will suffer. If you have etheric connection, emotional bondage, you invite, accept, you are waiting for more and more suffering. Mahadeva says, feel your etheric presence with whom all you feel connected. Just for 10 days, try this technique. feel you are present to all the people with whom you are feelingly connected. You are emotionally connected. Feel like a light beam in the form of a big light. You are connected to all the people with whom you emotionally feel connected. For example, if your parents are there in India and if mostly none of you feel connected emotionally, if at all you feel emotionally connected, just visualize continuously. Your body is huge enough to accommodate the whole India inside, and they are there inside. It may look very funny, but in 10 days, you will have so many new revelations. Understand? So many new revelations. How you invite new unnecessary sufferings. When you feel connected to them, even if they are not suffering, if they are going through some incident which you think is suffering, you will create suffering for him. Many times, they will be completely free, relaxed, resting. But what you think is suffering, if they go through, what you will do? You will feel the suffering and you will create suffering for them by forcing it on them. No, this cannot happen to you. We do same thing in the name of love. I call that as a loving torture. Now I go through many times from disciples, especially when they feed. They think if I eat more, they will get more punya. Based on my weight, they will get more punya. I don't know then what will happen to me. See, the suffering which we invite unnecessarily, unconsciously, the moment it is brought to your conscious awareness, it will disappear. Not only with parents and relatives I am talking. Many ways you may be connected to your religious people, or your community people, your group of people, or your language people. You will have the common identity connections. Understand? Conditioning is one of the dangerous things. If you are connected to the whole world, that is wonderful, you will never bring suffering for yourself. Because when you expand to the whole world without boundary, there is no ideology-based connection. That does not belong to etheric. That belongs to cosmic body. Etheric body means emotion-based connection, conditioning-based connection, conditioning-based love, conditioning-based connection will always lead to calamity, will always lead to danger, will always lead to violence. Because the other part, the part which you excluded, naturally you will be violent towards them. Naturally you will be violent, angry towards them. I've seen how the conditioning brings so much of suffering unconsciously to a person, and the suffering which he enjoys or cherishes creates more violence and suffering. Understand? Ego means working based on pain body and expanding the boundary of pain body is ego. If you are making some decisions because of the people whom you think is your own is suffering, all your decisions to alleviate their suffering will add only more suffering to the planet. You may add suffering to somebody else, and that person naturally will add suffering to the group which you are thinking as your own. Say, I will only end up making the whole world blind. You will remove his eye and he will remove, as a revenge, one person from your party. And all you guys will remove now one person from their party. If continuously this goes on, where it will end? It will make the whole world blind. That's all. Ending place will be whole world blind. Mahadeva says, enter etheric presence, pervading far above. Understand? He knows, I think, people are going to live too far and have the etheric connection. That's why he does not say above, far above. And far below your form. Your form may be the center, but with whoever you feel connected emotionally, if some particular language people, or a religious people, or a relative, or community, anything condition-based connection. Condition-based connection. 10 days, from morning till night, be aware of all of them as a part of your own body. Visualize you have a huge light body. Part of them are inside you as part. Maybe looking very funny, feeling very funny. You may think, how this can lead me to enlightenment? You do not know. You do not know with how many conditionings you are suffering in unconscious level. Only when you practice this, you will realize all the layers and layers of conditionings with which you are suffering unconsciously. They will all come up to consciousness. The moment they come to the consciousness, naturally you will be unclutched from them. You will be relieved from them. You will be relaxed from them. Understand? The sutra is very powerful. May not directly now you may not feel. How can this open enlightenment? Till you open the door, you will not be aware what is inside the day. I have seen so many people. When they come inside our temple, when they open the very temple door, it's hardly 7 feet door. They never imagine anything. They can't imagine what is inside. The moment they open the door inside and second door and look inside, God, huh? They get the shock because psychologically you always feel inside you will see things only up based on the height of the entrance. If the entrance is 7 feet, inside also you already imagine or come to a pre-conclusion, prejudice, you are going to see only the things which are taller, equivalent to this height. You never imagine, only when you see, suddenly you have the shock. God, what is this? How did it all come inside? How all these deities are there. The moment only when they see inside, they get the shock. That is why I just wanted to agree, really wanted to name that place as a shock spot. The moment they open the eyes, oh God, such a shock. Till you see, you do not know what you are going to see with that key. Same way, till you practice for 10 days, you do not know how many layers of your own conditioning you are going to experience with this technique. You will see 2 big things, much more than what you expected. It is a very wonderful technique. The next sutra is a continuity. Actually, it is a same sutra. Only one small difference, technique, the difference in technique. Put mind stuff in such inexpressible fineness, above, below, and in your heart. Understand? The same technique. In first technique, Mahadeva says, experience the etheric presence above and below you. The second technique, he says, it's actually a developed version. After you practice the first, you have to do second. You can't do second directly. He says, be aware of all the etheric connections you have. Since the etheric bodies bound have, along with that, be aware of your boundary also. Here, you put awareness in this. Let me describe exactly what Mahadeva means. In the first sutra, he says, just put your awareness on mind. That is enough. I will automatically get dismantled. Because I has no individual base except the mind. He says, sometimes you would have selected a very strong eye, you don't even know the corruption, the depth of corruption which exists in that eye. Beyond conditioning, you may be having some ideas. So put your awareness on that also. Understand? Two different techniques. Maybe the second technique for real thickheads. Real thickheads. First technique is remember, be aware, expand to all the logical, emotional, etheric connections which brings you suffering. I have seen many times. See, if you can stop accumulating etheric anger and etheric lust, that is enough. You are liberated. Because the anger or lust which you can contain in this body will never be harmful to you. Will never be harmful to you. I have seen people carrying the anger which directly is not involved to their life. If somebody is killed who is supposed to be the community in which he is born, here his blood will buy. When they read the news, let him suffer. I know. Sitting in front of TV, they will be shouting. Accumulating the anger more than what you need to run your day-to-day life is the danger. Accumulating the lust more than what you need to run your day-to-day life. Some celebrity is dancing in the TV. And already you accumulated the lust, which you can't directly use in your day-to-day life, which is useless. In your day-to-day life, that lust is not going to be useful. But you accumulated that lust. Naturally, that is going to stay inside you as a blockage. If you have the lust with the person with whom you are living, which you can directly express, means useful to your day-to-day life. Useful to your day-to-day life. Accumulate lust or anger, useful to your day-to-day life, that will never be dangerous. That will never be dangerous. I tell you, it will only help you to run your day-to-day life with excitement. Somebody goes to a doctor and says, "Doctor, I want to live 100 years. What all should I do?" Doctor asks, "Do you drink?" He said, "No." "Do you smoke?" "No." "Do you fool around, date around?" He says, "No, I live a straight, simple, pure life." And doctor asks, "And why do you want to live 100 years?" Understand? I am not saying disconnect or destroy everything. Accumulate the anger which is needed only for your day-to-day life. You may need anger to run your business. You may need little shouting to maintain your office discipline. You may need little lust to have to add excitement in your relationship. You may need little lust to keep the love or to keep the family going on. Have the lust, have the anger, have the emotions which are directly needed for your day-to-day life, not etheric. Seeing some particular dimensioned male or female who are called models jumping somewhere, if you accumulate the lust, which is not going to be directly straight away useful in your day-to-day life, you are creating blockages. You are creating disturbance in your etheric system. Understand? Be aware of even all those attachments. If you have your hero, if you are a fan of somebody, 15 days, remember that person is part of your etheric body. Because all those things are also directly connected with whoever you are attached. Remember all those things as part of your body for 15 days. Suddenly you will see how much of suffering is added into your life by them. Not directly by them. Your emotional attachment to them. Your attachment to them. Same way, whoever you don't like, for no reason. You don't like somebody. All right. You don't like that is true. Your hatred, can it do anything to that person directly? No. It is not directly going to be useful in your day-to-day life. I have seen people sitting with the newspaper and reading the mortuary columns and feeling, this fellow, he needs this. As if you are never going to die. As if your photo is never going to appear in that mortuary column. Maybe it may not appear in the column in the newspaper, but it's not that you are not going to die. At least somebody has given an advertisement for him in the mortuary column. I've seen. Means vengeance, which is not directly useful in the day-to-day life. Lust, which is not directly useful in your day-to-day life. If you can accumulate the anger, lust, all the emotions which is directly needed for your everyday life, and spend it, your life will be like that barber before finding the golden jar. It will be contented, fulfilled, wonderful. But the moment you find the golden jar and try to fulfill it, like collecting the anger and collecting the lust, collecting the violence, which is not directly useful in your day-to-day life, which you can't spend. The big problem with the Yaksha's jar, golden part, is you will never feel like taking it out and spending. You will only feel like filling it. Same way, the collected anger and lust, which is not directly in your life, useful in your life, you will never be able to spend it. You will be only accumulating it. And anybody who is working based on the accumulated anger and lust without reason, without the direct use, will continue to suffer, because all their decisions will be made on the pseudo anger, pseudo lust, which is not directly useful in their life. Be aware, two techniques, understand? Be aware, first 10 days, only about the etheric body. That itself will take your awareness. You will not be aware of you also. Just be aware of all the etheric connections and the body around the world, all your likes and dislikes, love and hatred, all the connections. Remember, everything is inside you as part of your body. Move with the same visualization for 10 days. You will see so many understandings and revelations and great spiritual clicks happening in you. So many initiations will open up. Second thing, second part, if in the first part itself, if you achieve the truth, then no need for second. Otherwise, the second part, be aware of you also, center also. Then so many other things can happen. Put mind stuff in such inexpressible fineness above, below, and in your heart. That's the only word added. The key word added is and in your heart. That is the essence. Understand? Both techniques are today fortunately part of the same sutra, because I'm seeing many of you are tired after attending 2 long days of workshop. So I think Shiva knows maybe. After the 2-day workshop, this sutra is going to be taken. So he gave both the techniques in one sutra so that you don't have to sit for more time. I'll tell the essence in few lines. Visualize all the love, hatred, emotional relationships which you have in your life as part of your etheric body, means light body. Visualize you have a huge light body. If you have somebody who is really emotionally connected to you in India, visualize you have a huge body which extends up to India, and that person is inside that body. 10 days carry this visualization. Let all the emotional, hatred or loving connections be inside your etheric body. And if you experience the ultimate click with this technique, go ahead with this. If not, the second thing, add. Along with that, be aware of your center also. Your center also. Then you will see the new layers of click opening up. So, let you, of course, tomorrow we have the last day of Shiva Sutra. So, welcome you all to be here tomorrow to enjoy the last day of Shiva Sutra here, because I'll be doing the remaining few sutras. Maybe in the ashram, Indian ashram, I'll complete it. So, formally, the public lecture Shiva Sutra will be ending tomorrow. It took almost 2 years. I remember 2006, January, we started, and 2007, December, it took 2 years to comment on at least around 100 sutras. We'll be finishing the public discourses on Shiva Sutras tomorrow. I welcome you all. So let the sutras be internalized by you and practiced by you. Let you all achieve and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you.
Shiva, Shiva, Shiva.
Please come on cameras. Please. Nityanandam, all the participants. I see so many participants logged in. Sean Aya, Banyana Priya, Ever Aya, Ma Zeek Swan View, Ma Paramashiva Shakti, Ma Mary Claire, Nityanandam, Ma Jnana Guru Prasadini, Nityanandam, to all the participants. Kindly requesting all of you to please come on cameras. Nityanandam. Yes. Yes. So, how was the session for all the participants? Swamiji spoke on various states of consciousness. So I request all participants to post the 5 powerful cognitions which you got from this session. 5 cognitions, 5 clicks which you got from this revelation from Swamiji. I request all participants to post. Okay, I see Dennis, Europa, Nityanandamaya, request welcome you for the Paramashivoham program. I request you to please switch on your cameras. Okay. I request all participants to post your 5 powerful cognitions which you got from this session. Very beautifully, Swamiji explained about the various different states of consciousness. Yes. Ma Dennis, Nityanandama, nice to see you for the program. Nityanandam. Yes. Okay. So, first I request all participants to please post your understandings from this session. Swamiji spoke on various different states of consciousness. Yes. Oh, no problem, Shania. That's fine. At least if you have understood, if you have gotten 5 clicks, that's good. Okay. Ever Aya, you've posted as light being feeling present to your connectivity, very complex subject matter. So, okay. So you couldn't get that much of information. Okay, you got so much of information. Okay, that's wonderful. How about you, Ma? Very clear. Okay. Yes. So, understand very beautifully, Swamiji said through this session that we experience everything through our eyes. Why does Swamiji say this? See, let's say if you like noodles, or there's a famous Indian sweet called the Mysore Pak. This Mysore Pak is actually a famous sweet which is there in Karnataka in India, and it's famous for that. So this Mysore Pak, this sweet, if it is kept in front of you, so you're listening to talk. Okay, you are listening to one more of Swamiji's talks in the YouTube. Okay, okay, one. That's one. Okay, okay, no problem, no problem. Okay, so understand. Okay, let me see. So let's take the example of this Indian sweet named Mysore Pak, or let's take maybe like cake, anything which you can relate it. Okay, let's take cake. Now, when cake is kept in front of you, the moment your eye sees it, what happens? You get the smell of it, right? You get the taste of it. You feel the taste. You get the experience, right? Or whereas I blindfold you and I'll make you touch something soft. You won't even recognize it as a cake. You may think some cloth or something soft like a cotton, right? So understand, through our eyes is one of the main sensory pleasures in our life. It is eyes we experience. We relate to the world through the eyes. But what about those are the people who do not have eyes? How are they experiencing? They, of course, they have a different way of methodology of things. But understand, Swamiji says very beautifully, you are everything. As when I see something, you naturally get the taste, feel, you get the smell. Same way, or sometimes even the sound also you could hear. It matters, but Swamiji is saying that you're not just this one eyes alone. You are much more than that. You are everything. Through your 5 senses, you're experiencing that. So all participants understand, because all of you the post, if you any further questions or doubts you have, do feel free to post in the chat section. So in that very beautifully, Swamiji spoke about 3 main states all of us experience in our life. One is the Jagrat, the waking state. Second is the dreaming state, Swapna. And last is the deep sleep state, which is the Sushupti. In a day, all these 3 states we go through. When you are tired, understand all the participants, when you are tired, you're experiencing a state of kind of not awakened state, but it's between awakened state and awakened state and deep sleep state. When you are bored, it's the same thing. It's the connection between waking state and your deep sleep state. So in a day, we go through all these 3 states. You choose to be which states you want to be in. But Swamiji says that you are much more than the states. So if all the participants understanding. So as we enter into more deeper into the sessions, actually as you go through further Paramashivohams, you'll understand that there are 25 states of consciousness, which Swamiji is given. But in our life, we go through these 3 main states. We always fall between waking, dreaming, deep sleep, or deep sleep, waking, dreaming, or either of these. But you can actually go more than, but understand Swamiji says that for you to receive initiation, you have to be in waking state. As very beautifully all of us learn, it is only with your consent, Swamiji can even enter his energy into you. So only when you're in awakened state, you can experience this space of consciousness. See, Swamiji says very beautifully, if you're in waking state, you'll actually feel the consciousness in you. But if you're in a dreaming state or a deep sleep state, you unconsciously experience it. Like there actually, if there are many situations in our life where we actually we feel we are connected to our dream body. How many of you have experienced this? You feel you're connected to your dream body which you're having in your dream. Or you know what's happening in the dream. How many of you have experienced this before? Where you feel connected to your dreaming body, or you see your dreaming body. This is nothing but the experience, okay. Somewhat astral. Not really, yeah, but Swamiji says that if you want to experience astral travel, it has to be done in awakened higher states of consciousness, not in lower states. Lower states of consciousness, you go to the lower locus. Actually, very beautiful in the Hinduism, we have the 14 dimensions, 14 planes. So, if you want to experience astral travel, that can be done through higher consciousness, higher frequency of consciousness. But if you're in the lower realm, if you're in the lower consciousness, unconsciousness state, you go through lower parts of the planes, which actually all like it's called the 7 lower lokas. It's very beautifully Hinduism says the Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatrik, 7 lokas, the 7 planes are which is below planet Earth. So experiencing unconsciousness state will actually take you to lower lokas, to the lower planes. But if you want to experience astral travel, but Swamiji says astral travel can only happen from down to up. You from Earth, you'll be going up. That can be done only through higher states of consciousness. And understand here, you can experience this during darshan time. During darshan time, you can actually experience astral travel, as Swamiji is raising you to a higher consciousness. He is not just limiting you to this body. He makes you feel you are the consciousness. And in that space, he takes you to the higher, to the astral travel. Okay, Mary Claire, you posted the moment of we sleep. Yes, sometimes when we sleep, we experience that. I hope this question answer you, Everaya. So it's only the highest states of consciousness you experience the astral travel. Okay. So now for all the participants, see, understand one thing. When we experience the other okay, now these 3 states of consciousness, the waking, dreaming, and deep sleep. These are all over these are all our lower states of consciousness. These lower states of consciousness, what does it do to you? It actually does not do anything much. Does not do anything much actually. Just let you to be however you are. It is nothing but space of unconsciousness. So all participants understanding. Like for example, some people can sleep talk. Some people can sleep talk. Why? Because they are so unconscious, that's why they're not aware of this. Or like sometimes we believe that our unconscious state is the awakened state. That is when nightmare happens. Like for example, a tiger is chasing you in the dream and you do not know what to do and you're screaming for help, help, help. But actually in reality, if you see, you're just dreaming. There's no such as tiger chasing you, nothing. It is just one dream, you just need a wake-up call. The same way, all these states of consciousness, all these 3 are nothing but the unconsciousness state, which we experience regularly, which does not make any difference. But it is only the waking state. If you're in an awakened state, you can experience the higher states of consciousness, which is possible. So all participants understanding. As the sessions move on, we'll be understanding these states of consciousness. So, okay, so now all of us understood we have these 3 bodies: the dreaming body, deep sleep body, and the waking body. Swamiji says that the dreaming body, especially the deep sleep state, deep sleep body, you do not experience much. There's no effect on you. You're just there. In the deep sleep body, your mind is awake, but the body is sleeping. All participants understanding? Your body is sleeping actually, but your mind will be awake. So you can also say it's unconsciousness, because sometimes when you have nightmare, it is nothing but unconscious state we're going into. But it is only in the awakened state we experience consciousness itself. And it is in this state you experience everything around you. You experience that you are everything. So all participants understanding? I request all of you to post any questions, any doubts you have. Do feel free to post in the chat section. Ma Mary, are you understanding, Ma? Yes, you're understanding. Okay. How about you, Aya? Ever, Aya? You're understanding. Okay. How about you, Ma? Ma Jnanapriya? Any questions you have, Ma? You're good so far. Okay. That's good. Okay, that's nice, Ma. Okay. So now why it is important for all of us to experience these states of consciousness? See, many times all of us be like, okay, why do we need to experience consciousness? See, Swamiji says that as it is through our eyes. See, it is through our eyes we sense everything. So very beautifully, now all of us learned about the these three states of consciousness. In Hinduism, Swamiji says these are actually mapped to the three modes of life, which is sattva, rajas, and tamas. Tamas is related to deep sleep state. It is merely can be translated to a person being very lazy, very lethargic. Rajas is for the dreaming state, where you are awake but not completely awake. It's little bit of deep sleep is there. Rajas, to give a little to give a mere translation for it, Rajas is more like you experience greed, fear, plus happiness. Sattva is enlightenment. Sattvas are the qualities. These three are sattvas are the positiveness. You can see enlightenment itself, and this can be experienced through waking state. So understand. So in very beautifully, Hinduism calls this a three gunas, the three attributes of life: sattva, rajas, and tamas. So sattva is basically related to person who is very intelligent, a person who is beyond all the quality, beyond any emotions in life, a person who is very positive. Rajas are for kind of people who are very angry, powerless, but at the same time here and there joys. Basically, typically a person in the outer world where he goes through his emotions, but at the same time he enjoys. Deep sleep, tamas. It's a person who's very lethargic, complete depression, does not want to do anything in life and destroys their life consciously. That is tamas. And very beautifully, actually Paramashiva and Krishna also, Shri Krishna also speaks about how the food diet for each of these three attributes of life is very much different. If you're a sattvic person, if you're a sattva person, you have well-nourished food. You have food which gives a lot of nutrition to you. If you are rajasic, if you are a rajas person, you go for like more salty food, spicy food, the extremes of the flavor you go through. But if you are tamasic, you'll be eating stale food, bitter food, food which is being kept for a really long time, which is not good. This is all participants understanding how these three states of consciousness is related to the three attributes of life. So all of our participants understand. If you have any questions or doubts you have, do feel free to post. So Swamiji says, you can actually go beyond these three. You can go beyond these three gunas, beyond these three attributes of life. A person who has gone beyond these three is an avatar. It's an incarnation where he realizes himself that he is Paramashiva. He experienced the enlightenment in him. It's all participants understanding. So in today's darshan, Swamiji is going to make each and every one of you to go beyond these three attributes of life and gives you the glimpse of enlightenment itself. Okay? So it is very important for all the participants to understand these three truths before getting to initiation. As Swamiji says that, I do not initiate anyone until they understand for what they are receiving the initiation for. So it is very much important for all of us to understand the initiation which you're going to be receiving today. As when you understand, you'll actually see how by understand these truths, it actually impacts your day-to-day life. Are you understanding my memory? Yes, you're completely understanding. Okay. So, a person who is happy, blissful, always in the joy state, he is sattva. A person goes through his emotions, like he worries, but at the same time he is happy, laughing here and there. That is rajasic person. Now, a person who is tamasic will always be in depression, always will be sad, always no auspiciousness, always will be sad, unhappy. So, are you understanding my memory? So, what you're experiencing right now, you're actually stuck in the rajasic layer, which is your dreaming body. If you understand this, what Swamiji says, just by understanding this, just by realizing which state you're caught in, you'll naturally shift to the higher state. Are you understanding, ma? Yes, you're understanding. Okay. So I suggest you, ma Mary, see, do not get diverted, do not do anything. Just be calm. The truth which Swamiji gives is actually for a practical life. I request you, why not you experiment the truth that Swamiji is giving to you? Experiment for a few days. You will see the benefit what Swamiji is teaching. As Swamiji says, I not just give intelligence. I not just give intelligence, I also give the experience of it. Okay, Mary posted, I understand, I do not know why. It is because Swamiji wants you to understand, ma. You understand, Swamiji says very beautifully. When your being goes through so much of pain and suffering, at that time, your being, understand what I'm referring to as your being is the consciousness in you. Sometimes we do not relate to it. The being in you seeks a solution for what it's experiencing. That is why you have come to Swamiji for you to get the solution for you, ma'am. Your whole understand your being was craving for this experience. That is why, as we are saying, I went to so many gurus, I went to so many masters, but I couldn't find an answer for what I'm experiencing. That is why your being has now come down to Swamiji to complete itself, to get liberation for it. So I understand, ma, all emotions you're going through, but do not worry. Swamiji is just healing you, ma. You are in the loving hands of the loving cosmic mother. So just be calm, he'll take care of everything. Okay? So understand, ma, if you're understanding, that means your being has clicked with him. Your being has decided, okay, I have found my solution. But Swamiji says that my teachings are almost like brain teasers for you. If you're able to understand, that means I've given you that experience. So it's all participants understanding. So these three bodies are connected to the three attributes of life. If we go beyond this, that is what we experience as living enlightenment. Where you're neither affected by laziness, lethargic, you're neither connected to the angry lifestyle, your mood swings lifestyle, nor you're connected to the happiness, but you're beyond happiness. Understand? Bliss, Swamiji says, being blissful is different, being happy is different. That's why Swamiji always blesses all of us. Be blissful. Because being blissful means what? Continuously being happy. Causelessly you're happy. You're always in that state. But whereas you're happy, you have a reason for being happy. But if you're blissful, causelessly you are happy. So going beyond these three attributes, going beyond these three states of consciousness is the space of being blissful. Okay. So all participants understanding, I request all of you to post any further questions, any doubts you have. Do feel free to post in the chat section. Okay. Yes. So understand all the participants. So when you understand, Swamiji says, just by understanding which attribute of life you are in, just by understanding which state of consciousness you are in, it immediately liberates you to a higher state of consciousness. For example, if I realize I am in, if you realize that I am in deep sleep state, you are naturally get liberated to dreaming state. If you realize I'm in dreaming state, you naturally get liberated to awakened state. Okay, Manjana Priya, you have posted. I was just wondering, how can Swamiji change your consciousness during darshan, as he was not talking at all? Well, that shows he's an avatar. Understand, Manjana Priya? That's one of the qualities of Swamiji. Just through silence, he radiates. Understand, Swamiji says, all your beings, all of your consciousness are connected to Swamiji. The pure silence which Swamiji is radiating, that very frequency itself takes you to higher space. His silence is high frequency. That's why Swamiji says, even if you take a tuning fork, and if you want to measure, if you actually can take a tuning fork, when Swamiji is in deep silence, the tuning fork will start vibrating. It will start vibrating because even Swamiji was in silent space. Swamiji is in a state of pure unclutching. That is why even as Swamiji is talking less, even hardly few words Swamiji is talking, you experience that he's changing your very states of consciousness itself. Are you understanding, Ma? His very silence, his very presence itself raises you to a higher level of frequency as he's established in that space. See, you can actually relate this in your life. If you're associating with a person who is a lower frequency, one day you'll become like them. One day you feel you're becoming like them. And one day you'll become like them. But if you continuously relate to the person, a higher space of consciousness, who's settled in the state forever, naturally your being raises itself to a higher space of consciousness. Are you understanding, Ma? Jnanapriya? Okay, so now you understand the reason. Okay, no problem, Ma. Yes, thank you. Yes. So as all participants, I request you to post any questions and doubts you have. Do feel free to post in the chat section. So, with that beautiful, and understand all the participants, when you're sitting in the Paramashivoham program, you're actually going through the higher space of consciousness. You're raising yourself to higher space as the truths which all of you are listening to. It raises you to higher space of consciousness. These are like, how to say, frequency raises, which helps you to be in that higher space of consciousness. These are not like boosters. When you understand the powerful cognition which Swamiji is giving, when you understand the truth that Swamiji is revealing, these are like boosters for your consciousness, so that it can settle itself in the higher space of consciousness. And also when you're doing power manifestation, Swamiji says, if you're in a lower states of consciousness, power manifestation will not be possible for you. As power manifestation space itself is the higher space. So, if you're manifesting the power, understand you are in the higher space of consciousness already. We just need to remain in that state. We just fall down from the higher space of consciousness. We have fallen down many times. But we just need to realize how to be in the state forever. Only by continuously being that space of consciousness will actually help you to be in that state. So, I request all participants to post any questions, any doubts you have. Do feel free to post in the chat section. Yes. Because all participants post, if you have any questions, any doubts you have, do feel free to post in the chat section. As today, Swamiji is going to be raising the frequency of your consciousness. Swamiji is going to be awakening the consciousness in each and every one of you. So I understand Swamiji is going to take you beyond these three states, not just dreaming state, nor deep sleep, nor dreaming. Swamiji is going to take you beyond that state. Okay. Actually, Shanaya, Swamiji knows everything. Swamiji says that I do not need to know anything from you. I know everything. Even what your being wants also he knows. So it's not, see, Swamiji says that I know your past, present, and your future. It's not necessarily you have to tell me. He knows it. Okay, Everaya, you've posted. Can you touch on dreaming state for manifestation? I sleep with a note card in my pillow with my dreams, and I hope it helps. Well, it depends, Aya. Right before you go to sleep, which activity are you doing? If you sleep right after darshan, as darshan takes you to the highest place of consciousness. If you sleep right after darshan, that effect on you will still be there in the body, it will manifest as a reality. But if you are just doing normal activities, it will not manifest again. So it matters based on the activity which you're doing right before you're going to sleep. So that activity tells whether if you're in higher states of consciousness or whether in the lower states of consciousness. If you're in lower states of consciousness, you'll go even more lower in the deep when you're sleeping. But if in the high states of consciousness, it will only take you to higher states. Okay, I hope this answers your question, Everaya. Yes, Sean, I request you to post if you have any further questions. So it's not necessarily you need to tell Swamiji what you want to be. So as Swamiji knows everything, a past, present, and future, he knows. Okay. So Everaya, so do not worry. And as you're attending the Paramashivoham program, if you sleep right after the Paramashivoham program, you too can manifest your realities as in the Paramashivoham program, you are in the living space of Swamiji. You are in the breathing space of Swamiji. So it will actually manifest as a reality. Because all participants post, if you have any further questions, any doubts you have, do feel free to post in the chat section. As we are going to be preparing ourselves for the darshan. So understand, in today's darshan, all participants, Swamiji will be awakening that pure space of consciousness in you. Swamiji is going to make each and every one of you experience consciousness physically. So it is important for all of us to understand these states of consciousness and how we are in this state continuously. And Swamiji says, for each of the activity also, there is a specific state of consciousness you go through. Like for example, when you're eating, you have to be in a waking state. If you are dreaming, you will be in dreaming state. certain activities in your life tells you which state of consciousness you are in. But Swamiji says, if you are sleeping, if you are in deep sleep state or dreaming state, there's a possibility for you to be aware of it. If you're in the highest space of consciousness, you can be aware that you are dreaming and you are sleeping. Do not worry, Mary. See, do not worry. You are in the right hands of Swamiji. You have come here to the best person in your life. Open up yourself, ma. See, I'm not saying, Swamiji is saying, come with the open-minded. Do not come with some assumption or expectations. No. Be open-minded to whatever Swamiji is saying. Try all the techniques Swamiji is giving. Based on the experience, you choose who you want to be. Are you understanding, ma? If you're doubting yourself so much, Swamiji says this is related to self-love. When you have so much of self-doubt within yourself, you actually do not appreciate yourself. You do not love yourself so much. So the only way for you to get rid of this, Mary, start loving yourself. Every single day, I request you to, right before you're going to bed, say 21 positive qualities about you. Say, I love you. I appreciate myself. I enjoy the way how I am right now. Appreciate yourself. Give gratitude points to yourself. When you start loving yourself, all the self-doubt that you're having will naturally get cleansed. Yes. So, with that, all the participants, with that beautiful understanding, we are now going to be entering into a very powerful meditation where Swamiji is going to speak about intensity. How intensity is required. How intensity is important for you to experience consciousness in our life. If you are intense about it, just by intensity itself make you experience this. So, let us now listen from Swamiji on greater truths of intensity.
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे.
This is the technique to give you the intensity. Mahadeva says, consider your essence as light rays rising from center to center, up the vertebra. So there rises livingness in you. Understand the importance of this technique. I have added the same part in our Nitya Dhyan. The technique which I am offering, in that this will be the third part. Third part will be this part. Visualize you, your consciousness, what you think as you, as the light, and move from center to center. You will see the livingness, intensity is raising when you move from center to center, up higher and higher. Your intensity also will be moving higher and higher. You may be thinking how a visualization can move, can lead me to dawn visualization. You can always choose choicelessness, understand. You can always visualize to go beyond visualization. Suddenly you will see you are using visualization as a jumping board to dive into the super consciousness. Consider your essence as light, as an intense light, and rise from energy center to energy center, from chakra to chakra, from the base, root chakra, to Swadhisthana, Swadhisthana to the navel, Manipuraka to energy center to energy center. Mahadeva says, so rises livingness in you. Livingness means radiating the energy, which does not mean by the word livingness, intensity. Intensely being inside. I've seen some people intensely creating conflict every moment. They will be ready to create a conflict. Intensity means not create conflict, which is really smoothly flowing, but very strong. If it is flowing smoothly like a river, it will not have intensity. If it is intense like a stone, it is like a flood which is intense and flowing. And flowing. But always creating a small story. One guy escaped from prison after 12 years. And the moment wife opened the door, how dare you come 24 hours before? Where are you? You should have come straight back to home. Means plate. I heard the news before he escaped. The 24 hours gap. Instead back to home. Intense, but getting conflict. Livingness. Intense, not create conflict. Flowing intense. Intense in one. There is a few. You will not bother to. Whole energy will take and you are hurt. This why no river needs to the ocean. You will need an action. Fortunately, no signboards for any river. Here is ocean. No. But all rivers reaches the ocean. They achieve the goal. When you are intense and ready to flow, you will achieve the goal. That's all. Usually, intensity leads to solid feeling. You may be intense, but you lost the ability to flow. You may be flowing, you lost the intensity. There is a very beautiful word in Sanskrit, Jnana Varishta Bhakti. Ramakrishna uses that word. Jnana Varishta Bhakti means the devotion flowing like a devotee, but intense like a person of knowledge. Knowledge, the intensity, flow, devotion, both should be completely based on each other. Here, Mahadeva is adding us by giving more understanding, adding something to us by giving more understanding, by giving this technique. Consider as rising from center to center up the and so rises livingness in you. It's a very powerful technique. It's a dhyana which you need to every day at some part of your, as a part of your routine. Sit, collect yourself, integrate yourself, and do it with strong visualization, step by step. Take are good, wonderful, really need intensity. One thing with Ananda Sutras, it will really do a transformation, go through some physical or change in the system, and we will lose respect for all gathered. So Dhyana Sutras are the best place. There is a beautiful, ask God, you should have said, all right, I'll always, he wants more footprint, 2 sets of gods. Depression is footprint. He again asks God, what is this? And depression, God says, depression, I am carrying you footprint. Techniques can be energy. You can relax. When facing mood swing, some change of energy, so powerful, will just bring that same intensity, intelligence. Let me describe the technique. You should start with the root center, Mula Chakra, end of the spinal cord. Visualize yourself, whatever you think as you, as a light, intense, energetic light ball. Then slowly come up to the Swadhisthana. Then come up to the Manipuraga. Swadhisthana is the spleen center, just 2 inches above the Muladhara. Then 2 inches above nail center. Then heart center. Then throat center. Then brow center, Anya Chakra, then Sahasrara. By the time you come up to the next centers, your livingness intensity also will come up. You will become very intense. Only after this, you can do unclutching or understanding the Ananda Sutras. That is why I arranged the Nitya Dhyan in such a way. First part will be very physical. Sitting in Vajrasana and inhaling and exhaling intensely, chaotically. You will see, you have any digestion problem, it will be completely healed. Your body will be ready. See, physical health means digesting whatever you eat and making that food as part of your body. That is physical health. Mental health means digesting all the ideas and problems which you get and making a clear solution without conflict. Spiritual health means receiving all the great teachings and energy which you receive, digesting it and living a liberated life. That's all is the definition of health. If you have the clear digestion, a complete digestion, if your digestion system is working perfectly, that is health. You don't need anything else. Nothing else required. If your digestion perfect, you don't need food, because the system will be so intelligent. It will take the energy directly from the ether. If your digestion system is perfect, you may need very less food, or no food. One of my great inspiration on Naga Baba, a naked saint who lived in Uttar Pradesh. I had the fortune of living around him for 6 months. I have told him converting the copper coin into gold coin. It was a very funny story. He lives on how he lived. Never had a food. I asked him, at least that 6 months I saw him, never seen him eat or drinking. I asked him, Master, please teach me the science. He said, it has to be healed. It has to be cleaned. He said there's a method, like a drinking, vomiting. He will take a small powder or tobacco. He will take the all is stuck in the cloth. Don't try. I've seen he used to have smoke the tobacco. Small particles of piece of tobacco will go to the nose, mouth. When he swallows that out, I've seen those particles that. I was surprised. If you have never digestion system clean, you don't need food separately. It will be so intense and alive. It is direct. I tried. Actually, to work those techniques. This technique will create a heightened emotional awareness. And last part, for unclutching and spiritual consciousness, the choiceless awareness. And we end connecting, relaxing, now technique which will awareness and living peak. Close your eyes. Inhale as deep. Self, the root of the scar. Forget all other parts of your body. Forget everything. Just be the light. In awareness, bring parts of the body, be in spleens, move slowly. Navel center. Now be intensely present in the navel center. Your livingness be in the navel center. Let you be living in the heart center. Let you move through center. Let you be living intent through the intent all be good center, which is you. Anya, third eye, Anya chakra. You will Sleep. Up. Lift yourself. The crowns. Sleep present. Shanti.